Good num num morning. We're back with session 21 of Blue Reflection Second Light, where we are journeying through Death Wish, going back into Hina's Heartscape. Off screen, as I said I would, I've leveled up a bit. The problem is, because absolutely everyone gets experience, I say problem, it's a good problem to have, but it's still, you know, something we have to deal with. The more I try and grind the person who's fallen behind, the more everyone else gets ahead anyway, you know? So Al, Reina, and Shio, rest of the gang all like level 23. So I stopped at level 20 with Hina. So she's higher than the 16 she started at. But at the same time, if I tried to make her catch up to the rest of the team, by the time she did, we'd be so over leveled that Hiyori's going to be a nightmare. Because that's the big thing. It's like Hiyori's going to be a nightmare to catch up in levels because of how far ahead she's going to be. I will show off my fragments as well because I did a bit of rearranging. Al still has increases likelihood of knocking a target down. I might change that later on, but we'll see. She still gets a defense boost at gear 3. The warm guidance, actually, I think I'm going to move because I'm not even using you for the ordering. Hang on, I've got to find where I put it. Oh, jeez. There it is. You take care of that, and it opens up another slot here. Sure. Since Coco is not in the party full stop, she's officially, been retired for this playthrough, at least for now. She's on full party experience just to help us keep her leg up. Reina is more on a support, so she's got infection recovery, she's got defense based on talent, cover an extra amount of HP when using recovery skill and item. I am going to swap this though for an ordering based skill. And that as well, since she won't be fighting much. Hang on. Shio, I haven't done much with. I know she's there and Reina's there, sort of thing. Oh, actually, yeah, right. I've got Reina in fight. I need to actually, hang on. I need to rework her entirely. Oh, hang on. Let me think about this. I need to rework her entirely. I mean, the ordering thing will matter later, but I mean, for now, her healing's terrible, so I kind of don't want to worry about that anymore. She does have a decent chance of being the last one left alive because of her defense, so that might actually be kind of helpful to have. Extra speed at the start of fight would be great. Oh, no, that costs 3. Never mind. Never mind. As soon as I saw that saying it costs 3, I clicked on it before I realized. I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll pick. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Damage, crit rate, duration, status effect. Decreased damage taken. Defense because you're the tank. Just us two goofs, her favourite name. Effect recovery skills. I know it doesn't mean much. And then with you, I've got increased damage dealt on combo length, ether recovery speed on skill use, and attack and defense boost. And because you're my backup, I've got all of the usuals we have. The next big rearrange would be when Hiyori joins, because at the final party is going to be Hina, Ao, and Hiyori, with presumably Reina on bench. Presumably. We'll see how it goes. Just because if it gets really brutal later on, I'm going to want to have someone who can, actually heal. No offense, Reina. And I feel like even if I put on, the healing recovery fragments that allow the ability to do that with the others, it still won't be as strong as what Shio's got. But we'll see how it goes. For now, this is what we're sticking to. We also have more stuff to do around the school anyway, like picking up some quests, so we've got something to warm up with. Actually, can we just straight up turn in Coco's? Yeah, we can. Where is she? She's over here. Yo. Oh, I think I did your... Yeah, I technically got yours off screen because 15 of free. Because of when I was grinding, I just got a whole bunch of them. Okay, that works out then. Here, this is for you. Rice. Yup, you said you were feeling out of it because you weren't eating enough lately. I thought that maybe if you had some rice, you'd start feeling better. Ow. Thank you, you're the best, I love you. That much? It's just not eating if it's not with a nice bowl of rice. You understand me so well. Yeah, someone's excited. I didn't think you'd be this happy. I'm glad I brought it. I'm going to have some right away. Thanks again, Al. Yes. Right, who can we actually go on dates with? Shio and Hina. Hina's the new one, so we'll go hang out with her. Oh god, where is she? Oh, you're way down there. You've just come from upstairs, and you've literally just come down the stairs, I think. No, you were outside, never mind. You're heading upstairs, I think. Yes. Was she actually transitioned? Was she like despawn? Yep, she went upstairs. How did she get over there so quickly? Holy shit. Hina, wait up. Hina, wait. Don't go into the library. Hina, wait. God dang it. There you are. Hina. You're quicker than you realise. Let's go on a date. Ooh, you want to go see the hot air balloon? We don't have any generic talk stuff by the looks of it. Actually, I can just check with this. Quest in 1? Who's in here with a quest? Oh, it's Coco. It's the end of the evening. Got it. Everyone's starting to chill out. To the hot air balloon. Let's go, my friend. Oh, let's take a picture before we get on. A picture? How should we pose? We did peace sign last time, I think, so super cool pose. This was super cool, like, yeah, we built this hot air balloon. What about it? Okay. Look at that smug. Yeah. That's so smug. I love it. This is great. Let's go show everyone later. Huh? That's a little embarrassing. I'm just kidding. I'm keeping this one for myself. Stop that. Wow, it's beautiful. It is, but Al? Can't tell which is prettier, you or the view. Al being Al. I think you do feel so graceful or something. It makes me mad. Mad. Why? You're always so pretty and graceful no matter what you do. You're so gorgeous it makes me mad. I'm sorry? Do something so I can take a picture. Oh, I'm good at making funny faces. What? Hinako making funny faces? Oh, I gotta see that. Okay, here it goes. There. This may be one of the greatest pictures I've ever taken. Why did you choose to do a funny face though? I usually just take pictures of landscapes. But one time I got curious about what kind of faces I can make, so I tried out a bunch. Stop it, that's so cute, I hate you. I feel like I gotta learn something fun about you. Don't go telling everyone though, okay? Of course, it'll be our little secret. Unique photo. And it was, yes, Shio off in the workroom. Hello, you bean. Oh, you want to go to the cafe space? Nice. I wonder if you've got one of the hot air balloons. I can't remember. I know not everyone does. Same with the night pool. Not everyone gets one. Or if they do, maybe it's later on. Because there's a couple that you can only seem to access once you're like at set talent level. So maybe there's a couple that's like, no, you have to be like talent level 8 or 9 with them first or something. It really feels like an actual cafe with you here, Shio. Would you like coffee or tea? Oh, coffee sounds good. Do you have a preferred bean? I don't know much about coffee beans. I guess just something that's easy to drink. Certainly. I'll make you a fresh blend. Oh, yum. It's great with just a bit of milk and sugar. By following the proper steps and bringing out the flavours, it can be enjoyed even without adding anything. Though it is still fun to think about different things to add and variations. What kind of drinks have you come up with so far? Frozen coffee, topped with whipped cream and crushed nuts. Finished off with a dash of rum syrup. Whoa, sounds classy. I had my mother try it for me, but she was quite upset with me. She told me not to make things I won't be able to taste myself. I'd love to give it a try sometime. This tasted amazing. So happy to hear you say that. Maybe I should really open up a cafe here. What would you like to see on the menu other than drinks if I did? I think I said afternoon tea set last time, so I'll say spaghetti. Spaghetti sounds great. Spaghetti? What's wrong? It may seem like a simple dish, but it's actually very difficult to get right. Oh, I always thought it was so easy, even I could make it. I'll start practicing my spaghetti technique right away. I bet Shio's standards are sky high. She really is passionate about food. Hey, Shio, if you got more... Of course you don't. the everlasting curse of like I can't get anything with Shio continues. Right, what else can we do? Requests. Vending machine and something for cooking. Can we make either of those now? I don't think we can. Yes, we can. No, we can't. Okay, we need a flammable gas tank for that. We don't have a rare lens. If we get flammable gas tank, we need to get 3 of them anyway so we can make the fireworks machine, which will probably, you know, break the weather of this game again. No, I'm gonna... I can't... Hang on, I need to flip the camera. Is there anything already there? There isn't. Good. This is where I stuck it last time, if I recall, so I'll just slap it here again. Whoa. We made this type of vending machine too. Oh, what to do? What should I try first? This one over here has more variety, but it's hard to resist a good burger. Let's both buy some stuff and split it. Yeah, let's do that. Nice. Does that unlock a new date, or do we have to actually... Oh, it does. Awesome. Hey, Hina! Where are you? I know you want your memories back and everything, but we got more dates to go on. Let's go. I might be getting a little hungry. We won't be eating for a while yet. A little snack wouldn't hurt. Let's go to the vending machines. Hamburger. I always end up getting a burger whenever I come here. Yeah, too bad they don't make them fresh by hand. It's not like it's my favourite food or anything, but sometimes you just have to have one, you know? I'm sure they'd make one for me if I just asked, but things would get crazy if everyone started asking for whatever they wanted. I wonder if I could I could make a little station where you could grill it yourself. But they'd provide the ingredients. Kind of reminds me of Korean barbecue a little bit. I knew it reminded me of something. Oh, that was delicious. How about a beverage, milady? I can't remember what I said last time. Probably milady, because that sounds like that could be slightly flirty, and you know how I am with Al. I'll do rice dish, though. There's another machine with rice dishes if you want. I think I'll hold off. I'll just get a drink. What resistance? You've got some strong will. I always had to watch my weight for ballet. I guess old habits die hard. It might actually be better if you keep that one. Well then, what you want? Ooh, I know. It's so hot out, get me something cool-delicious. What? Did you just say cool-licious? Yeah, that's what the machine says on it, right? I have no idea what I said last time. I think I called her out on it, I'll just don't say anything. So never mind. If it were a bit colder outside, I'd have gone with one of the piping hot drinks. So cute, I wouldn't say anything. What's everyone's talent levels at now? Just to quickly check. 7, 7, 7, 7, 6, 7. Okay. Shio, please. Damage dealt attributes are weak against. Knockback, that's kind of nice. And increased effective recovery. Let's sleep tonight and then head out to the dungeon crawling. Oh, it's cloudy in the morning. That's rare. It usually resets the weather. Alright. I am ready. To get probably destroyed, but I am ready. But my grinding pattern, for the record, it wasn't actually these two enemies. I branched out over here. I didn't pick up anything, as you can tell. There are much stronger enemies. And the thing is, because as I say, when I'm grinding, for the sake of getting a move on, I lower the difficulty and then just up it back up to Death Wish when it comes to this. So I'm actually making progress. Even on like easy and normal, the enemies over here like killed Hina once or twice. I was like, oh, okay. But they dropped like 260 odd points of experience when you kill them, so they were great for this stage in the game. I'll fight everything as we go, as per usual. Also because I haven't fought these enemies in Death Wish yet to kind of compare. Oh, Jesus. We have to be careful with Hina because her stats, she's a combo builder. She's not a, defensive unit or attacker unit. Her stats are actually kind of low compared to everyone else, so you have to be very cautious with her. So it'll be fine as we get to the higher levels, and like when we get like our team all fully set up. But whilst we're still building her, and especially because she doesn't have much available in her talent tree, because we haven't finished this dungeon yet, she's weak in some areas. She's very noticeably weak in some areas, so we have to be careful. Especially, like her health is abysmal. Everyone else has got over 100, she just doesn't. Because if I check the party stat, 76 and 74, 103, 91, 72, 112, 116, 112. Oh wow, she's got higher attack now. And she's got joint lowest ether recovery speed right now. So she's got the lowest, joint lowest defense, and second lowest attack. So Owl's the biggest damage dealer of this trio right now, because the actual two damage dealers I used to have, you know, are off limits because I used them both last playthrough. I find it kind of weird that there's so many reserve slots when there's only 6 main characters. Like, was there gonna be DLC characters or something at some point, and it just didn't happen? Because you know what I mean. Like, there's a lot of reserve slots here. I get it's because you can do that, so they have to have a second row, but it still seems like it gives you the impression that a lot of characters are going to be joining, but they don't. Well, they could have just made it one row of 5, so you can make it just one person. So my throat goes. But no, they made it 2 rows of 4, so there's 8 free slots, but it's not, you know, 8 extra characters. God, the amount of damage they don't do to Owl and the amount of damage they do to the Hina, it's like night and day. It's ridiculous. It's okay, Hina, we're gonna get you through this. You start off kind of weak, but you're gonna get better. This girl has so much focus, it's amazing. Even when I take my eyes off her, she keeps going on her own. She copies my movements without me explaining a thing. She improved so much, as if by osmosis. I apologize for my choice of words, but it's almost frightening. Hinako really has this much talent? Well, yes, but I think her greatest talent is her perseverance. Oh. Well, we didn't even get the advantage. Okay, let's see how this goes. I'm just gonna preempt that. Yep. I'm just gonna preempt that, get that ready. I kind of missed the group attacks that Hina had in the first game. It's kind of like, I get why they don't really have them, because of how the momentum of fights work is very different in this compared to the first. But the group attacks in the first game were amazing, you know? And I know they kind of don't exist in this game, or if they do, they're extremely rare. Maybe like only Hina has them or something, or so, only some character has them. Maybe he, who knows? But they're still, you know, they're hidden away. Hinako is really giving this her all, isn't she? Yes, Hinako is never as happy as she is when she's dancing. Thank you so much. Don't thank me. Hinako is the one with the talent here. Please do praise her when she dances at home too. Ah, I keep on impulsively pressing circle to try and get like an extra advantage, but when they're looking at us, it doesn't matter, and I'm just wasting time. If they're already looking at us, I'm not getting the advantage. Fuck, Jesus, Hina. This is why I grinded you up to level 20, because I was like, if you joined at level 16 and I tried to take you straight in, you would have been like, she would, no chance whatsoever. That was a pretty tough opponent. Yeah, for you. The rest of us managed to survive. Yeah, have that. I'll be cautious. If it reaches a if it's becoming clear that Hina's just gonna get her ass beaten every single fight, because ultimately she doesn't have access to her third talent tree. She doesn't have half the skills that she's gonna get later on. She doesn't have basically all the crutches that kind of make her a really effective unit yet. So she's not. It's not just the level. The level isn't the reason why she's falling behind. It's a mixture of everything, you know. So it's like, if I'll give her a few more fights, but if it's very clear she's not getting any, like, she's not gonna survive right now, I will swap her out. These will be the interesting tests. These are the mini boss-esque enemies I was talking about, where they drop a lot of experience. Like, even on easy, they were killing Hina. So I'm kind of curious just to try one of them, just to see how brutal it gets. Because these guys were hard even on when I was going through it on normal. Oh, if we manage to break the guard, it won't be too much of a threat, admittedly. I know we're doing next to no damage, so it'll probably recover from this before we kill it. Well, we're about to find out. Unless we knock it down again. Oh, the next hit will probably kill anyway. Yep. Alright, we didn't let it attack. That's fine. And there was only one of them. Usually they come in twos, which is why, like, they're so good for experience, and you get like 200 odd. I'm kind of surprised that one was on its own. Oh, no. I want to get a back attack on you if I'm going to face you, in case you're the one that does come in a 2. But how are we all doing today? I hope everyone is well. I hope we're all feeling well rested. There's been a lot of exciting news-ish. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we're leaving. That was one hit and she just one-tapped. Okay, let's get out of here. Is it Pantheon Stocking with Garter Belt is getting a season 2, which I know is a crazy name, but stick with me. That's getting a season 2, and I know people are super goddamn excited about that, and I'm happy for him. That is super cool. Knockout Recovery, that is good. We need that. How many of these can we make? Well, well. Let's see if we can make some more eggs. So I want more of them, because that Knockout Recovery is going to be very helpful. I also saw that the Anime Expo is kind of not ideal, shall we say, right now. If you don't know what I mean, the convention itself, don't get me wrong, is fine, whatever. It's extremely overcrowded with barely any measures put in place to try and stop people getting COVID. And so it is extremely dangerous and uninviting, to such an extent that a lot of big names that were going to go have dipped out, because it's like, no, it's not worth it, it's too dangerous. Everyone's shoulder to shoulder. The rooms are so packed that it looks like a safety hazard. It looks like a huddling. And then on top of that, it's you know, no real COVID protection, nothing really saving people's lives or trying to make an effort. And then there's the things like they were taking away people's foods and drinks as their weird version of a safety precaution. It's like, no, you kind of got it wrong. People need water. Water's like the thing people, you know, really need. That's not, that shouldn't be the thing you're taking away. I don't know, it's a mess. There's good announcements from what I can tell, and the people who are there who managed, you know, find some breathing room are enjoying themselves, and that's always, you know, the main thing. But at the same time, it's like, oh my god, it looks like hell over there. All status ailment recovery. Okay, want more of that. Yeah, but yeah, PSG, or, you know, Pantheon stocking with Garter Belt, is getting a season 2, which has been like rumored, murmured, and wished for a lot longer than I've like really been aware of. But but I know that people really wanted it, and the fact that Studio Trigger's doing it is even more exciting. That's insane that they got it. And I hope it delivers for people. I hope when it comes around it's amazing. I still need to actually sit down and watch season 1. But one thing at a time. So this is why I didn't proceed any further, because I knew there'd be a cutscene when I was grinding. I knew there'd be a scene around here. It's floating. It is, isn't it? How strange. Do you think we could use this to fly around like a magic carpet, a magic picture frame? Yuki, you do come up with the wildest ideas. It's a no. If you try to move it, it just goes back to its original position. You're actually trying it? Oh god, I'm just getting like deja vu. Not deja vu, like haunting memory of the stealth station we had to do here. Because this was like the first annoying one we had to do. Like the first one was actually kind of challenging. We have to go all the way down and around because this path's blocked off and it's a giant dragon down there. Or the Kyrum as I kept on calling it. And we're nearing closer and closer to Klonoa's launch on the 8th. We've still got a bit to go, but, you know, it's the, what does it say, the 2nd? Yeah, the 3rd. Jesus, I didn't even realise it was already the 3rd. Oh, God. Oh, man, oh, God. Also, Hina nearly died. I saw that just before it came up, that she just took another punt. Oh, and it killed her. Great. Okay, we're swapping Hina out. We're swapping Hina out. Hina can't survive right now. She's just not got the pedigree right now to hold her own. She hasn't got what she really needs to be able to survive effectively. It's not a permanent bench. For the record, it's not going to stay that way. It's just because she can't survive on her own right now. She just doesn't have anything. I'm sure like very precise fragments I could magoo something to give her a better chance, but as it stands, holy... No, she's a little too far behind everyone right now. And I don't mean that in levels, I just mean like in general stats. Because of what she's built to do, and what she's intended to do, what she needs on her, she just doesn't have right now, and it's messing her up. I'm going to bench her, just for now. Because that one's just, that healing seal is just too good anyway, and Shio has better defense and more health. Whilst, you know, Hina has neither. And good ether recovery speed for this stage in the game. What are your support skills? Increases duration of lowered stats and increased duration of status ailments. I don't use that. Recover status ailments, that'd be nice. Alright, let's proceed. So we're just going to stick with these guys for now. Not forever. It's just Hina can't survive. Hina is not, hasn't got enough on her to work yet. We need to get people's level 6 scenes ASAP as well to try and get more talents in. I know a lot of them we probably have to wait for plots to say so, but as soon as we can for some of them, we're going to be on it. We've got a couple at level 4. I think Rain has like hit her level 4 scene. I think Coco's seen a level 4 scene. Yuki, I imagine we really won't see much of until post-chapter 8 because of how much of her story involves who she is and, you know, her past and whatnot. Same as I know, like, Raina's is going to, like, probably hit a limit until we finish chapter 4. And some like Shio, you know, as much as she doesn't anyway, I imagine some of them won't happen until we get more of the cast together, because she knows so many people. How's everyone doing on health? Okay, we're okay. I'm gonna avoid big guy. The big guy is too much of a threat right now, even with us as his. Because yeah, if even the tank is losing half her health, how's everyone else going to manage, you know? To be fair, this enemy's quite tough as well. Not the same pedigree, but still, as the rock monster guys, but still kind of tough. They seem to be hitting everyone relatively hard and surviving a lot more than I really wish they would. Oh jeez. Okay, now we got to really book it away to... We don't even need to fight that particular enemy anyway. The angel guys we fought 100 of, they're fine. These guys, however, these are the bigger threats I'd like to fight a bit more, because they might have more resources we could do with later. I'm trying to remember where the flammable gas part is. I think it's in, like, Zone 2, isn't it? Which we're approaching. I'm just going to do this, just because I want to get to... Okay, we killed it anyway. I was like, just because I want to try and get the level 3, if we're not going to kill it immediately. Alright, up and the rest repair. Which we can just go get now, because, you know, we've got Hina. We've got Hina high enough talent level for it to just unlock. So it's got that space, and it's like down here, I think, like that square. Like I'm kind of like middle of the map. That's like locked off usually, or is it this bit? No, I think it's there and like there for this first zone. Aren't you guys frustrated with yourselves? Packaging? Okay, what was that for? There was something that required packaging. Well, everything requires something here, but you know what I mean? There was something specific I remember from the main playthrough that required us to have a lot of packaging for it. Jesus, just half Shio's health, why don't you? Jesus Christ. The enemies here are brutal. The enemies here are a step up from Shio's Heartscape, that's for sure. But in the main playthrough, I also remember this being like the last dungeon where we had to kind of leave partway through. After this, we started to get more of a rhythm of everything and, you know, start finding our way through a lot easier. So I'm hoping it will start to come across through this as well. Because we didn't struggle that much, if at all, with Shio's Heartscape on this playthrough. Which is surprising, because that was the one I struggled with a lot on the first. That's like keeping on top of it. Oh, there are so many flowers around here. It's so pretty. I want to have a picnic. Amongst the vibrant flowers and bubbling streams, there are a host of rampaging demons. If only those pesky demons would get lost. In that case, why don't we bring some flowers back and plant them at the school? Yeah, time for the Extreme School Makeover Flower Edition. There you go, plotting again. Oh, I think that's a bigger variant of the angel. The teacher's always so focused on Hinako. Yeah, well, what are you going to do? She's an animal. The reputation of the school depends on her. So annoying. And there's Sarasa, yep, from the first game. Aren't you guys frustrated with yourselves? Sarasa's like the #1 defender of Hina. Huh? Don't you think practicing would be a better use of your time than whining? Okay, we get it. I'm like, that makes me happy that, you know, Sarasa still shows up. You get to see more of her. Oh, a tiramisu. And some dented griddle. Alright, fine, we'll face you. And get probably demolished. Oh, well, it probably doesn't help that Shio's not even starting at full health. Oh my god! Leave! Get us out of here! Oh my god! Okay, let's just get our reset and then go back in. Oh, what the heck was that? Is that just a group attack that just nearly wiped all of us in one hit? Like Reina survived by the skin of her teeth. I want to fight that bigger variant of the Angel though, just in case it has some unique loot that we could do with having. So yeah, that's why I'm avoiding the rock monsters. that one we got when it was on its own was a fluke. They are evil. They cannot be tamed yet. It's like the equivalent of the blue dogs in Coco's Hardscape. We just can't deal with them yet. You just got to accept they're there. Oh yeah, and other things that's gonna be this month. We got Konoha on the 8th, right? The following week, I think it's the following Tuesday, so like just over a week from now, is 2.8 for Genshin. The last of the 2-point series. Which, yeah, that's kind of crazy in of itself. After 2.8, the next update after that's going to be 3.0, introducing the Sumeru. When Sumeru drops, that's going to be as many streams as it takes to get through it all, for the record. Because we're going to be exploring, we're going to be running around. It's a whole new country getting added to the game, you know? I know it won't be all of it in one go, same as like Inazuma, it was split into several updates, like each update added more islands and whatnot, so I imagine it'll be the same. You'll get some of the land now and then the rest of it later. But it's still, you know, a whole new country to explore with new, with a new element as well. Dendro's going to be a thing. You're going to have to experiment with that, with probably more so just with the Traveler, because there's no one room in my party to add a new Dendro character. See what the new, I say that, the leaks have been pretty vicious. We kind of know what's going on for the next few updates. There's been like a really bad leakage of Genshin's content for 3.0 onwards, like nearly 3.4. It's insane. I want to see if I can get past you to get more of that stuff. I don't want to fight you, Rock Monster. Now I know what you're capable of. I just want your resources that you're guarding. Right, let's go fight this boss. But it's all super exciting. 2.8 is going to be returning to the islands, the summer islands, which is nice. I still don't get why they're timed. I mean, just add some resources to it and then slap it on the main map, like to the right of Mondstadt or something. I don't really see why it is what it is, but whatever. But that's going to be in 2.8, and it's going to have a cool thing. Fischl and Diluc have amazing new skins. I probably won't buy Diluc because I never use Diluc. I have him in my party, but I never use him, nor do I have any interest. So as cool as the skin looks, I probably won't buy it. Just because that's a lot of money to spend on something I'm not going to use, you know? But Fischl is in my secondary team and has been a long lifetime member, so I'm absolutely going to get it. And because she's the 4-star, that means you can earn her skin in the event. So I'm absolutely going to be doing that. And she looks amazing too. I love the fact that her eyes are different colours as well. She has it's probably just a contact lens, but she looks super fancy now. Going from green eyes to red. More dented griddles. And more, okay. So the dented griddles are the main thing, other than, you know, the recipe as well. The dented griddles are the things that you're really going to get out of the first area once you get a high enough talent level of Hinako. Oh god, ow, please survive. Hang on. Actually, no, yeah, you, Coco, save. Thank you. Yeah, I think it was the smartest choice I could have made to swap Hina out, because... No. Just no. She's not in a good position right now to survive any of this. If the actual main party is struggling in places, how on earth's the newcomer gonna do? How is she doing, by the way, level-wise? Let me check. 21 now, okay. She did pop up. That's the other reason why I'm kind of glad I didn't, like, power level Hina too much. Because, like, her level isn't the problem. It genuinely isn't. It's the fact that she doesn't have anything on her to keep, like, keep her afloat. She doesn't have many skills yet. She doesn't have much on her talents, because, like, I said, they're kind of limited right now. You know, like, we haven't got her talent level 6 events yet, because, you know, we haven't got anyone's level 6 events yet, so we haven't got that 4th tree open. There's a lot of things that we just can't do with her right now that are holding her back. But once all the pieces are in place, then yeah, she'll be great. So it'll probably be after this dungeon when we unlock the 3rd skill tree. I'll try putting her back in the party and seeing how we go. And then it'll just be worrying about Hiyori when she joins. But I fear when Hiyori joins, it'll be the same sort of deal. Even though Hiyori's great and, you know, her attack is amazing, and her variety of magic skills will give her a lot of options right off the bat, the fact that she will also only start with 2 talents... Oh, nice, we finally got that. I'll try and get some more, and then we'll head back so I don't have to Aoife concoct them again. But, what was I going to say? Hiyori not having a 3rd or 4th talent tree right off the bat, I think will hold her back, especially at that stage in the game. Keep in mind, that's pretty late on. That's like chapter 6, because chapter 5 is Carrara. So that's like about halfway through the damn game by the time they join. By the time the Hirahara sisters join us. I am looking forward to I know I'm looking forward to Uta joining because she's my favourite character, but I am looking forward to the rest of the support cast joining off just to help us turn the tide again. You know, to get those extra stat boosts, those extra Aoife speed boosts. Like, Yuki is kind of carrying us with some of these extra boosts, like, you know, the Aoife speed being at rank 2 this early. But it's not gonna save us forever. You know, we need some Kirara support. We need some Mio. We absolutely need some Uta. You know, we need the gang. If we could have survived all of it. Just double check over here. Alright. Time to enter the miserable second part of this. So bright and beautiful, and then she had her accidents and injured her knee, and her dream was ruined forever. Alright, just a little more. Oh, that's Hinako's voice. Ow! Hinako! What was that? I heard a loud bang, but... Hinako? That's right, She won't be able to dance anymore? That's right. She'll never perform on stage again? I believe that it would be best for Hinako to give up dancing. If she continues to perform activities that are hard on her knees, her condition will soon worsen beyond repair. She may even end up having to use a cane for the rest of her life. It's all my fault. If I had been better about making her take breaks, this never would have... Is there anything? Hinako! That means... Yeah, I remember now. I couldn't do ballet anymore. How terrible! I do remember the same Hinako Shirai disappearing at some point. I thought it was just because she stopped dancing. I can't believe you were injured. Is it better now? I have no trouble in everyday life. Running is usually a bit uncomfortable, but I actually felt fine during the battle. Maybe it's your reflector powers. Yeah, it could be. Can't even imagine what she went through after that. From the memories we've seen, ballet was her entire world. I guess we'll find out up ahead. And because we've learnt more about her, oh thank goodness. It's only a slight attack boost, but it's something to help get her on the board a bit more. Because look at what her boosts actually have been so far. Like knockdown, like some extra skills and some dodge percentage. Oh, and you know, fragment. Because that's for facilities. So it only applies. Morning Camo. That only applies within facilities. And at this, that's barely anything. It's just a bit of an attack. I grinded up Hina or Stream. Now you've joined Camo, so I can explain it to you. I got it to level 20. She's level 21 now. We had her in the party for a bit, but it's not her level that's holding her back right now because she has so few talents, and we haven't got her third talent tree. She's very, very clearly behind. She doesn't have some of the skills that she needs to kind of make her stand on her own. She has the joint lowest ether recovery speed, the least amount of health, almost the least amount of defense. And if it wasn't for Reina being a tank-based character, it would have the lowest attack. So I will put her in the party eventually. It's just literally every basic enemy here was borderline one-shotting her. So for the sake of she's not in a usable state yet for Death Wish, I've benched her for now. So we're back to Reina and Shio. I won't go Kokoro and Shio because otherwise what's the point of my challenge if I'm literally using the two I said I wouldn't use. But for the sake of, you know, giving Hina some time, like once we finish this dungeon and unlock her third talent tree, I think will be better to be able to have her in the party. It's just as it stands, it's not happening. It's not happening, unfortunately. She just can't survive with anything. And hopefully we can get 2 more flammable gas tanks so we can make both of those facilities. We've got 1, I just don't want to have to ether concoct them. Yep, and then we get back to the dream ended. Ugh, this sand. This place was totally different from the one before. Yeah, even taking into account what we've just learned, this definitely seems bad. What are all those doors? It was all the paths in her career that was shut down and locked up in an instant. I wonder if they lead somewhere. They must represent something, but I can't imagine what. Can't see very clearly, but I think there's a memory here. Yeah, let's make sure we don't miss it. Oh, and what's going to unlock because our talent level's already pretty high? Some rubble. Anything else? No, just the rubble. Swing around, get that. Go for... Okay, so... And you have to go all the way around for that one down there, if I recall. You have to go here and then down and around. And I think that's the spot. That bit up there is what unlocked. We'll just proceed on. I bit the bullet and got the tier of PS Plus on sale that has the PS4 games. There's no Death and Request 1 and 2 on there. Would you recommend them? The first game cautiously, the second game absolutely. What I mean is the first game is really fun. Also, let me actually preface this. Compile Heart published games are visual novel JRPGs, usually. Like, you have like the run around the world and explore and whatnot, but you have to understand that when a cutscene starts up, it's like the icon of a character's face and dialogue underneath them. And some of those cutscenes, Death End Request 1 has an hour-long prologue and 45 minutes of it is cutscenes. And that can be quite the turn-off. There's a lot they have to establish, so it can be a bit like, okay, but there is a lot of sitting and talking. They are kind of slow to start. But the first game is super fun. It's just janky. It's just clunky and janky, and even if you haven't played like other games like it, you'll still feel it kind of thing. But it is super fun. I love Sheena and Lily's dynamic, and I wish they did more with it, because like throughout the course of the game, the first like main character you meet because Sheena's the main character, the first character you meet, Lily, it's established pretty damn quick. Lily has quite the crush on Sheena. They just never do anything with it. It just remains as just like, oh, it's this cute little thing. She has a crush on Sheena, and she just kind of gets a little blushy and shy every time Sheena compliments her. And they never go any further than that for the whole goddamn game. But the first game also has a second story going on at the exact same time. And at certain points, there'll be a point where you can't proceed any further. Like, there's a locked door and you don't have the key, and it's nowhere. Then, you're on the pause menu, you press a button and you transition to the other main character who's not in the dungeon, it's instead in the real world, where you do a bit of investigating, a bit of point and click, and do a lot of dialogue and talking to learn more information about the world Sheena's trapped in. Once you learn more, Sheena will then find the key whilst you're doing it, and then you can proceed. So you alternate between the two stories. The only real bad thing about the first game that I would point out is to get the true ending, you have to clear, I think it's 95% of the side quests. And the game doesn't tell you that. The game tells you you should do every side quest you can, but it doesn't tell you you'll be locked into the bad ending if you go to Rapuka, like the penultimate boss of the game, and fight her without doing about 95% of the side quests. You'll reach the end of the fight and she will, in the cutscene, overwhelm and kill you all and the game ends. And I was like, what the fuck? But no, if you do all the side quests, you find a way to push Rapuka back and then proceed to the actual finale of the game sort of thing. The second game doesn't do any of that, thank God. The second game's ending decisions are a bit better, but the second game also is just in general far better. Instead of making it two alternate stories, they bring it down to just one. You follow the adventures of Mai, a girl desperate to find what happened to her little sister, and so goes to this orphanage where she was last seen at to try and investigate. But there's a lot of really spooky stuff going on. Basically, it's very apparent very early on, there's a demon cult going on in that school, or in that area, that is affecting everything. Like, demons are coming out at night because of this demonic cult, but only the girls that the main characters can see them. And people are randomly disappearing in the night because these demons, even though they can't be seen, they can still act. They're literally going around and killing people in the night. And it's like learning about that demon cult, figuring out where the origin of it is, finding the bottom of it. It's a really fun game, and it also has, next to Yuki and Reina, one of the cutest relationship dynamics I've seen in a game. Mai and Rotti are adorable. Like, Rotti is the replacement of Lily in the sense of, like, Rotti is, like, has a huge crush on Mai, but unlike with Lily and Sheena, they do something with it in the second game. Rotti makes it extremely clear and makes it very well known to Mai that she has a huge crush and is falling in love with her, and Mai at first kind of fobs her off and it's like, no, I'm not interested, I'm only here for my sister, you're kind of annoying, get off me. But as the course of the game goes on, it gets more and more caring, up until the point where at the, like, near the end of the game, they do hook up. They actually do kind of, like, it's a really charming love story piece of it. But everything in between, I'll shut up on. But yeah, the first game, it's fun, but it's janky, and the true ending is a bit awkward to get. The second game, I really loved it. Neither of them are particularly long for JRPGs. Like, I think both of them you could probably knock out in, like... I think Death End 2, it took me something like 36 hours to clear on my first run, and Death End 1 was like 32. So they're not like super long RPGs, but they're healthy length. And as the names imply, Death End, there's 1,000,001 death endings, which are actually, you're supposed to try and get them because they're counted as collectibles and you get rewards. And it'll be like, there'll be a point where maybe a boss shows up and it will say fight it now or run away, and if you pick the wrong option, the characters will like immediately die in the next cutscene and it will come up saying death end, and then you can load a save. And the reason why that sounds cruel, but the game also lets you save during cutscenes. Literally, you can be halfway through a cutscene, pause, save your game, and it will save that exact spot. So anytime there's a choice that seems death end E, you can just save. You can just pause, save, and then pick an option and see what happens. The only time it doesn't let you save is if it's a cutscene in between a boss. If you fight a boss and then it's going to be like a cutscene straight into a second one, they don't want you to dead game yourself, so they don't let you save then. Just because otherwise if you saved and the second boss was way too hard, you're screwed. You know, there's no way to grind, there's no way for you to backtrack. And so like there'll be moments like that where they will cap you off or like stop you just to save your neck. The first game has a shit ton of defense, and some of them are really obscure and you're not going to find without a guide, because it's not just as simple as making a choice. Some of them are like, there'll be a point where Lily runs off ahead on her own, and if you like turn around after she runs off on her own and straight up leave the dungeon, when you come back it'll trigger a death end, and when you find out she was killed because she went off on her own and you didn't chase after her or something. Like, some of them are kind of obscure. My favorite one is that you have to start a you have to straight up start a boss. Is it charming jank like BR1 or more of an annoying jank? On my first playthrough, when I first went through it, I found a lot of it annoying. However, when I went through it again, I was endeared by a lot of it because I had a better It's one of those things, I think if you have an understanding of how the mechanics and systems work, anything annoying with the jank goes away. Because you understand it, you can figure it out, you can see the quirks, you can see like the inner machinations of the system, if that makes sense. But if you don't get those little systems, some of that jank gets super goddamn grating. Like, realizing that fucking enemy reflector exists and how it works is one of the most vicious things, like one of the vicious like difficulty spikes to learn. There's a system called enemy reflector where some enemies, it's sort of like, you know, when you play Persona and you use the wrong magic and the magic's reflected back at you. But imagine if the game didn't tell you that directly, and instead that you have to pick up on subtle signs as to what will be reflected of, and if you don't, it's not only coming back at your face, but it will also immediately go to the enemy's turn. And also understand that the reflect can kick in, regardless of who you target. If there's an enemy, for example, that reflects moon magic, it doesn't matter if you don't use moon on it on yourself. If you use, say, moon-based healing on yourself, it will pick up you're using a moon skill and reflect. They nerfed this in 2, thank God, but that is something that you have to pick up on. You have to pay attention to its elements, you have to pay attention to its reflect. Once you figure it out, it's not too bad. You can work around it, you can think of quite clever strategies, you can actually use it against the enemy and like trick it into using the moon skills itself to hurt itself. Like, there's a lot of ways around it, like, to get around it. But if you don't understand that system and don't figure out how it works, it just seems extremely frustrating. Whilst in the second game, they toned it right down and made it that if you heal yourself, it can never counter you. So it's only if you like attack it with like moon magic, to use that same example, it could then counter you. And the knockback system, they have a thing where if you hit an enemy super hard at the end of a combo, you will knock them back. They will get shoved back. If there's a wall behind them, they will hit the wall and literally bounce off it like a spring ball. In the first game, it's kind of clunky, but it's good. You know, like, it's a good system, and it incentivizes trying to corner enemies so you can make them smack the wall. But then you also learn that if you bounce them back and they hit another character, like they hit another one of your members, that other member will like kick them in the face and keep them moving. But the problem is that depending on the weight of the enemy affects how far they go. Which makes sense, like super big enemies barely move, but super small enemies go fucking flying. In 2, they got rid of that like weight system, so every enemy can be sent flying, which just makes it more exciting to use. It makes it more inviting, because you can just kind of fire it off and just send big enemies into each other. The second game also has a more controlled cast. The first game has 6 playable mains, but then there's also another 4 non-playable mains in the other story that you talk to or bounce off and whatnot, which all kind of stack up to a lot of characters. Oh, the quick killer, okay, we need it for Shios. Which all ends up stacking up a little together as a lot of characters to worry about. In the second game, yeah, there's a lot of side characters. I mean, there is a lot. There is something like 22 girls in the orphanage, so they're all side characters with their own story and own things going on that you can do to talk to them and get to know them better and bounce off them and get extra rewards. But in terms of the main characters, it's Mai, Rotti, and Lily, or Liliana, and that's it. It's just those 3, so it's more like, because there's less characters to worry about, the writing's better, because it's less character developments to worry about, less little things to worry about. They can just focus on those 3. I like Xenoverse 2, and it's pretty janky, but you can figure out the jank and it becomes super fun and crazy stuff through it, and it sounds kind of like that. Yeah, was it the first Death End game? It has jank that seems annoying at first, but when you figure it out, works. And that's like the things that you have to be prepared to spend the time to figure it out. And speaking of the side quests, you know, so in the first game you have to do at least, like, I think it's like 95% to get the true ending. In the second game they change it around and they rework it, and it seems a bit intimidating at first, but once you click it and get a rhythm for it, it's really satisfying. The optional cutscenes that you can get with the extra characters, they're basically like not to the same level, but they're kind of like dates in this, where it's like you get to have like one-on-one events with like one of the other girls. You get to talk to them, get to hang out with them, get to spend time, get to know them better, and maybe like you can help them out and get closer friends with them. Maybe you come to understand them a little bit, because like one of the side characters is a huge bully to Mai when you first meet them, and like the earlier scenes is that bully realizing they have no power over Mai really, because Mai is a vicious girl when she wants to be. Like I love Mai as a protagonist because she takes no shit from anyone. If someone tries to square up to her or try and threaten or intimidate her, she'll just punch you without even thinking. She's that kind of girl. Like, she won't try and talk you down, she won't insult you. She will just if you square up to her, she will knock you down in one punch, fold her arms and go, are you proud of yourself? And then, you know, like, she has that attitude, that kind of persona around her. So when someone who tried to bully her realized they didn't have any power over her, it was interesting seeing the dynamic between the two afterwards, when like that bully, like, at first tries to apologize by throwing the blame on others, saying, oh, I had to do it because this person was doing it, and Mai takes absolutely none of it and says, no, I don't accept your apology because you're just throwing out fucking excuses. Or like there's another character like that was a part of the bully group who tries to like shove her down the stairs, and Mai moves out the way at the last second, so they go like tumbling down. Same cast in both games, I've been linking them together. Sheena is in the second game. She's a few years older, and she's technically playable, but it's a bit of a weird system they have into where you get a quote-unquote digital version of all of the first game's cast, where it's not actually them, but you can use them in battle if you want to, and it's just like a computer program that somehow makes them real people because shush, we want an excuse to have the first game's cast in it again. But Sheena is actually in the plot, and there's a point in like chapter 9 or 10 where Sheena says, okay, this situation's getting hectic, I'm gonna call for help. But then Mai ends up with the phone to call for help, and you get to pick who. Depending on who you pick, one character from the first game will come back into the plot and will join in for a bit. So it's like, if you want Lily to hop in, you can. If you want Claire in, you can. If you want Celica in, you can, you know, sort of thing. So you get to pick what one character other than Sheena from the first game proper comes back. But Arata, the main character you play as in the real world, that's actually tied to the plot, but he's not really in it. Like, he's tied to the plot, but the only reason Sheena's in the same place you are is because Arata went missing there as well. In the same vein that Mai's little sister went missing in that area, Arata went and completely disappeared too. So both, like those two main characters end up meeting because there's someone missing, but Arata's gone from like 99% of the plot because of it. He's not involved. There's things that hint on him being around, and you can find things that suggest he's been around, especially if you know what he's like from the first game. Even if he gets a bit of an ego in the second game, which I'm not too keen on. Like, he had a bit of an ego in the first, but it was more of just a tired jackass kind of ego, not a I think I'm better than everyone kind of ego. Whilst in the second game, the dude acts like he's God sometimes, and it's annoying as fuck. I get it. He saved the world by literally tricking fate, but to invert in on itself to such an extent that he's been hunted by gods ever since. So yeah, I'd have a bit of an ego too, knowing I managed to one-up God. But at the same time, I'm like, chill it out, dude, a little. Chill it out just a little. But the thing is, the only thing that is a genuine hesitancy with the franchise is that with Death End 2's true ending, there's technically 3 endings. The bad ending, the normal ending, and the New Game Plus ending. It's why I compared this game to Death End a lot, because, you know, NG Plus ending. In Death End 2, the bad ending is actually pretty easy to avoid. It's one of the easiest Compo Heart games to avoid the bad ending in, which is saying a hell of a lot. No, it's not saying much, to be fair, actually. I take that back. It's the other way around. Because some of them are evil to try and avoid the bad ending. Some of Compo Heart's older games are genuinely abysmal to try and avoid the bad ending. You basically have to follow a guide to figure it out. But it's basically, in Death End 2, the first phase of the final boss, you fight without Mai. It's just Rotti and Lily. The plot will continue regardless of whether you win or lose that fight. But if you lose the fight, it will lead to the bad ending, and Mai will fight the final boss alone. If you win the fight, it will lead to the good ending, and Mai will fight the final boss with Rottie and Lily. And then in New Game Plus, you just get the good ending again. You will trigger the NG Plus ending. And the NG Plus ending is a giant goddamn tease for a third game. And who knows whether that third game will happen yet. Because, you know, Death End 2 is a little old now. It came out in 2020, so it's got 2 years on it. We have had no word or murmur of a Death End 3 in the works yet. And I hope so, because like the entire NG Plus run adds extra scenes across the entire game in between chapters where you find out what was going on behind the scenes while Death End 2's plot was happening, right? All of it is one giant tease for a third game, because you finally get to see the realm of the gods that has been alluded to throughout the entirety of the first 2 games, and you get to see it from the eyes of a young teenage girl that's there, and it's like, I wonder if she's going to be the main character or playable of a third game. It's a new perspective, and it's like her older sister gets brutally murdered by like this other vicious god that's there, and then it's just like, oh no, she died, I guess you'll just have to wait and see what happens next time another time. You're like, what? It's like, why is that the New Game Plus extra scenes? Just it's literally just all there to tease a third game. And I hope it happens, because I love Death End 2 as a whole. It's got problems of its own, but I love Death End 2 as a whole. I think it's a phenomenal game, and I love Mai and Rottie's relationship, and Liliana's a great extra character as well. If there's whenever Death End 3 comes around, I'll probably live stream Death End 1 and 2. I know I've Let's Played both of them on the channel, and the Let's Plays that of all the Let's Plays I did were the most successful. But I kind of have been itching to go back to them. Even with the clunk and jank of the first game, I've been itching to go back to it. The only downside is if I went back to them, I'd only go through them on normal, because although Death End 1 tries a little bit to do the odd extra things like with stats and whatnot, both Death End games, the first thing they do when you put in the hard mode is that it doubles the enemy health. And that alone is like, nah, I'm not interested in doing hard mode. Anyway, Hinako, I spoke to the principal. He said you have special permission to enroll in regular classes. Okay. Your uniform will get here sometime soon, so try it on when it arrives. Okay. Make sure you sleep under the covers tonight, it's gonna get chilly. Okay. Regular classes, huh? I could talk about Death End for a while. Despite the issues of the first game, I love the series as a whole. And there's a novel as well, and I even did a video doing a live reading of the novel called Death End 1.5, which is more just a bit of groundwork for 2. Like, you can play the whole of 2 and understand what's going on just fine without reading 1.5. But just 1.5 just kind of gives like a bit more of an idea as to what Arata was going up to, and how Arata ended up in that area to even vanish in the first place, how he ended up in Leshiora, the village, to disappear in the first place, and how Sheena caught on. And it's like, that information isn't that significant. It's just Arata, with his god-given new powers, went hunting for more things to try and correct and fix. Now he has that power, and would have ended up in Leshiora one way or another. Like, you can figure that out yourself. You don't need to read the novel for it. It's the same how, like, all the Mary Skelter games have books tied to them, and if you get thankfully, they were legends with this. If you get the collector's edition of Mary Skelter Final, which I got, they give you all the books in the series in this collector's edition, so I have all 3 books, and I'm like, that's kind of cool. And it's like, under this, like, Mary Skelter, the books are helpful, because in Mary Skelter, there's, let me think. Actually, I've got a poster in front of me that has all the main characters on it, so I can literally count. 1 second. 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, and then there's the 2 in the book, so 16, 17. There's 17 main characters in the Mary Skelter series. So the fact that the books cover some of them for you, so the games don't have to, is kind of a godsend for the writers, but at the same time, like, there's a lot to keep up with Mary Skelter. It's one of the things that makes Mary Skelter harder to recommend, because there's a shit ton you have to keep up with, and you kind of have to play the first 2 to even have a vague clue what's going on in Final. And that's easier said than done unless you're on Steam. The first game's on Vita and Steam, the second game is on Switch and Steam, and Final is on Switch, PS4 and Steam. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's awkward. Your options are really awkward if you want to play all the series, unless you're on Steam. That's the only one that's universal. I say that on Mary Skelter 2 on Switch came with a remaster of the first game, so you can play a version of 1 through that as well. So it's more just if you have a Switch. If you're on PlayStation, you're fucked, basically, because you can only really play Final. And they do have a recap section in Final, but I can tell you right now, that won't save you. That won't save you. Yeah, they have a recap as like an extra menu on the main menu, but if you jump right in, they jump right in expecting you to have played the first 2, so they explained nothing, like, at all. It's literally just Red doing her own thing, Jack and Alice trying to do their thing and get through, Mary, who's, you know, not introduced till the 3rd book of a series called Mary Skelter, doing her own thing, and like how all of them converge and then end up on the surface of the tower, and where it takes them from there. And it's like, okay, if you don't know these characters, you're not getting anything. And every now and then the character will be like, oh yeah, it's just like that time when, and you're like, if you haven't played the first 2 games, you have no idea what Thumbelina's talking about, or what Snow White's referring to, or, you know, or when they say, oh, it's just like old times, you have no idea what old times they're referring to. Like, they kind of almost punish you for not playing the first 2. It's ridiculous. But they are fun dungeon crawlers. They're proper Entry and Odyssey dungeon crawlers, as in like first person, like grid-based, square by square walking around dungeon crawlers. But they're pretty fun. They're insanely goddamn hard, but they're pretty fun. Especially Final. I still haven't finished Final, and I probably will start it fresh at some point. If I ever live stream it, sort of thing. So I don't think I ever will get back to my main playthrough at this rate. It's been like months. But the game is oppressively hard. At least Final. Like, 1 is pretty difficult in the early game, but when you find your mojo, it's not too bad. The second game I thought was pretty easy as a whole. The Final, like, literally, like, you get past the tutorial, and the first proper dungeon you get to, you're grinding on the first floor for like 10 hours at a time just to advance 1 floor, and then the very next enemy on the next floor kicks your ass anyway. And you're like, what the actual hell? Like, there was so much grinding and so much resource gathering and so much weapon building I did to give myself the best possible set to only be able to make 30 minutes of progress. Like, Final is absurdly, viciously hard and really grindy to get on top of. Like, I get it. It's literally called Final, last game in the series and all that, but it is evil. It is viciously evil. Especially because you have to worry about 3 entirely different parties. So just because you did the 10-hour grind and, you know, resource gathering and weapon crafting and armor building and all that stuff for one party doesn't suddenly mean party 2 and party 3 are any better. They don't share experience. So you'll do Jack's party, crank them up, get through a set, like, go through it. You'll go to the next party and it's like Red's party, and like Red's party is god awful. And because you don't get to pick what members are in which of the 3 parties, it really feels like there's an easy mode party, a normal mode party, and a hard mode party. But you have to go through all 3 of them to actually finish a dungeon, because all of them will have like switches and gimmicks that open up more areas for the other parties. So you're constantly switching out between them to, you know, make it so everyone as a collective can eventually progress through the dungeon. But it's like there's one party that has like all the glass cannons, and there's like that one felt like the hard mode party, because they hit like trucks, but there was nothing saving them. And like only one of them had healing magic. But then there's another one, and it's like, they're not the best damage dealers, but there's 3 of them can heal. And all of them have got good defensive measures, and one of them is a knight, so naturally does pretty decent damage. And it's like, wow, this party is easy mode. This party just does the work for you. You just keep an eye on your healing and you're fine. And then there's one party that has like every character in the series that's gimmicky. So if you're not used to those gimmicks and don't understand how those gimmicks work, that party is genuinely like, I think that party is the reason why I stopped in the end. Because like, so I did really enjoy it. It was just, it got so tiring. But that party was just so awkward because they were all so gimmicky and none of them really worked properly, and you had to mess around so many layers to get things to fit. It was like, oh my god. I want to get back to it because I platinumed the first game on Vita and I want to platinum Final on 3. Well, I looked at the trophy list and like there's no awkward trophies. It's just you get through the game and 100% it, you know? Like, it's nothing awkward or bad or like difficult to do. It's just the game itself is hard. The fact that like in the tutorial dungeon boss I had to grind for, and so as the tutorial's the easy bit, it kind of speaks for itself. Final is a vicious game. It's like, it's old school hard and old school grindy. It's absurd. Anyway, these walls look like they have some history. How cool. That being said, though, I'd love to live stream Final at some point. No idea when, and I know it'd be a bit of a commitment because I'm aware that I'd have to do a lot of grinding in between streams when I did that, and that I'm already doing a lot of grinding for Death Wish on this. You know, like, I don't want to exhaust myself on Final just trying to get through it yet. So it's like it's on the bucket list, just not yet. Like some medieval castle, or rather, its collapsed remains. Yeah, it's like something you'd see in a dramatic music video. Games like the Dark Souls of RPGs, but fun. So it is super fun. It's like the way the Mary Skelter universe works is there's blood maidens and blood youths. Blood maidens can use their tainted blood to create weapons and magic and, you know, craft things and whatnot, and essentially are warriors. They can fight, and all of them are in reference to a fairy tale of some kind. Like, there's a character called Red, as in Red Riding Hood. There's a character called Thumbelina, as in, you know, Thumbelina. There's Cinderella. There's Snow White. And then at the end, the only two exceptions are Mary herself and Mary's closest friend, who has the most adorable crush on in the world. Mary's crush on her friend, whose name slips my mind, and it's annoying me that her name's slipping my mind, is adorable, because like it's literally like Mary gets jealous super easily. The friend will like be nice to someone once, and suddenly Mary will show up and be like, "I want your cuddles now." And she's like, "What? Why?" And she went, "Because you're being nice to others. I want your cuddles now." And I'm like, "Okay, Mary." And she's okay. She's like, "I want you now. I don't want." It's like she doesn't stop her talking to the other girls. The moment she gets nice with the other girls, Mary gets a little defensive. It's like, "No, no, no. You're mine. I want you with me. I want you to spoil me. I want you to cuddle me." It's adorable as fuck. But only the girls can fight, so it's an entirely female playable cast. However, the Blood Youths exist. Blood Youth are basically the supports. The Blood Youths can stop the corrupting blood in the maidens, because all of their magic and all of their powers over time starts to corrupt them. So it's more like the youths exist to purify them, to keep them going. So they're entirely on support, and that's Jack, the main character of the first game, is what you do. In the first game, although Jack is the main character and it's who you're in control with, he doesn't engage in fights. The moment you start a fight, all of the party you've brought with you jump in. And it's the same in the second, and technically the same in the third for two of the three parties, because they introduced more blood use in the third game. Whilst in the second game, whilst in the third game, there's one party where you don't. You're both you play as Red, so you're both team leader and a fighter. I mean, it sounds like Utu with me. I want you now mindset. Yeah. And it's quite funny because, like, everyone, including, you know, the friend can see it. Like, everyone knows, but the friend kind of likes teasing her a little bit. Like, she knows Mary really has a crush on her and really likes her company, so she kind of playfully teases her a little bit. Like, if Mary does something that she doesn't want her, that if the friend doesn't want her to do, she'll be like, "Oh, well, I guess you're sleeping on your own tonight." And you'll see Mary's heart shatter. And things like that. Like, they're good buddies. But, yeah, like they are fun. There's a lot of optional scenes. They have a romance/dating system, which is a bit basic. You can make gifts or buy gifts from the shop, and if you give them to them, they get some like points in their like value towards you in their friendship rank. Where every time you get a fifth of the way there, you unlock a new scene with them. And then once you hit like rank 5 or like the highest rank, then, like, you know, they're maxed out. You get all of their romance scenes, and yes, you do get romance scenes. Although they technically don't end up dating at the end. If you're playing as Jack, any of the girls you get to rank 5, they will say "I love you" at the end, kind of thing. Like there's implied. And both, I don't know about 2, because 2 is, believe it or not, actually a prequel game. It's based before the events of the original, and I honestly can't remember. But in 1 and Final, whoever has the highest relationship points when you finish the game, assuming you get the true ending, will give you a confession scene in the post-credits. Like in the first game, I maxed out everyone, so if you max out everyone completely in the first game, it just goes alphabetical, so I got Alice's scene. Whilst in Final, I was really, I think I was working on Snow with Jack, because Snow, right, I think kind of cute. I was working on Gretel, I think it was, with Red. And I honestly can't remember what the last one was. I think I can't remember the last one is, but yeah, but that's kind of that sort of thing. Oh, and the other thing that's super cool, since, you know, we're playing out a game that also has a canon gay couple, Mary Skelter has a canon gay couple. A canon married gay couple. There's two characters, one just known as Little Mermaid, and the other one... Ah, what's her name? Oh no, it's been all... she's a knight. But there's a pair of girls, and they are married to one another, and they love each other deeply, and they don't do any kind of like marriage drama stuff. No, they love each other and they look out for each other. They give each other cute nicknames. That they always call each other they call each other prince and princess respectively, because I said one's more knight and slightly more boyish, whilst Little Mermaid is very like softly spoken, cutely girly. And it's like they're lovely. It's adorable. You know, to have like a married gay couple and it just be super cute. It's just the fact that the brutality of the game is ridiculous. Anyway, moving on. Oh, you're so right. That's all I can see it as now. Hey, we should all take a picture. These walls make a super aesthetic background. What's aesthetic about this? But Mary as a character, the main thing that ends up upsetting the friend is that Mary's life works a little differently. Like, she's not full human, she's not full blood maiden, she's like a weird mixture of like this otherworldly humanoid human being who's got things a bit of everything. And because of that, her heart is directly tied to a box of candles. If all of those candles burn up, she dies. Which is all well and good and whatnot. The problem is, those candles, when they burn, make a very beautiful rainbow-like light, and Mary finds it more relaxing than anything else in the world. If she's struggling with something, she finds that flame just staring into it to be the most relaxing, most soothing thing ever. So what does she do sometimes? She lights one of them. Knowing it's getting her closer to death, she will purposely light one of them just to watch it. And every time the friend finds out she does one, she gets really annoyed at her. It's like, no, you're literally putting yourself one match closer to death. Stop doing it. And then there's some of them like really blatant as well. Like, there's a point where you enter a dungeon, it's like pitch black. And she goes, oh, don't worry, let me light a match. And she said, you're not going to light one of your matches, are you? And Mary goes, psh. And it's like, no, Mary, stop throwing your life away. Literally. And they even have it as a gimmick where her matches can also help calm down the Blood Maidens when a Blood Youth isn't around. It's just, you know, if you use them, it weakens the next use and weakens the use after. So if you rely on it too much, you're putting the girl closer to death. She's going to get weaker and weaker and weaker. And the reason why you have to stop them from corrupting is because it actually affects gameplay. The reason why the game's called Mary Skelter is not because Mary's last name is Skelter, it's because there's a mechanic called skeltering, and you have to avoid it at all costs. When you kill enemies, blood splatters. The more blood that is splattered onto the Blood Maidens, that blood gets absorbed into them to enhance their abilities. The problem is, if they take scratches, bruises, cuts, digs, whatever, their own blood will mix in with the enemies and contaminate together with oxygen. And the more it contaminates, the darker the blood will get, and the more likely their powers are to corrupt at a more rapid rate. Every time you max out on blood, because there's like a blood meter, you will enhance yourself and embrace your full Blood Maiden form. However, the more corrupted you are, the higher chance you have to Skelter instead. Skeltering is terrifying. Doesn't matter, even on the easier second game, Skeltering is terrifying. You lose complete control of your party, you lose complete control of that member of the party, sorry. Their attack is tripled. They can attack allies with group skills. And they can heal the enemy. So it's literally, if they Skelter, it's all random what they can do. There's a chance they whack the enemy and with like new triple damage and just like rinse them. But there's also a chance they will use a group-wide spell on your party, and because of that triple attack, wipe the floor with all of you and immediately game over. Like, the best case scenario if someone Skelters is genuinely they attack themselves and kill themselves and put themselves out of the fight. If you do that, you can breathe. But it's like you have to avoid Skeltering at all costs because it is so vicious. And the worst part is, if someone skelters and they attack your own party, that's more, you know, cuts and bruises they'll take, so it can actually snowball if you're not careful. If you don't keep on top of it, you can doom yourself so damn quickly, because someone will skelter, they will attack an enemy, they'll attack a teammate brutally, they will then skelter, and then suddenly you've got two big problems on your party that you can't deal with. And the only way, if you have a Blood Youth can absolve them of their corruption, but if you do that, it's almost guaranteed to knock out the Blood Youth for an extra turn. Because they have this thing where the Blood Youths can't purify people all the time. You have to eventually... It's things to make sure you actually go back to camp and stock up from now and then. You can't just go on forever, because eventually the Youths will get tired. And so you won't be able to contaminate yourself, so eventually you'll become more at risk of skeltering more often. Yeah, it has a hard mode, and I think a DLC super hard mode. And I played it on normal. All games have... all of them have a hard mode. And even though it's from the same publisher, they do alter a lot more than just, you know, bump up health. They do actually, like, it's even like more subtle things. Like, if there's a boss that's gimmick is that they use status conditions, they will use them more often on harder difficulties, sort of thing. Or try and inflict you with them more often. Oh god, I forgot this is what introduces the slowdown. Okay. We're going to be in trouble on this. I might leave soon just to restack on supplies. I forgot this is the dungeon that introduces slowdown as a common status you can get. But so I must emphasize, they are super fun. The third game is super goddamn grindy, but it's still fun. And the music that I need to talk about. The music of the Mary Skelter games are genuinely some of my favorite JRPG soundtracks, because they are all and all of them rely on the violin. The violin is a central instrument in most of the tracks, and it's like, I think it's called Trials of Hamelin in the second game. It's like Trials of Hamelin, I think it is, and it's like the most godly fucking violin track I've ever heard. Because it starts with a piano, like doing a melody, and then it just jumps into like a rock beat with a violin leading, and it's like, oh. Or like in Final, the Ice Dungeons battle theme. The Ice Dungeons battle theme, where it's a violin on its own, and then it gets joined by a second violin, and then a third, and then when it's a fourth, it goes into a full melody, and then you start hearing a drum beat, and it's like such a cool build-up. Like they go hard on the violin across the entire series, and I live for it. It makes the soundtrack so unique and so fun. And the fact that in starting with I say it's starting with Final, like there's gone more after it. In Final, every single dungeon has a unique battle theme as a default battle theme. And it's like, so you get spoilt rotten with like the god tier violin tracks. And even like the dungeon themes, I think Mary Skelter 2 has the best dungeon themes. Like Finals are good and 1's kind of alright. But Mary Skelter 2, some of those dungeon themes are, holy shit, they're really strong as well. The goddamn, I forget what the level's called, like the amusement park level in Mary Skelter 2. That theme is amazing. Like it's rock with children singing, whilst having a a carnival flair to it. And you know, violin leading as well whilst it's at it. You're up to something, aren't you? Like, it's so, like, I heard it, I was like, oh, I just stood still for a while. It's so good. Assyrian dungeon grew to slow down, like Hina's life grew to a halt. Yeah. More suspicious. You've got to paint something. Nothing like that. Let's just say I got some explosion of inspiration. Explosion? Are you making bombs? Pretty much. You can't do that. That's too dangerous. Don't worry so much. It's not really a bomb. It just makes a big noise, like a firecracker. Pretty please. You're the only person I can ask. Oh, it's hard to say no when you say that. Woohoo! Before we continue, actually, I am going to go find that one track I'm thinking of. Hang on. And then I'm going to slap it in chat. Mary Skelter 2. Oh yeah, One More Red Nightmare is also a good song. That's come up on my recommendations. Witchcraft is an amazing track. Witchcraft is a song. It might be Tears for Heaven. Hang on, I'm going to mute my mic so I can listen to it, so I put in the right one. Found it, found it, found it. Hang on, let me slap this in chat. Listen to this when you get a chance. Listen to that when you get a chance. And then understand that, like, most of the game's soundtrack is that goddamn good across the whole trilogy. Like, because the violin just steals the show and that everything else just helps it so much. It's amazing. When you first firecrackers, definitely gunpowder. Speaking of which, I think I saw some grass in Hinako's heartscape look pretty flammable. Grass? Is that what gunpowder's made of? Looks like it could burn pretty quickly. Should work great as gunpowder. I guess I'll take a look. So need for a takoyaki stand. A food store probably needs lumber. Okay. Let's see what we can make. Firstly, I've picked up, yes, more flammable gas tanks. I want to do these. Awesome, we're done. I'll get what we need. That's my Kokoro, thanks. Yeah, let's get started. Your order, miss. Whoa, it looks amazing. Let's dig in. Ow. You have to be that animated as you eat, girl. It's so good. The combo with the fluffy dough and chewy octopus is to die for. I'm glad you like it. It makes it worth the effort. So, that means that there are octopuses in the world, right? Yeah. Wait, that's a weird answer. This is octopus, isn't it? It tastes like it. Feels like it. Well, it's something close. What is this? So unlock a new date. It does. Oh, with Shio as well. Ooh, okay. Let's make the fireworks stand first, and you know, break the weather probably. I'm not going to turn it on in the hopes that it doesn't break it if I don't turn it on, but I think that is what broke the weather last time. I think once I like put the fireworks up, it just never rained ever again. Oh, fine. I'll slap it here. It's exactly where it ended up last time, I think. All the fireworks are ready for the show. I'm surprised we were able to make such nice ones. Yeah, well, if we're making them, we might as well make them good. How long until night? I can't wait any longer. You sound like a little kid. What do you think, Kokoro? I can't wait either. That makes two of us. I can't wait to see what flavors of fireworks we will see. Yeah, me too. Okay, good. It's like they're not on by default, are they? Because I think I'm pretty sure that's what broke it. And we can't make the last thing yet, can we? I mean, we can check. Oh, we can. Okay, nice. This is the giant photo studio. The violin goes hard and piano's got... Yeah, but so a lot of the Mary Skelter games' OSTs have a lot of bangers like that in there. I love them. I think of the lot, like Mary Skelter 2 is probably my favourite OST of the trilogy, but it doesn't change the fact that all of them go hard. Oh no, I'll leave that off then. Oh wait, hang on, what was that request? You want to make a firecracker with Yuki, okay. Can we make that now? I have hot spring water. I must only have like one then. Poisonous ideas. That sounds evil. I said witchcraft. Like each of the 3 games have a main theme song, and like the first one has a really cool one about like the girls singing about trying to find their way to survive, find a way through the situation, coming together and whatnot. The second one has a vicious one about being seen as the monster and embracing it and being the, you know, tainting of them with witchcraft and all this stuff. It's a sexy as hell song. Whilst Finals is the only one that I think is a little weak, because I just don't really remember it that much, and I think that speaks for itself, unfortunately. And the only crime they ever committed is that the version of witchcraft they use in the opening of Mary Skelter 2, they genuinely cut out the best bit. They play like a bit of the first verse, a bit of the second round of the chorus, and then it ends because it's tied to the opening cutscene and whatnot. And it's like, no, if you listen to the full version of the song, it's so good, and they skip the best part. It's like, nah, come on. The interlude between the verses and the chorus are god tier in witchcraft, and it's like, nah. Let's hurry up and try it out. Oh, finally! Oh, someone's finally on board, huh? I couldn't help but get curious about what it would turn out like. Don't worry, I'm happy to have you join in testing it. Okay, it's all set. Lining her up. Whoa! Wow! Whoa! This is awesome! What in the world is going on? Hi, Shio. What were you thinking lighting something like this off at the school? Sorry. But I promise that these will come in handy when you're fighting. The demons will get all spooked and... We were just trying to make something that would make it easier out there. That's even more of a reason not to experiment here. I'm sorry. I guess I got a little carried away. She sure was mad. I had a feeling something like this might happen. Thanks for sticking with me, Al. I'll come up with an even better idea next time. Considering that she comes up with a taser later on, and Raina has to take it from her. Try and come up with one that doesn't get us into trouble, please. Yeah, that won't happen. Alright, Coco, where are you? Oh, you're way over there. Oh, when can we start upgrading these so I can start putting more things down? Was it when Kurara joins we put the Yuki brings up fixing the garden at the I keep on saying the front. This is technically the front, the back, the courtyard, because the entrance is technically here. Hi. Oh, is this a good time? Yeah, let's go. Oh god, you've got a lot of stuff you want to talk about all of a sudden. But if you get the chance, I highly recommend, in priority, because I'm biased, the second game, but if you get the chance, go through the soundtracks of the Mary Skelter trilogy. There are a lot of bangers in there that you'll be amazed are there, you know? That you'll hear them and you go, wait, what the fuck? That, you know, it'll catch you off guard how good some of them are. You're really good at arts and crafts, Kokoro. How are you so good with your hands? Probably because I grew up helping my dad with his DIY projects. Ah, cool. What did you build with him? Like shelves or a doghouse? Traps for hunting, mostly. Traps? That's actually pretty interesting how many different kinds there are. Kokoro the Huntsman. My pudding's gone. I'm sure I put it in here. What? Did you eat my pudding, Al? I'm sorry, I didn't know it was yours, Kokoro. I'm really sorry. It's fine, you didn't know. Was it good? It was delicious. I see, maybe I'll make that recipe again then. Oh, let me help, to make up for the one I ate. Sure. Different Persona is my favourite series OST. That's hard, because Persona covers so many genres. But yeah, the Mary Skeletor trilogy have some real bangers sitting in there. My favourite thing, and it's like, you only notice it if you've played the first game, because the second game is a prequel, right? The final boss of the second game leads directly into the original. The final boss theme is an like a full-blown, loud orchestral remix of the first game's normal battle theme. So it literally cycles round to it, like it gets to it by playing like a remix of the first game's battle theme. I think it's called like Bloodstained Soldier in the second game. And I remember hearing it, and it's like, you don't notice it's the remix of the first game's battle theme straight away, because it's a lot slower than the original, up until it gets to the chorus, and then it speeds right up, all the instruments add, and you go, hang on a minute, I recognise this. Anyway, the first game has a great final boss theme as well. A really loud and powerful final boss theme. And I haven't finished Final, as I've said, so I don't know what that one's final boss theme. I imagine it'll be pretty strong as well, considering it's ending the trilogy. At least I'd hope. I wonder how tall I am now. Will you help me measure my height? Yeah, sure. Oh, I haven't grown at all. What about you, Kokoro? I don't think I've grown much either. Oh wow, I've grown half an inch. Wow, you're still growing? What's the secret to your growth? A decent sleep schedule and a balanced, healthy diet, maybe? I guess I'll never get any taller. Al admitting that she either doesn't sleep or has a good diet. Which, if that's the case, same, girl. Same. In both accounts. When it's in the third game, although I think the second game is the best soundtrack, the third game is an amazing soundtrack as well. And the fact that every dungeon has a unique battle theme just adds to it. Imagine in like Persona 6 if every dungeon had a unique song. Like, that would be insane. You know, that's the kind of craziness they threw in Final. There's a lot of dungeons, and the fact that every single one of them has a unique battle theme, I was like, okay, this is cool. It's like it's something new to look forward to when you unlock a new dungeon. You just want to get into a fight just to hear what the new music is before you get your ass beat by whatever new enemy there is. Welcome. What'll it be, miss? How about some takoyaki? Al, what are you doing? I was just thinking I'd love to jump into one of these food stalls and help sell some food. Not I've ever worked in a food stall before. Is that so? Well then, I'll have one order of takoyaki, please. Here you are, missy. Be careful, it's hot. This is empty. It's air takoyaki. Air. Sorry, I've never made takoyaki, so I thought we could just play pretend. Oh, I see, but I don't think these will fill me up, Al. True. Let's get us some real takoyaki then. I've been talking about unique gym themes. Yeah, I loved walking into, was it Roxanne or Roxine or something like that? The poison gym leader in like the second gym. And she's literally like, her band is singing and it's the gym theme. I loved that. I thought that was super cool. It was also like the only instance of voice acting in Pokemon, and it came out of the DS game. You know, not the 3DS, not the HD titles. No. The DS game, where she literally sings Pokemon. And there's like background singers as well. And I was like, wow, wouldn't it be great if there was voice acting in Pokemon? Still no, we're in Gen 9 and it's still text. I mean, come on, if even Zelda's got voice acting in it now, what's your excuse, Pokemon? You just want to make takoyaki? Of course, I'd be happy to. I called her Big Sis last time, so Master, teach me your ways, Master. Master, I'm not that much of an expert. Allow me to watch and learn from you, Master. Alright then, young grasshopper, watch closely now. I like how quickly Kokoro shifts from, I'm not that much of a to, okay. Then she goes from, to, ha ha ha. Like, you literally see it in her face, her transition from, like, slightly shy about it to insanely cocky. Understood. Hey, wait a second, you'll never learn if you don't try it, just try it yourself. Yeah, you're right. Skirt. You did it great. Yeah, sorry, you ended up doing all the work. No need to apologise, I had fun cooking with you. You always look like you were really enjoying it when you eat. That's kind of embarrassing. Let's cook together again sometime, okay? stick and carrot. Kokoro's gonna be rank 8. Oh my god. Kokoro's gonna be rank 8 already. Well, at least I don't have to worry about, like, we'll get to see a rank 6 and rank 8 scene pretty soonish. And you want to go to the firework cannon, okay. Please don't, like, break the weather. No, I've turned now the firework cannons on. I'm begging you, game. Because it genuinely, that's what I think broke it. It might have been something else, but after the firework cannon, it never rained again in the first playthrough. Which is why I think that's what broke it. I think it did something like to an effect in the sky, and it just stopped it being able to rain. And fireworks look yummy. And the reason why I want it to still rain is because there might be extra scenes in the rain that we can trigger, and it'd be if it's raining every now and then, it will trigger them more naturally. You think so? Look really closely. They start looking sweet if you look at them long enough. Where did we get that lobster? Sorry, I don't. If you're really my friend, I want you to be honest with me. I don't think we picked this one last time. Let me try it. Let's see what happens. Do you just not gain weight, Kokoro? Never really worried about it. You've never worried about it, even though you eat so much? Well, it looks like you really don't have any extra flab or anything. You think? Though I guess it's not good to eat all alone. Yeah, can I have a takoyaki then? Sorry, Al, I didn't hear you. What did you say? Oh, I can't wait a piece of takoyaki, if that's okay. Share your food, Kokoro. Of course. I'm sure the takoyaki would be like that. Would like that as well. Here. I wish I could make this menu disappear so I could just like zoom in on Owl's face. I just want to zoom in on Owl's face, so just like this, like her looking down. Thanks. My last takoyaki, my final takoyaki, the penultimate takoyaki. Thanks, Kokoro. That was good. Why? As long as you enjoyed it, that's what matters. Well, you've ruined your sweet. Kokoro. Kokoro. Yuki says she made some waffles and has come have some. What are you doing, Al? We have to hurry. Right. Gluttony first. 12 points? Damn. We had a dent in rank 8. Did she unlock any new talents for that? No, she did not. Damn, later on then. When did we get a new I didn't remember picking a new fragment slot. Did we get that for, like, talent level or something? Let me have a look at what's the new one. Stick and carrot, dodging and 1-1s. So it widens the window, I imagine. Increases defense when inflicted status condition. Oh, where is... make it so your counter cooldown is quicker. That. Is there any other stronger variant of it? This is combo count. Interest in love. Interest in love? Who was that with? It's like, who did that one come with to have a name like that? I wish I could check. Actually, I can. I just have to go to a different menu. Okay, so where was that one? So it seems to only be one of them. No, not on the one slot. Fuck. I want it in the new slot. My bad. And I forgot what I had there already. Oh well, we can put something new there, I guess. I think it was a blue. Yeah, I'll give it that. I didn't really register until now that the music in my ear is super quiet. Try using that bed that changes the weather while the cannon was built. I did once. It rained for that bit. Slept the night. The rain went back off. So I think it broke something in the code when the firework cannon was active. I'm hoping if I just don't turn it on, since it's just an aesthetic thing anyway, it won't break it. Either that, or when we get that bed that changes the weather, like every new chapter, I'll just do it and then run through everything to see if I can twig a scene. Because there might not even be any unique rain scenes as far as we're aware. It's just on the off chance there are. You know? Have we opened up here yet, or is that after Carrara? That's after Carrara. When they make the more childish characters downstairs and the more mature characters upstairs. Right now we're also sharing a room. God have mercy on Reina's soul for having to put up with all of us. Nice. Right, and Shio had a new date for us as well, didn't she? Yes. Hey Shio, I'm gonna drag you to rank 10, kicking and screaming if I have to. You wanna go to the takoyaki stand as well. Do you ever get takoyaki cravings? Oh, that's Shio talking. Do you ever get takoyaki cravings? I'd sometimes just have to get some on my way home from school. Me too. It's a little surprising though. You don't strike me as an impulse buyer. Seeing the stall made me think of it. There was a place that sold them next to the supermarket I always went to. Whenever I walked by, I'd be hit by the most wonderful smell. But if I brought them every time, I'd ruin my dinner, not to mention the extra weight I'd gain. And Kokoro could have been on floor 2 as well. No, I think Kokoro was downstairs. I think the upstairs crew, I think we established it. The upstairs bedroom crew is Reina, Shio, Hinako, Mio, Uta, and Lime. That's 6 on each floor, so that's 6 there. Whilst the ground floor is Ao, Yuki, Kokoro, Hiyori. Did I say Yuki? I think I said Yuki, and Yuzu. So I only brought them occasionally. It's a little reward for myself. So like all the goofballs are downstairs, or like the more up-hearted, whilst the ones that are a bit more controlled, a little bit more mature, are upstairs. I think it's a little sad that Ao and Uta aren't on the same floor, and neither's Reina and Yuki, but what are you going to do? So I only brought them occasionally as a little reward for myself. Wow, you're tough. I won't be able to resist the temptation. This conversation has my tummy rumbling. Want to split some? If we're sharing it, it can't be too bad calorie-wise, can it? Not bad at all. What kind of filling do you like, Al? I think I said there's other fillings other than octopus last time, I think. Oh, I gotta go with sausage. I agree, it's nice and juicy and just the right amount of smokiness. It's the perfect contrast to the breading. It's just us today. Shall we make them all with sausage? Definitely. This is great, both the sausage and the breading are incredible. It took some trial and error, but I'm quite proud of this recipe. Hey, Shio. Did I ask her if she was from the Kansai region last time? I think I did. You can really cook anything, can't you? That's not true. There are still so many recipes I've yet to try. If you include stuff like this, I could probably cook something new every day for the rest of my life and still not have mastered everything. Besides, everyone has their own unique tastes. That's one of my favourite parts of cooking. Wow, I'm gonna be the luckiest person in the world to be able to have someone like this cook for me.
楽しかったですね。
Hello again, Shio. We are going on a date again. Yes, you are not free from my attention. We are going to the fireworks, Karen. I had a feeling. I'm glad that we turned it on, then waited for night. Yeah, ow, you're not the sharpest sometimes. The fireworks are beautiful. What? What's prettier, me or the fireworks? You? You didn't hesitate at all. That's because you are. What? Thank you. You're acting different, Shio. It's not every day I get to have a date like this. I guess I'm feeling a little daring. Or do you not like that? I wish you'd go further. So that's not at all. I was just surprised is all. That sounds like this date was a success. Well, I'm at it then. There. Al's like, what do I do? The harem is working. The harem plan is working. It's like it's working too quick. She doesn't know what to do. She's never usually like this. She's dangerous. Look at Al's face. She's like, This is Pally. Just like bold. I know. Shio, I know a great way to watch fireworks. From the rooftop ledge, because I did lying down last time. Are you okay for us to sit here? I mean, I wouldn't do it in real life. Usually it wouldn't. But we've got reflectors here, and the school is surrounded by water anyways. Yeah, I suppose there's no problem. I guess Owl's trying to say, it's like, look, we're reflectors. We can heal anything. So if we, like, break our ankle, it would hurt for, like a little bit, but then we'd get healed and be fine. I suppose there's no problem. It's beautiful.
No.
Which is prettier? The fireworks before or the ones now? Can I still choose you? You can't choose me this time. Ah. Then I choose these fireworks. I'm glad. And yes, I did take screenshots during that. I did take screenshots during that. Can you blame me? That was adorable. Oh, actually, did I live up to the lake? Yes. Precision boost, nice. Anything else? What about you? Collector. That was adorable. What fragment did we pick up? Double recovery amount. Raina, I think I found a way to make your healing worth it. Oh, so I've got 2 of these. I could really make... Raina. Oh, wait. When she's actually going to be, like, main... The whole time we've got Shio with us as well, it's not the end of the world. But when we've got more fragments to worry about, then I'll consider it. But that's a very good one, considering how weak Raina's healing is. Overflowing ideas, just another attack increase. Any more? No, that's it. Okay. Well, that was a very, very cute date to end this little section of dates. Let's get back to the... Let's actually make some more food and then get back to the dungeon crawling. Can I turn... Aha! Group M. That's what I need. That's what I want to see. What ingredient is it? Okay, that's why we need packaging. I need to make a lot of packaging. Will you find anything else? Maybe some heart fruit. We need to make as well. Packaging and heart fruit. I want to make a plethora of them, because group heals are going to be the way forward. Okay, I'll start on heart fruit. I don't even need that many.
どれを使う？
Actually, no. I'll probably need a damp washcloth for the packaging.
よし。どれにしようかな。
And speaking of packaging, I had a feeling it'd be down here. I'll make like 20 U.
どれを使おう。
I see.
これを
どれにしよっかな。一丁やりますか。できます。何を作ろう。どれにしようか。今日はこれの気分。
はいはい。
どれにしよう。どれにしようかな。
これ
どれにしよう
Oh,
か
hang
な。
on.
任せと。
どれにし
I need that heart fruit for the sour things. I can't use them here. Because they're both sweet and fit into the other thing. Yeah, sweet and sour. So I need to use them for the other stuff.
君に
どれを使う？
この
どれを使う？
一丁やりますか。
There, and I'll make sure to favourite that as well.
できた。どれにしようかな。
And we need more hot spring water, because I want to make at least a couple of them. There's only one instance in the whole game I can think of that we had to use
どれに
it,
しようかな。
but I'll still make a handful just in case, you know, we somehow find another one later on. So, hot spring water. Don't need that many.
どれにしましょう。
Actually, I'll make that many.
どれにしよっかな。
どれを使う？
どの材料を使う？どれにしようかな。よーし。
And then we'll quickly run back and open that up that bit with Shio. Now we can.
何を作ろう。材料は足りてるかな。
はい。どれを使う？どれを使う？
どれにしよう。よーし。
Nice.
何を作ろう。
Alright, to Shio's.
目的地は
It's first area and it's over here. Okay, because that was the level we got her. That Shio's at the level she was when we finished the last playthrough now. So it's like if she levels up again, oh, I could have just got hot spring water from here. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna get restocked on some supplies. So if she next time she levels up, then we're gonna come back to start looking around, see if we can unlock those last areas. I'm curious what the slight aesthetical changes are gonna be. Because we learnt with Yuta's rank 10 that her heartscape, all like the blue and red sunflowers become normal sunflowers, so it becomes more bright once you hit rank 10. So I'm curious what like the subtle changes will be for everyone's. And whether we're going to the deepest pit with everyone, or it's like with Coco, so you go back to like the treehouse or something. God damn it. I don't want to fight you guys. I overlevel you guys enough as is.
何これ。
Oh, it's a balance me from gym class. Yeah, this enemy's like right here, so I might as well just kill it quick.
いつでもやります。当たって。
見せてあげちょこ。
So they're super manageable, these guys, because we've so radically overleveled them now. Oh, nice. Yes, alright, to the right. So we might have to fight another enemy because that enemy, this one's in an awkward spot. So, you know, he'll de-aggro if I hit that. That's so over dramatic, Al. You couldn't have just poured it over. Yeah, to just like do the flare and flip and throw. New talent for who? Aha! Is that because we opened up another area for you?
Yes.
Fine, I'll fight you because you're right here. Literally in the way, so I don't really have much of a choice. Need to fight you. The pepper spray. I'll see if I can do anything with it, and then we'll head back off to the hyenas, trying to survive that insanity. Bends and can and inflict paralysis. Nice. Make more. Make more of these, just to be on the safe side for later. All right, let's go back to it. We got a... I'll go to where the barricade is. I think that's about where we got to. Oh, I need to actually no, that one. Yeah, so we've got a single heal. We've got the defense down and try and inflict poison, and we've got group heal. The group heals will save for emergencies if we can. Also, sandwiches are just for, you know, cleanups here and there. Oh, it's like humming this track again then. You, Sandwich. There we are. So I don't have to stress. The enemy's literally about to die. It's like 2 pixels away from death, Ow. Yeah, literally, literal the frame. It get back to the gameplay. You heal yourself before you die, please. Just because it looks like the enemy was going for you, so I'm gonna have you heal as well. Yeah, the enemy was going for Shio. Good things I did get it in then. I'm just gonna top up here because it's getting ridiculous. They want her dead. They really want her dead. I get it, she's, you know, really strong and all that, but leave her alone. How is Hina doing level wise? Is she level 22 now? Oh, she's basically 23, good. And she's starting to creep up in her stats. Like her attack's starting to get better, and so is her defense. Still joint lowest ether recovery speed, but what can we do? Excuse me, enemy. See, now we'd be like, oh man, let's use this. And everyone gets topped up, so that's why we make them. So when it's like those danger zones, so these enemies are evil. So the ether thing, like using the ether to make items is so good, but at the same time, like you have to be so like wary of actually picking up other stuff because you just burn through your resources so quick. Okay, that's a stronger variant. I do want to fight you though. Oh god, there's two of you. That's worrying. Okay, it's not too. Okay. I was gonna say, after one hit, that wasn't too bad. I'm gonna put that on the support because by the time it gets round to it, we could probably do with it. That's my hunch anyway. That will be okay for just a second. At least I hope we will. I actually will have you top up here just on the safe side. So yeah, so by the time that comes around, it's a good time for it. Good. Oh, right, enemies got slow as well. Okay. Okay, this fight's nearly over. There we go. I was worrying for Reina, but we got through it. More dented griddles. See, dented griddles everywhere. for like the extra spots. It seems to be the case. Both the first zone and this one's extra spots led to it. Not like complaining. If we ever need it, at least we know it's a constant source. Alright, let's go for a slide. Whee! It's like, it's weird. Outside the DLCs, I think that's like one of the only slides. It's like there's one here, there's I think one in the final dungeon, and like that's it. The DLCs like both add far more, and it's like, why didn't they use that transition more? This is so fun. But my butt really hurts. Sliding down was fun, but now I've got sand all over me. Yeah, my shoes are full of it too. We should bring some cardboard or something to slide on next time. Let's have a sledding competition. What are you talking about? The first person to make it down the slope, you'd be the first person to get bored and give up. No way. So we've got this memory here, and we need to detour and go to the right. Where am I even going? Taking me out on a date next time. Hey, I don't want to hear all about your love life. Oh, come on. I'll help you pick out what to wear. If I have to. It sounded like they were from a totally different planet. I don't think I could ever be like them. Without ballet, I was stuck in limbo. Where am I even going? Excuse me, enemies just looting. Okay, I tried to be cheeky about the switcheroo there. Didn't work, didn't pan out. Oh my god, look at the red. Look how much red is on the screen. Oh, I was like, why isn't this I thought we could. I was pressing the X button, nothing was happening. You slowed down just before it reached it, so it was taking a while. Excuse me, enemies coming past. Whee! A perfect landing. Oh god, it's these guys again, right. Oh god, okay. I'll hold off. I was like, what do I want to do with this cycle? I was in the, I have a sandwich on standby. Actually, no, I changed that. There you go. About for extra style points.
何これよいしょっと
Yeah, they're grading Ow on it now.
よいしょっと
Where do you want to go? I'm getting hungry. Okay, let's get some food. Oh, I found this restaurant looks really nice. Losing ballet left me completely empty. I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't be anything. I was just a hollow shell. I didn't even know if that was sad or painful or what. All I thought about at the time was one thing. What does normal mean? Back. How you been? Yeah, I've been doing all right. It's not that I didn't get much sleep last night. It was more that I just went to bed late. And then it was like 1 AM. I actually went to bed. I actually went because I didn't watch TV for a bit first. And then obviously woke up and I started streaming at like what 8:30 this morning. So it's not like I didn't get like a full night's sleep. So I'm a little worn, but that's it. But I'm good. I hope you're doing well. Oh, I think did you miss one of the dates I went on with Shio just before I came back to this dungeon? Then you missed a very, very, very adorable date I had with Shio, involving the fireworks stand. We went up to the roof and she started being more adventurous and like resting her head on Al's shoulder, and Al got all shy. And then later on, because we decided to sit on the roof ledge, I returned the favour and Al rested her head on Shio's shoulder. Like Al's harem is starting to actually work out slightly. As we shove this boulder, because you know somehow Al has the physical strength to do this. And also push it through the corner scenery here. Yep, there we go, clips through that. It still does it. Right. Yeah, and I hope you've been well too. And tomorrow we're trying to get as much done as we humanly can with Hat in Time's Death Wish. But that's going to be, I think, the last Hat in Time stream, regardless of whether we finish or not, at least this side of Konoha. Because I kind of want to get a couple streams, like, stacked on this, if I can. I'm aware that, you know, like Wednesday and whatnot, like this today for Sunday, Hat in Time Monday. So I'm basically saying, like, I might, like, on, like, tomorrow's Hat in Time stream, I might, and then on top of it, stream on Wednesday, because I think it launches on Thursday, Klonoa. But we'll see. I might stream on Wednesday, like, more of this, just to, like, try and move through it a bit more. How are we doing health-wise? Okay, I'll fight these two. Okay, helps if I face them. There we go. I am going to try and do, so I ended up streaming yesterday on a whim as well, which I'm, like, I had no intention of. It was just, I realised Konoha was coming out super soon, so kind of panicked a little, went, alright, fine, I'll stream more Hat in Time to make sure I actually get the game done. I discovered a hidden secret death wish that you can do on the cruise ship, and I will do that off screen. I looked up how you have to do it, and you can do it, it's just awkward. What's Klonoa like? It is a PS1 era 2D platformer that talks about like the first game talks a lot about dreams and camaraderie and like you're finding a way forward whilst having a cute protagonist at the same time. Whilst the second game, it's not that it's more mature, it's that it's just a little bit more trying to find the real answers to things, trying to find a real way through it. It's a really adorable game from the PS1 era that both of the first two games I've got like a full-blown remake that's coming to modern platforms, and and Bandai Namco have made it explicitly clear of the one thing that I wish didn't happen in the industry, but I understand why. They basically said if you want a Klonoa free, this needs to do well. So everyone's like, oh fuck, okay, Battle Stations, get Klonoa, it's a great platformer and we want it to come back. And I hope it does for like the proper fans, but like I'm super excited to go through it. Because I've never actually sat down and like gone through. I've never gone through Klonoa 2. And the last time I went through Klonoa 1 was the Nintendo Wii port, so that was like 11 or 12 years ago now. Because that was like 2008, I think. Because they did, I say it was a port. It was a remake in of its own, but they changed some things from the original. Whilst the new ones are more like straight to the point remake, if that makes sense. Like it's literally those old games in new engines. Whilst the Wii one took some liberties here and there. But I'm super excited for it, and I've got it on my schedule since like the moment it was announced. Of okay, when it comes out, I'm streaming it. And we'll keep on going, but it might start to get a bit cluttered when I think it's the following Tuesday is Genshin 2.8. But we'll figure something out. Because obviously we'll still be streaming this every other stream as well. It might get a bit cluttered if it's like Klonoa, this, and the Genshin update at the same time. Like something's got to give, you know? Oh, where is... I think we're going to take this in the chin. That's why I was like, can I do this? And then have you. Is there anything that's like reduced recovery for the enemy? No. Ow, please! Oh, for God. Okay, we'll be fine. We'll be able to get the shield up, I think. Like, just pixel barely. Yeah, we're good. Oh, okay, thank God. But it's what I wanted, like, so I'll be doubling. I might stream on Wednesday. I haven't decided yet, depends till we get there. I might be super tired by then, because if I stream on Wednesday, I would have effectively streamed 7 days in a row. Oh right, I forgot your timing's weird. I forgot the timing's weird with this guy. No, it was too late. I'll read you. How many people are like running at once? If it's live streaming, I'd rather try and keep it one at a time. The only reason I'm mixing it up is because I know not everyone's going to be into the idea of me doing the same game twice, as much as I love this game. So the idea of potentially juggling 3 with Klonoa, you know, potentially 4 as well if I don't finish a hat in time, and Genshin and this, like that just seems like way too much work to organize into a schedule for a week. You know, some things might end up only getting like 1 stream a week, and I don't want to be in that position. Oh, this is the first time we've seen Reina in a 1v1. Interesting, and she kind of dances the hoop around in their face. That's kind of cute. And then slams down for the extra. Damn it, too late. Back. I haven't played since launch, no. Since it was always online and Oz servers and Oz servers. But it's changed a bunch. Oh yeah, so we're entering 2.8. Keep in mind, 2.0 added the 3rd country to the game, and after 2.8, the next update is going to be 3.0, which is adding the next country in the game. So we've got like, we're like just over 7 weeks and counting from the 4th region of the game getting added. And yeah, it is semi MMO with some of the gacha and some gacha mechanics as well here and there. But I love it. I still log into it. The first thing I do every single morning is log in, do my daily quests, cash in my resin, and then you know, I'll fire up whatever I'm going to play in stream. Every single day without fail. I've got like 1,200 hours in it now. It's better now I can play it on PS5. When I had it on PS4 and the game was a consistent 22 frames per second, it felt like that was a bit rough. But I still played like 300 hours in it before I got the PS5 version. Then just played the PS4 version off PS5 until the official PS5 port came out. But it was great. I loved it. And I do love it. That's why like, it's getting priority of 2.8. And the 2.8 update is the next summer holiday based event. So these summer islands, which are timed, are coming back, but it's gonna have a castle on it for one of the characters, Fischl, and I think something else for Mona Magistus is gonna be there, which is nice because it's like two of my old mains that I don't use anymore are getting content and story beats for them. It's like nice. That's and it's all just a warm up for 3.0 where Sumeru gets added, the Arabian / Middle Eastern themed country, because every single country in Genshin is based on or themed off of a real world country. Mondstadt being Germany, Liyue being China, Inazuma being Japan, and now Sumeru that's coming up is going to be Arabian / Middle Eastern. Then after that is Fontaine, which I'm looking forward to, because that's gonna we don't know if it's more British or more French yet, but it's one of the two. That's gonna be like another year away yet, but still. New Genshin has a plat now, while the old one doesn't. When I check trophies, mine is still all launch trophies. Yeah, the PS4 version has the base game trophies, and all the rest that they made the stand on the PS5 are just added as DLCs because they can't enforce them into the normal list. They can't add a platinum after launch like that. The trophy system on Sony that Sony has doesn't work like that. Whilst the PS5 ports incorporated all of those old DLC achievements. I say DLC, it's just later updates added more content, so they added trophies tied to it. Those trophies became part of the main list, so there was enough trophies to justify a platinum. I have all but one trophy in Genshin. The only trophy I'm missing is because it requires co-op. There's a tiny island in Liyue that's got a heart-shaped rock formation in it. You need to stand in it with another player, and it unlocks a chest. And there's a trophy for it if you can do it. And I haven't got anyone else online to get to hop in to do it. You know, to get the hop in with it to just stand on a heart with me to get a chest so I can get my platinum trophy. So that's just going to stay there, collect dust, presumably for the rest of the time. But everything else I've done, I've 100%... the current version of Genshin Impact is thoroughly 100%ed. So it's only the timed events when they come up that I do, and I just keep on top of my dailies. Hina. A voice? I hear a voice. That's Yuzu. Hina. They're calling me. Who did the voices belong to? There's no one we know, right? That voice. Voice belongs to... We've been waiting for a long time for you, Hina. Let's protect the world together. Yuzu and Lime. The girls you were talking about earlier. Yeah, two very important friends of mine. I had a hard time after I quit ballet. I was constantly locked up in my room. I missed my whole first semester. Then summer came, and finally I forced myself to go to school. But I had no idea how to live a normal school life. I didn't know why I should live at all. But then, I met Yuzu and Lime. Important friends. Sounds like it. But still, protect the world? What does that mean? I can get it on PS... I can get it with you if the PS4 version... Yeah, it's all cross-server. I think like PS4 and PS5 play together. I think there's still some slight awkwardness. No, there isn't. It is entirely cross-server because it goes off the Genshin servers now. I don't know if it's region locked though. That's the only thing. I don't know if it's region locked. I know it's not. I know it's cross-play across all platforms, but I don't know if it's region locked. I don't know if like only Aussie can play with Aussie, only Brits can play with Brits. I haven't looked into that. You should still be able to add my ID. If you go back and and find one of my Genshin streams, your user ID is always in the bottom right corner, so you'll be able to see what my ID is. Yuzu and Lime, they made me a reflector. What, a reflector? Then they gave you that ring? Yeah, I became a reflector and fought alongside them. Just who exactly are Yuzu and Lime? Sorry, I don't remember much. If you know something about reflectors, we should try and learn more about them. Yes, it is something that affects us all. You lived quite the life, Hinako. It's like something out of a fantasy novel. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but it definitely wasn't boring. Never boring, huh? Or now we know that more about these doubts that Al have, especially with how much it kind of eclipses the later half of the plot. I've noticed that Al brings up her own like insecurity to herself once per dungeon. She brought it up in Coco, she brought it up in Shio, she's just brought it up again. How nice to have both talent and luck on your side. Oh look!
あの先に
That
続き
door
があ
may
るんですね。
the door looks like it may lead us somewhere.
ユズ
Lime,
待ってて。
wait for me, I'm coming. I can quickly check though, Genshin. Is Genshin region locked? Is Genshin still region locked? That'll probably be the better thing to put in. It still is by the looks of it. That's unfortunate. So you'd have to make like a you'd have to make a European account, but then you'd be starting fresh just to be able to do it. But that's a lot of work just for the server quality would be abysmally laggy for you. I don't think you'd end up enjoying it at all just because of how far of a server away you'd be connecting to. Literally, you know, halfway across the world just to link. Nah. But I always find it really weird how little server internet-based, like dedicated servers or anything support there is in Australia, considering how there is a considerably decent chunk of an audience, like of most online things in Australia. Like, what gives? Is it just companies not caring and not doing it? Is it a like government thing? Like, is your government against it or some weird shit? Like, you know what I mean? It just seems weird in 2022 that it's still so anti, and yet I can think of like third world countries that have it pretty alright. You know? Oh, it's beautiful.
息も澄んでて気持ち
The
いい
air here is so clear and fresh. It feels wonderful to be able to breathe easily again.
さっきまで砂っ
Well,
ぽ
that
い
sand was
ところにいた
awful.
から
それに何
And
よ
what's
り
more,
目指すべき場
we
所
can
も
see where we need to go.
今回は分かりやすい
Hey, it was pretty easy this time. All we gotta do is head that way, right?
ユズ
Yuzu, Lime, are you there too?
すごい
Officer Owl, come in! Uh-oh. I was looking around the area, and I don't think there's a way to get across to the other side. Oh, this is this is how you do the bit. Swinging across would be dangerous. Maybe there's some way we could make a bridge. Guess we gotta hunt for something we can use. Taking down anyone who gets in our way, of course. Okay, please. How are we doing on health? Oh yeah, I should leave. Oh, we can just walk to this point now. Oh, Hina, because we've learnt more about you. We get to see,
今はいい
Oh, have you seen one of hers before? I think this is her rank 2. Are you free? I'd like your help with something. Sure, what do you need? Oh, the stretches. Thank you for helping me with my stretches. I wasn't sure if I should bother you with stuff like this, but I appreciate it. I think it's because we're so remote and only have like 25 million people as a first world country. Tokyo has 12 million more people than the whole country. That's than my whole country. That's, you know, bigger than the US. Yeah, I hear ya. It still sucks though. That's still, you know, that's still 25 million. You know, potential. That's still 25 million potential customers that you're not really giving much of a chance to. Ask me anytime. You want something? Oh, you want something to drink? No thanks. I brought something with me. Oh, you'd probably rather have a towel to dry yourself off first, right? Let's see. Oh, I'm fine. Why don't we go shower now that we've worked up a sweat? Okay. Yeah, just admire her body, why don't you, Al? She had the kind of talent that you could only see once a generation. Everyone in the ballet scene knew who she was. Oh, I remember this scene. Al treats Hina different for a while, doesn't she? Because she thinks that, you know, Hina's his superstar. And when she realizes that she's still a normal girl, does Al kind of call it back a little? I wonder how someone so talented spends their time. It's my chance to ask her all sorts of things. The legs sure are pretty. Must be from all the ballet. Do you do anything else to keep them in shape? What do you mean? I don't know, like massages or something? I guess I massage them a bit every now and then. What about like special supplements or health drinks? I make sure to watch my calorie intake, but I don't really take anything like that. I heard that drinking vinegar makes you more flexible. No way, that's just an old wives' tale. Seriously? I totally believed it. She seems pretty normal so far. No, there's got to be something that sets her apart from normal people like me. Yeah, there's got to be something to like confirm that Al's anxieties are justified, kind of things. Can we trigger rank 4 as well? I was hoping room transitioning would help twig something. Maybe we can't yet. Alright, let's go through it. And I think we got that battle against Kyurem at the end of this, right? The Kyurem dragon thing. Well, look at the red hue. I know, like, the skybox itself always goes black when we transform for some reason. It makes me think it's like a visual glitch. So I've just learned to accept it and ignore it a little bit. But the red hue that was left behind because of it's kind of cool. Only 2 sandwiches left. It's okay, we got the big one so when we need it later. I know you resist it, but and I think it's after this dungeon. No, it's after Rainers, isn't it? Because like this one, like after this dungeon, the crack gets bigger, but it doesn't break yet. Like we get told next one will, or something like that, if I recall. And the next one I remember because it's after the first attempt with Uta, because they make a big deal out of it affecting our psyche, and it makes her really anxious of her own abilities. Ah, damn it! I was trying to get a heal in. Oh well. Do you recommend modern Genshin, or would it be too overwhelming to catch up with all the updates? I don't think it'd be too overwhelming, because a lot of the content in the game is adventure rank locks. As in, like, as you proceed through the game, you have your level and then your adventure rank. As you do quests, like with dailies or things like that, your adventure rank builds up, right? Most side quests, or most main quests, sorry, and like character stories and events and content, you have to hit certain ranks, so you steadily get introduced to new stuff. It's only like from players like me, where like, I'm like borderline max rank, like I'm rank 59 and there's 60 ranks total. Where when there's a new content update, I can just access all the new content at once. And depending on what update that is, sometimes, yeah, that can be slightly overwhelming. When Enka no Mashia was added to the map in 2.4, that update was super overwhelming for me, because it was just everything at once. Or like back in day 1.5, when, you know, we had this new content update, we had a new major boss, and it added housing, and like all of them had different adventure ranks, but I was at the threshold for all of them, so for me that felt like a lot. Like I didn't get through like all of it in one day. It took me like 2 or 3 days to kind of get through everything. But I don't think it's. I think they handle it well enough that you build up, and if anything, you're going to build up through those ranks slightly quicker. So that content that's super late isn't too bad, because there is more quests in general. So you'll work your way through those ranks because you'll have more to find and more to unlock anyway. I recommend Genshin full stop. I think it's a wonderful game. That's the only thing that holds it back is that MiHoYo, also they've rebranded to Holoverse. They don't really talk to us. They do a dedicated live stream like a week or 2 before any event, breaking down everything that's in it and giving us like a fancy pants trailer. That's always super nice to watch. But like that's it. They don't talk to us. They don't really respond to Twitter. They don't really engage. Like there's been some leaks of 3.0 all the way to like 3.3, like some major goddamn insider leaks, and they haven't talked about it once. And it's like, I get it, they're probably just hoping it'll go away, but it's like, these are huge leaks that have like hit the internet. Like, we know what's happening for like the next, basically up until next January. We have a vague idea of what's going on because of these leaks, in terms of updates and planned content and whatnot. And it's like, maybe address something. Like, they don't give us any roadmap, so we like, the only way we know what's coming ahead like before these trailers is because of these leaks, which has led to a reliance on them for some people. People are always hoping that people will leak the beta client, because there's always an ongoing beta that's a update ahead of us. Like right now, the beta I think just finished for 2.8, since 2.8 launches next Tuesday. Not Tuesday coming up, the Tuesday after. So the 3.0 beta, I think the sign-ups for the beta has already started. So people will leak out the beta, and people rely on that to act as a roadmap. And then obviously it's the fact that it's got gacha elements. That's always going to be something that you have to decide. You can do a lot in Genshin without touching the gacha. In fact, the strongest, what's still considered the most effective utility characters in the game are in the base set. You know, characters that you practically start with, you can get very easily, because they're great for utility. That being Bennett and Xingqiao. Bennett, because his ult, or his burst, creates a giant circle, and anything that's in that circle gets stat boosts. So if you're in co-op, it's a great support unit. I'll say that's great for utility. And Xingqiao gets floating swords that will linger behind every active character when you activate his burst. So you get extra damage because you're literally hitting anyone with water element sword strikes every single swing, making him great for reactions as well. Because if you have like an electric character, you're getting free extra damage every single swing, you know, because the water and electric will react to one another. It's just if you want like very fancy specific characters, or you like the aesthetic, or you think you can build them in your team and whatnot, then you have to like weigh up, you know, how many of your free spins you're going to use, and if you don't get them all, how badly you want that character in the free week window that the timed characters are going to be. Because there's a base set, and then there are the timed characters, or the event banners as they call them. And like my entire cast, my main four, all four of them are event banner characters, but that doesn't mean they're more powerful than some of the other characters. They're just unique, one of a kind, if that makes sense. Genshin prides itself on the fact that you can make anything work and get through all of the content with any character, so you honestly do not need to spend a penny to build a cast and get through it. There might be some parts where your team build feels a little bit like you're missing something, because there might be a character in an event that has like something different that might suit your playstyle, but then you make that judgment call when you get to it. That's what I did. I thought Hu Tao was a really cheeky, fun character, so I wanted her for that, and so rolled for her and got her. I liked the fact that Eula was just, I've got a big sword, I'm going to swing it super hard at your face, the character. So I went out of my way to get her when her event banner came out. You know, I wanted a good electric character, so when the Raiden Shogun came out in 2.1, I made sure to get her. And now Yelan, or Yelan, in the newest update, is a perfect team character. So I've got like a cheeky fire starter, I've got my right in your face brawler, I've got an electric based character, and now I've got a team unit to keep the glue it all together. And that'll probably be my main team for the foreseeable future. But yeah, I love Genshin. I said they've got a housing system where you can build your own house and invite characters in. They've got a boat system now, so you can actually, you don't build a boat, but you own a boat, so you can take to the seas easier. There's 3 full countries available right now, with Mondstadt, Liyue, and Inazuma. All 3 of them have an extended area, with the Dragonspine Mountains for Mondstadt, the Chasm for Liyue, and Enkanomiya for Inazuma. So there's a lot of content. I said I've got over 1,200 hours in the game now. There's a lot in Genshin right now, and there's something like 33, 34 characters now. So finding your team is a lot easier to do. And building them up is a lot easier, because there's a lot more to do to build them up. Whether it's getting, the adventurous experience stuff to get your actual character leveled up, whether it's finding the right weapon for you, because there's so many different weapons and each one have different attributes, so you can find one that suits your playstyle more. The talent boots allow you to actually artificially boost the percentage damage of your skills on characters. So like a character maybe does like 80% of their attack stat in damage on the first swing, you can boost it to eventually do like 160. Which is what I have on all of my main characters. All of them, their talent levels are maxed out, so all of them do like super high percentage damage now. There's 6 major bosses that become weekly bosses that you can face, and all of them have god tier music and are unique encounters, 2 in each country right now. So you got the Storm Terror Dragon and Wolf of the North in Mondstadt. You've got the battle against the 11th Harbinger Child and Ajdahar, the Grounded Dragon in Liyue. And now we have the 8th Harbinger, Les Signora, and the battle against the Electro Archon, basically the Thunder God, in Inazuma. And all of them are great fights with god tier music. My favourite 2 being Ajdahar and Les Signora. Ajdahar because I never knew I wanted Chinese traditional like a Chinese traditional orchestra mixed with rock until I heard it. It's so amazing. And Les Signora because I never knew I needed rock opera in my life until I heard it. Les Signora Phase 2 and Ajdahar Phase 2, both of them are just chef's kiss in terms of music. I love it. All the major boss themes, the entire soundtrack is amazing. The fact that game's got over like 1,500 unique tracks now, and all of them are really good, and I love listening to them, is insane. And the fact that all of Mondstadt uses the London Philharmonic Orchestra, all of Liyue uses the Shanghai Orchestra, and all of Inazuma has the Tokyo Synthetic Orchestra doing the OSTs, and it's gonna continue with Dendro. We don't know what orchestra's doing Dendro, but the common rumor is that it's an Egyptian orchestra, and I'm like, that's insane how much money they are spending to try and make the soundtrack so every country feels more unique in every sense of the word. It's not just the design, it's the music as well. It's the same lead composer for all of it, this absolute psycho, the Hollow Mix team, but it's done by the respective orchestra of each country like that, and it's like, that's so cool. So I'm so looking forward to Sneznaya, because we know that's Russian themed, to just hear like the full Russian blast, like the full Russian experience when we step foot in it. I know that's years out yet. Sneznaya is literally going to be like 5.0 or 6.0. So that's forever away yet. That's going to be like 3 or 4 years away, but it's still like, come on. That's so exciting to think about. And Fontaine, like, I don't know what they're going to do with Fontaine. I think it might be French. It might be like the Paris Orchestra. Natlan, I don't know, because I don't really know what that's based on, other than the fact that it's volcanic, and so Sneznaya is hard Russian. Never done this before. This is karaoke. What should I sing? I don't think I can tell you that. Right. Guess we didn't really think this through. Well, I guess we have some research to do then. Huh? Well, none of us know what to do, so we have to research it, right? Yeah. Come on, take out your phone. Okay. 7 and 9, and we have to fix that bridge first. Let's go fight this guy. Because, unlike with the last 2 characters, I think I should specify before we get too much further. With the last 2 characters, I wanted to make sure they were in the party before I wrapped up, for the sake of grinding. Obviously, the next dungeon after this is Reina, so we're not getting a new party member till Chapter 6. So, I will just keep going until I'm satisfied, kind of thing. And if we happen to unlock Reina's dungeon, awesome. If not, no worries. Because I can just grind up the last area of this if I want to do some grinding before the next dungeon. The next proper, like, super big grind fest will be when we get the Hirahara sisters. You might be able to hear a truck reversing. I can hear it. It's got the whole warning, vehicle reversing. I can hear it. I don't know if you guys will be able to. I think it's just driven off now. Alright, let's go. Hi. Oh wow, you got... I could have just whacked you. I thought you was a boss. I was expecting to just encounter. I could have just snuck up and hit you. Okay. And I really should have done, because now we're just going to take unnecessary beating ups. If you're on PS4, so the only thing is that the PS4 has of Genshin has the longest load of any version, unless you have like a low-endish phone or PC. The stutteriest frame rate, because like I make the joke, but in all honesty, yeah, it does struggle to maintain 30 frames. And in general, the texture quality is not as good. On PS4 Pro, it's a more consistent 30, and the texture quality is a lot better, and I think the load is a bit better too, but it's still not ideal. Whilst on PS5, the loading is instantaneous, it's locked to 60, and the texture quality is amazing. And I mean that when I say instantaneous, like the loading is less than 2 seconds to quick travel from one end of the map to the other. It's insane. Like the fact that it used to go from clicking the app to getting in the game, it took close to 3 minutes, to now when I click launch in the game, I'm actually playing in the game's world in under 20 seconds, is so insane. After in comparison, going from like nearly 3 minutes to like literally less than 30 seconds. I literally start up the game, it loads up the title screen, I click start, it loads in the world, I'm good to go. I'm like, holy shit! Like it's so quick. Like, I don't think I could, like, I'm not that I would ever anyway, but I don't think I could ever go back to the PS4 version after that. It was so... It's not going to collapse all of a sudden, is it? I wonder. You can see right through it. Fighting demons is one thing, but being up this high is terrifying in its own right. If it does collapse, you gotta save me, Reina. We'll see how I'm feeling. What'll happen to me if you don't feel like it? Like it's just an old MiHoYo logo. Yeah, it probably was. Like, they only recently rebranded, so I don't think like they've applied it to all their games, because Honkai still says MiHoYo, but like the upcoming Zenless Zone Zero and Star Rail, both of them have Holoverse. So I think it'll probably be eventually, like before those two games launch, because Star Rail is soon-ish and Zenless is getting its alpha tests like in a month or two. So sign up, so like you can sign up for the alphas now. I didn't because it's only on PC and I don't have a PC for it. I'd rather just wait for it to come out and hope it's really good, because Zenless looks great. Star Rail's not really my thing because it's more of a tactical RPG, and I'm not really into those. Like the top down. You pick your position, pick what you're doing, pick your actions, and then you see how a turn plays out of everything happening. That kind of thing. That's what Star Rail's going to be, which is crazy that they're going from, an action game to an open world game to a tactical game, and then Zenless is going to be a roguelike action RPG. But yeah, like their new stuff says Holoverse, so I imagine before they're out, their old stuff in an update of some kind will transfer to the new logo. And I mean, they're already kind of doing that. When you click on like the notices update, like when you're on like the pause menu, you click like notifications and whatnot, like Pokemon Conquest, yeah, like that. On the notifications, it says copyright of Holoverse now instead of copyright of MiHoYo for some of their stuff. So like they are transitioning still, but they changed to Holoverse because they wanted it to be a more like worldwide, universal, like easy name. Like MiHoYo makes sense in China, but it's kind of just a hodgepodge of sounds for the rest of the world. So they wanted to change that to make it more universal. So Holoverse it was. Also, I wanted to point out, Reina kind of actually pranking and messing with Yuki a little bit. Just a bit of charm between them. Hey! We love to see it. You ever played a claw machine before? Something's definitely off about your mysterious skills. Oh, Jesus! I didn't spot that enemy there until he was right on me. But I'm super excited for Zenless. Zenless, it's not only it's got an art style, it's got personality. And that's not to say the other games don't, but not to the extent that Zenless has from those trailers. That game is brimming with personality. It's like, oh, okay, no, this game has a vibe and an attitude it wants to go for, and it is holding to it. It's got like a really like almost Jet Set Radio punk vibe to it, and I'm all for it. It looks great. And the animation quality, the Holoverse team just get better and better and better with their animation quality. The animations look amazing. The attack animations, like the cutscenes, like everything's got like a smoothness, yet a bouncy and like energetic. It's like, I'm like, oh, give it to me, give it to me. Can't wait for Zenless. And what's better is that I say that we don't know with Star Rail. It might do, but because Holoverse makes so much money out of Honkai and Genshin especially. Genshin makes millions. It literally makes millions. Like every time a new character banner comes up, it makes like 3 point something million on the first day on average. Like it's insane how much money Genshin makes consistently. They're kind of doing what I forget what the team's called, the League of Legends devs are doing, where they don't feel the need to make microtransactions of any kind in their other stuff because they've got, you know, the big gun to fall back on to keep them going. So there's a very good chance that, so I don't know about Star Rail, but at least Zenless will be a single player offline game, maybe with like online co-op, but like no microtransactions, no cosmetics, no anything. Because it doesn't need to. Because Holoverse make literally millions every single update, every single character banner. Even when they re-roll old character banners, it still makes millions. It still makes like 2 million on like the first day. They've got that to fall back on money-wise. So they never need to worry about it again. And they've made it clear that that's kind of what they want to do. I got it! Have you played a claw machine before? No? Then how did you win on your first try? I guess I'm just naturally skilled. Something's definitely off about your mysterious skills. It's not mysterious at all. My instincts are the real deal. Right, is this saying we didn't get Hina high enough, or is it... Okay, we need to get... Is this say we didn't get Hina a high enough talent level? That was like an 8 or 9. I'm about to hit an enemy, and there's stuff up there. Okay, I managed to catch it, thank goodness. Speaking of Jet Set Radio, I wonder how the spiritual successor's doing. That's got like the whole old team on board. The like Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Because I saw that they are like they've made a lot of progress and they have a lot of the game flow done, but they're still hiring for it. So it's like, okay, so there's still a lot they need to do if they're hiring, like getting some fresh blood in. And one of them is that Naganamura is looking for co-composers. He's looking for a music team to work with him for like more music for the game. He's already done a lot of the track and a lot of the music, so I imagine it's just to have some different flares in it. He wants some extra people in. Because I think that was not yesterday, the day before I saw him advertising that him, like the Bomb Rush Cyberpunk team are hiring, and he's specifically, at least him, he's looking for new composers to help make the music for the game. And I hope that's good, because I miss Jet Set Radio. I never had the original on Dreamcast, but I had Jet Set Radio Future, and I loved that one. And the music was amazing, and I love the fact that Naganamura's music, and Naganamura's talent carried on and was in Sonic Rush. Depressingly, you know, he left Sega in the end, and one of the things he said is that the day he handed in his resignation, no one at Sega at any point tried to stop him, and he said that told him enough that his music wasn't appreciated. Because he always said that, and when he was doing Jet Set Radio or Sonic Rush, he felt like his music wasn't being appreciated at all. It felt like the fans and the audience loved his unique flair and what he tried to do with it, but Sega themselves were never quick to hire him for anything else and always just tried to put him on smaller side projects. And so the fact that no one tried to stop him when he left, he felt like that was confirmation. Which to me, I think that's enough to tell you that he'll probably never do work for Sega again, which is a shame because Sega are interested in doing their own new Jet Set Radio. And for a lot of people, it won't be the same without him at the head of the music. And I completely understand why people feel that way, because his music was amazing. I imagine they'll get similar sounding or similar-esque, but at that point, why imitate when you had something going before, but you let him go because you didn't think it was worthwhile at the time? Like Sega as a company, their games are great, their business decisions are not. And it's really frustrating being a fan of their work, how consistent that sentence can be said. You know? Like, it's not just Sonic, a lot of their stuff, like Yakuza getting a bunch of on-disc DLC for Like a Dragon in Japan. Like, that was weird, like, why was that like that? Virtua Fighter 5 not having rollback netcode in, you know, today's day and age. What was that about? Wanting to make a battle royale Crazy Taxi? Huh? Just reboot Crazy Taxi and just make it have a story mode or something. You don't need to make it a fucking battle royale. You know, like, there's a lot of, like, Sega's business choices are weird. It's just their games are good, so I keep on coming back. And it's annoying because it's like that, because I know yeah, Atlas are under Sega. They used to be partners, but now they're owned. Sega owns Atlas entirely. I mean, heck, even that. Royale should have, like I've said before, Royal should have been DLC. It should not have been, under any circumstance, an entirely new, full price re-release of the game that is 80% the same, just with new content on top. On the same console generation. It should have been DLC. I understand, you know, there was the PS3 version, and Royal doesn't have a PS3 version. But then you could have just made it the PS4 version only gets that DLC if it's that much of a hassle. You know, like, it just seems so silly to me, you know? It just seems weird. But then, to be fair, as much as I liked it when I streamed it and I had a little thing, I'm not ignorant to the problem Sonic Origins had, especially the PC version. The PC version is rough from what I can tell. Like, Sonic 3's entire soundtrack is super muffled. We already know that, like the gallery's music is mislabeled. So, like, you'll click on a track and it's the wrong track. There are certain physics that don't work properly in all the Sonic games. Tails doesn't respawn. We actually had that on our stream when we were going through Sonic 2. Tails would never respawn, so eventually we just hear him infinitely jumping where he got stuck somewhere. It was like, there's some fit jank that needs to be sorted out with Origins, but the backlash as a whole, because, you know, it's the only way to play them on some platforms because the old versions got delisted. The backlash has been extremely loud and extremely vicious, and there's no way in hell that Sega haven't heard it. And we know that they've heard at least some of it because they confirmed on the Japanese Twitter that they're working on a patch to fix the leaderboards, because the leaderboard would consistently crash on PlayStation. It's the only thing that was a real big thing. If you try to check the leaderboards, the game crashed. It's why I never checked it when I was playing Origins, or only did it at a glance, because I knew I was at heavy risk of the game just crashing. Could have been its own thing. Better if they added a FMC route with unique anime cutscenes and music. Yeah, exactly. To be honest, like, I find it, I get it, because, you know, it's a lot of extra effort and there's a lot of extra work, and it's the same reason why I don't expect there to be a gender option in Persona 6. But the fact that they don't add a gender option or like an extra character run later on as a consistent with the games after P3 Portable and Persona 3 Portable is strange to me. Like, why wasn't there a FemC in P4? Why isn't there a FemC in P5? You know, I get them not being there at launch because, you know, there's so much writing and character writing you have to do. You'd be dividing up a lot of time and resources to then make a second, slightly different route here and there with unique music and whatnot for an alternate route. But at the same time, why not DLC or something like that later on then? You know? Just when you've got the spare resources, do something with it, instead of having yet another. We've added another new character that's going to change the entire dynamic of the plot and add an extra dungeon and everything. Like, you don't need to do that. I love Marie in Persona 4. Doesn't change the fact that she's pointless and serves nothing but the plot other than to suddenly become a new villain to deal with at the end. Who's not even a villain, she's just like mishandled sort of thing. Like, it just seemed so strange. Like, no, have Persona 6 have a female main character if you're not going to have it be a thing, and then have a an alternate option later on as DLC. I've said it before, I want a female lead on P6 because I'm tired of the silent male leads that the Persona series has. The only exceptions being the portable version of 3 and Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. No, he'll say, "Welcome back, big sis." That'd be cute. That would be cute if they'd change some things and change the dynamic. It would. The water's beautiful. You can see straight through it. Or, here would be an easier option for you because it's this day and age of 2022. Just make it not create a character because I think that would take away, because even though they're mute, they still have some personality. But just make it so you have gender identity options, and then the entire game's the same. It's just they will say he, she, or they depending on what you pick. And then the reason why you do that is because then you open the door to make it so you can date anyone. Stop making it so you can only date the girls in a Persona game, and only the boys if you're playing as Femc and P3, and that's it. Make it so you can actually date everyone, and then just literally change the pronouns. And then there you go. Literally, that's all you have to do. Just make 2 or 3 defaults, default looks, and have the rest be the same. If Femc is Izanagi be Izanami, yeah, it would. Yeah, it would, because that's how that works in the old lore. But shush. Don't question it. My point is that would be cool to do. That's what I'm getting at. But yeah, in Persona 6, just do that then. Make it so the actual main plot and journey is the same, and people treat you no different. It's just the pronoun changes, so you can make it how you want, and make it so it's 3, maybe even 4 defaults. And so those defaults can still have some glimmer of personality and things to it, while at the same time not having to be completely make a character as it was before. Remember, crystals under the water are real pretty too. You think it'd be alright to bring some back with us? You better not. You might get a curse put on you. By who exactly? Well, this is Shirai's world, so... Me?
Yes.
You have my permission, she says confidently with a big grin. Is the crop that good? You can have Aigis as yeah, with Aigis, it's because it's not that she it's related romantic. It's just Aigis does the "you are the most special person to me" kind of thing. The only one you can technically date is Elizabeth as Femc. That's because they forgot to change her dialogue. So it's literally the same dialogue. So by technicality, you can date her. So that's the only gay romance that's official. And they do a lot of bait, the most evil one ever with Mitsuru, with the Femc, where it's they set it all up, they have everything in place, and at the very last second, Mitsuru goes, "You're like a little sister to me," and you're like, "Oh, come on!" But they have everything set up, and at the last second, and yeah, Yosuke, in both Persona 4 and Persona 5, there was going to be a gay romance option, and they removed it late in development for some reason, but left over voice lines. Because it was that late in development. So there is a voice line of Yui Lowenthal talking about his feelings to Narukami, and there are loose voice lines of, I think it's Yusuke. I think there's one for Yusuke, and I think there's one for Ryuji that was found in the files of the same thing that was scrapped. So they keep on tempting it, but not committing for some reason. And obviously the big one is that Sai was also going to be someone you could hang out with and date, and had lines for it, and they got rid of that. Which is why her social link literally jumps from 6 to 10. With no reason when you're doing it. The biggest evidence of corners being cut in the original Persona 5 is the fact that there's no 7, 8, 9. It's the same with Akechi. Akechi jumps from ranks as well, if I recall. In base P5. I imagine they changed that in Royal. But yeah, back on my point. Persona 6, like... Oh, the only thing I don't want is just another standard silent male protagonist. Either give me a female protagonist or give me gender options. You know, give me pronoun options, sort of thing. That's all I ask. I am going to heal because, yeah, as I say, those two will die if I left that any longer. Before we fight this next boss, I am going to leave and stock up on items once more, but I just want to get to it first. So once we're at the door to the boss, then I can backtrack. Then we can just run straight through, or try to next time. Nice. And how are... 25! Oh, you're really catching up. I think you will be... I think... Sai still jumps in Royal, and 8 of Akechi's ranks are like a normal Link in Royal. Oh, okay. That's appreciated. Okay, so I'm thinking, yeah, when we get her third talent tree, Hina will be good to go. Because she has respectably higher attack now than Reina, instead of, you know, less than everyone. Her defense is still a little muddling, but we can deal with that. And hopefully we will get an Aether speed boost in her third tree. But yeah, I think after this dungeon, she'll be good to promote in place and put Shio to one side. And officially, you know, finally commit to the whole challenge run of no Shio or Kokoro for the rest of it. Yeah, because only 14, that seems a bit alarmingly low. So I want to kind of build up a bit more. Can I unlock this as well? We can't access that island, because I know that's a rank thing. Can we access this at least? Okay, we need a hammer, so at least we can come back at some point. What are you two laughing at? You got some cream on your cheeks, huh? Was the crepe that good, huh? What are you trying to say? I'm gonna go get a drink. Hey, get back here! Nice. I'll fight this. I'll get that, then fight that enemy. Then we'll leave to stock up on items. Because Dragon Boy is coming up as we approach the old Hoshinomiya High School. I wonder if they make it another school setting in the third game. I hope they make it more unique. Because, you know, the high school in this one, I know it's based on everyone's memories, so it being Hoshinomiya, but kinda not in places, makes sense. But I hope in a third game, it's a more original school. I want to learn a new place to run around. Because this one, it was welcoming and easy to invite and easy to find a way around. I just want the next game to have something new again. I don't want it to be, like, another very reminiscently designed school again. You know, I want it to have, like, maybe an interior courtyard. Like, it's a giant circle or something for a school. So it's like a park bit in the middle or something. Or maybe there's an actual beach piece on it, so they do the island thing again. Or then maybe there's more than one building. Because they kind of have that here with like the locker. Akechi's ranks you to play the shooting game in the arcade, and you can say you're pretty good at this, and Akechi responsive, I have to be good if I'm going to take you out, only joking. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel. I feel like that almost gives it away too much. I know, like, we have the, like, we already know the twist, so of course we notice it. But even so, that's kind of like, okay, he's a little on the nose. I like that twist because, like, even though you know you can't trust him, you don't expect him to go that far, you know? When you first get to that bit, like, you know he's out for you, you don't expect him to be out for blood for you like that. Of course, packaging is our issue again. Actually, no. I need those heart fruits. There's no more facilities to make. Oh, oh, Yuki's falling asleep and Reina's keeping an eye on her with a little smile. That's okay, that's kind of cute. They're just keeping an eye and make sure she doesn't get herself in any trouble, like falls off. Oh, hello. Yes, good evening, Yuki. And Reina's like, yeah, maybe you should go to bed then, idiot. And then cut back to her really falling back a kip. Okay, that was a cute animation. Alright, let's rest up and then... Oh, no. I always forget it defaults to yes. I think that... I like that the thieves knew, he knew, and had it all planned. You can talk to Futaba and Royal after you escape, and she explains the whole plan in detail, which is nice. Yeah, she explains the whole plan in detail in the original, and she says if you want to get caught up on the details, you can ask again. I remember that much, because I remember, like, it's a lot to process the first time, like, every single step of the plan. But it is a cool plan. I kind of wish the way they hid those scenes was a little better, instead of it just being a convenient gap in Joker's memory. I get it's because the way it's implied that he's swerving on details to stop Sai being completely in the loop, while at the same time giving her enough of a hint as to what's really going on that she'll play along. But it's still like, you know, it's still like, it could be... They could have done it slightly different, I feel. Oh, come on, I need to get... Yuki, can you give me the quest where we repaired this so I can build more stuff? So I can move the desk over to here then? Where it will stay for the rest of time like it did in the last playthrough. Okay, spawn in the clouds. I'll get to the boss door, manual save like I usually do, and then go let's go crazy and see how it goes. Excuse me, enemies. I'm just here for the boss. I want to go in at full health if I can help it. Yeah, I can turn off your aggro for a second if I pick up an item. I love that's genuinely become a strat for me to try and avoid enemies. Like, if I can see an item, beeline for that, because then they lose sight of me for a minute. For just a second long enough to get what I need. It loses me so I can leave. Because they can't have the enemy interrupt an animation. Even though, if you go to open a door or push something, they'll happily rub up on you. Or, you know, go up and down a ladder or whatnot. Right. Manual save in case this goes to shit. Defense boost. Defense boost. Defense boost. Let's go. It feels like powerful. Are you really ready for this? Yes. Well, see you tomorrow. At school. Your memories. They weren't quite what I expected. Yeah, I thought it was going to be about you fighting as a reflector or something. But they were all about having fun with Yuzu and Lime. Those must have been your most important memories. Yeah, I think they were. They were very special to me. We got to act like normal high school students, even though we were anything but. That was the most fun I'd ever had. Not that I know what normal is, even now. But that was fine. It didn't matter. The day we spent with our friends became our normal before we knew it. That's what they taught me. Oh, what is that? Alright, time for the drag. Yep, hello Kyram, how you doing? I mean, it's drawn to our emotions. Hinako! Got it. Let's fight. Yuzu and Lime are waiting for us. Alright, let's see what this is like. That's why the reason why I use that Ether boost skill was to immediately try and get her to rank 3. So then she'll get the stat boost and defense boost. To hopefully survive whatever comes next a bit better. Use that on your next cycle. Oh, you got poison off on it. Look, it's poisoned. Good girl. Oh, damn. Okay, now can you, like, save Al's life? Thank you. I'm going to do one just in case it comes up with a group attack. A charged attack, even. You know, if you could go to level 3 now, that'd be very appreciated. Thank you. Just so you can have the stat boost as well. Tenues, I'm still waiting for Kyram fuse with both Reshiram and Zekrom, or Fusion to become mainline. Yeah, I don't know if the modern Pokemon team are ever going to do that, if I'm honest, unfortunately. Maybe once upon a time they would have entertained it, but they really don't seem that interested in doing anything like that anymore. Which is a shame, because I really liked that in them. They did something similar. I say they did do something similar with, oh, what's it called? In Gen 7, the Necro thingy. Because that one, like, absorbs the power of Solaris or Lunara, depending on which version you have. You know, the actual, like, the first difficult Pokemon fights since the transition to 3D, like that one in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Necrozma, there we go. Oh, 1v1, okay. Against Reina, okay. Okay, no, that's like... Gotcha, okay. I remember what the timing is. It's a little awkward. I wasn't going to hit that. I need more time to charge. Okay, we've got this thing on lock. Look how many nerfs we've got. We've got a defense nerf. It's poisoned. It can't heal. And, oh, it's buffed its attack just now, but we were hitting its attack as well. We've got this thing on lock. Yep, that's why I only did 2, because I had a feeling something like that would come up. I'll wait until it's closer. What's that? Oh, it didn't count. Damn. Okay. That's okay, we can pick up the pieces from this. One against. I think Reina was the last one to attack, so it might be Reina again. Oh, it's me! Me, Smiles! make sure that counter refills, and then I'll just go crazy. Gotcha.
まだまだいけるでしょ。くらえ。くらえ。大丈夫ですか、ヒッタ。くらえ。
Gotcha.
死神に祝福を。
Once I get into the rhythm again, I'm good. I just got to find that rhythm at the start of a fight, and then the 1v1s are mine. Goodbye, Dragon Lord. See you when we have to stealth around you later. Humorously enough, after Kokoro's dungeon, we've had an easier time with the bosses than we have had some normal enemies. It's kind of interesting how that's happened. Like, after Kokoro, like, the onslaught that was, Death Wish has been kind of manageable with the bosses. It's the normal enemies that kick our ass. It's finally over. You did it, Hinako. Thank you, everyone. You've been so much help. No, don't worry about it. Let's head on to the last memory. It's a shame you can't come up here. It's only in the cutscene you come up here. You can't actually come up here and... I'd love to have run around the old school. Just to check it out. Like, to go to all the floors. Even if it's all empty. Just to kind of be like, oh, it's the first game school. And literally, like, where 99% of the whole first game took place in. This must be it. Hina! It's that voice again. Which means... Hina. Is the memory starting? No. Huh? This isn't a memory of Hina's. Wait, what? What do you mean? Why are they speaking to us? Whoa! Could that be Yuzu in line? There's something that we must tell Hina. You have to tell me. Sorry, but we don't have much time. We'll explain quickly. First, we're sorry that we had to keep your important memories locked up, Hina. But it was necessary to save the world. To save the world? After this, you'll get a fragment and your memory will return. Then, when you go back to the school, something strange will occur. What do you mean? We won't know what kind of effect returning your memory will have until we try it. First, you must stop the phenomenon. Then... Wait! Just tell me one thing. You're Yuzu and Lime, aren't you? Yes, and no. The Yuzu and Lime that you're seeing are, in a sense, recordings. We are not the real Yuzu and Lime, but even though we're recordings, we knew you was going to ask that question and responded as kind. No. But, there is a way for us to meet again. Really? Tell me! Look for Yuzu when you return to the school. Then tell her this, we're here to save Lime. Oh, is this Saving Private Lime's like? To save Lime? Wait, Yuzu is at the school? That's right, it's been bugging me forever. Yo, could Yuzu be Yuko? Now that you mention it. That voice! It does sound like Yuko. She's there, Hinako. Yuzu's at the school. All I need is to tell her that we want to save Lime, right? And if I say that, you two will... It may take time, but it will work. We will meet again. Okay, Hina, reach out to the fragment. Do we fight the crack boss now? Is that why it said there will be a powerful enemy like before we fought Chiron? Because we go straight into the crack fight? I thought it was after Rainer's that we fought it. I thought it was after chapter 4 that we fight the first escape from the crack boss. Help us, Hina. Yeah, we're all connected. Hinako. Thank you, everyone. My memory is back now. Yay! Yuzu, Lime, just wait a little longer, okay? Coming for you, I promise. So I thought the crack gets bigger first, like bigger again, and then it crack breaks on the Rainers. But I might be misremembering. Do any of you know where Yuzu is? No, she's usually the one finding us. Huh. We'll be fine. I'm sure we'll find her if we all look together. Yeah, you're right. Please remain calm and watch for any hostile life forms emerging from the crack. Oh, so it is now. It got upgraded to a warning? Hey, wait a second. What the heck is a hostile light? Oh, it is now. Okay, that's where they warn you. Okay, I completely misremembered. Whoa. It is now. It's going to break open, isn't it? Yep, okay, it's now. That's why that warning was there. That was the, hey, time to put up or shut up. This will be the real test. The crack is starting to look pretty bad. What is... This must be the phenomenon that Lime was talking about. She did say that enemies would appear. With no choice but the fight to defend this place. Everyone, to the roof! And when they reach out to the fragment, I guess you could say they're reaching out to the truth. Yeah. I hold down, I reach out to the truth. Whoa, it's huge! Here it comes. Alright, this is going to be the real test for Death Wish. Can I survive this bug? Oh boy. I get her to do the ether boost because it's an immediate rank 3 because of how much it adds on. You try and lower its defense. You save us from taking too much damage. Oh. And that was shielded. Okay, I waited, so I wanted to see if it was going to do another charge up before I swung with Al. Is everyone transformed? Good. I don't know why I thought this fight happened after Reina. I just remember it cracking twice before we got to it, but maybe like it's the next one where it warns you twice. But the next one we know is after the first attempt at Uta, because that's what twigs it, is that they tried to get to Uta's memories and tried too hard. Yeah, we'll see what that does damage-wise before I pick anything. Okay, no, we're good. Knockdown boost, actually that'd be pretty handy, go for it. I don't know if we can knock this bastard down, but it'd be nice to try. I don't want to use that for the status ailment recovery because that's so good. Those are all status ailments, so I'm just going to hold off. The slowdown will wear off eventually. Yeah, that's why I waited as well, because I knew this was coming. Oh. Yeah, you do that, because by the time it gets to it, it'll be good timing for it. I think we've got this pretty controlled. For now. Unless it does something crazy, I think we're alright. I'm not talking as much, so I'm actually focusing and making sure my strategies sound, just in case, you know, Death wishes us. Actually, I'll wait for it to attack. Oh, it's a 1v1, okay. Against me. Make sure that counter builds up. Nice. Okay, now we can go all in for a minute. It recharges pretty quick, but we can still go in a bit. Nice. Nice. Okay, we've got this. We got this. We got him. That was perfect. That was a perfect 1v1. Completely demolished. Never missed an opportunity to hit. Okay. Even big guy wasn't that bad. That first attack worried me a little bit, where like even with the shield up, it still did over half of Shio's health. But after that, we were fine. Because I think we had too much like a domino effect on it. Like, it was snowballing too hard on it. Like we had the high combo for damage. We were keeping on top of healing and that sort of stuff. We'd lowered its attack and defense. Like once we got the ball rolling, we were fine. It was just that first hit was kind of scary. We beat it. Nothing else is going to come out, right? Seems like we at least have a break. Alright, and that also, because I was thinking about it, now that I think about it, it actually makes more sense that this boss would happen here and not after Reina's. You know why? Because it happens at every like third-ish of the game, right? I mean, obviously, like it's not quite a third. Like this is like the shortest third by a far. But like, Act 2 ends after Yuta's first Heartscape. Then, you know, if you treat these crack bosses as like act enders, that means the whole of Act 2 is Reina and Yuki's story arc, technically, with that, you know, just new faces in between, because it starts with Reina and the last proper dungeon you do is Yuki's, because you don't finish Yuta's. So that's probably very deliberate why they make you fight this thing here and not in the next dungeon. So then literally Act 2, the biggest pieces of it is that it starts with Reina's dungeon and the last proper dungeon you do is Yuki's. It's literally, it starts and ends with their story. But yeah, Ultra Instinct Owl. Like, literally, I hit every single attack there. That was beautiful. I got every single opportunity. I wish all of them could go that smooth. I just remember that enemy beating me up a little bit on the 1v1 last time, so I guess the muscle memory continued after that one of how to deal with it. Jeez, that was scary. I wonder what that was. Well, Act 3 is discovering everything that's left. You know, starting with Owl, doing Yuzu and Lime, going back to Uta and cleaning that up, and then pushing for the final dungeon. Lime said that it had something to do with the reconnecting to our memories, didn't she? I suppose our only option is to ask about it. I agree, we gotta find Yuzu. And how are we going to do that? She steals our food, we have to make food, right? I bet we can lure her out with snacks. That's a ridiculous plan. Hey, at least I came up with something. That may not actually be a terrible idea. What? I still don't know why, but it seems like Yuzu is wary of me. Trying to search for her may just chase her off. You may be right. Which means our only choice is to try and lure her out, right? Hinako, do you know what kind of things Yuzu likes? I'm pretty sure she had a sweet tooth. Let's try and make some treats. New talent type for Hina. What is that? What is this? Is this a part of a demon we defeated? Certainly what it looks like. Not safe to leave. Let's take it with us. Don't we end up using that for, like, to open up the final door? Okay. New fragment slot. Knockdown boost. Damage dealt. Do more damage when you hit a weakness. New skill. Oh, that's crafting. That's not a new skill. And measured intensity. And nothing else in the others. Okay. Pray. We pray. I'm gonna put Reina over there. That's enough. That's enough for her to survive. Increases recovery and recovers all health. And whilst Coco's was duration of lower stats and okay, yeah, no, Shio's is better. So yeah, it's still a little under in places, but like 109 to 98 is a lot better than when like I was at 98 and she was on like 60, you know? Like it's a lot smaller of a gap now. She's catching up. The low health is still a problem, but we'll deal with that. And the low ether speed, I was hoping there'd be a speed boost in that third tree, but unfortunately not. And the attack, she's nicely in between Ao and Reina. I know that's not saying much considering the two juggernauts are out of the party, so in reality she's actually kind of weak, but... And we'll rock that and we'll commit and we'll just hope for the best. I forget, can we go on dates now, or do we have to, we have to lure Yuzu out first, and then we get, when they next say we need to think of something to make a new memory, and then we accidentally trigger Reina's, that's when we get the next opportunity for dates. And this room's still locked, yep. His EV speed gets crazy late game. Yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping we'd get a move on with it now, but we didn't. I know she does later on. Later on, she's like one of the quickest members in the game, if not the quickest, next to Shio. Only one? Oh, okay, I was going to check. So we need to stack up on pancakes. I need to status recoveries. Oh my god, how are we this low on shit? Hang on. What am I missing? Only one diamond fruit. And is it the same deal here? Am I missing an aromatic herb? I am, Jesus. I just want something for status conditions. Oh, what would be easier to make? The pepper spray or the acidic water? Oh, they're both the same, okay. I think off screen, between the streams, next time, instead of going on a grind for monsters, I need to just do a run through all of Coco's, all of Shio's, and all of Hina's, picking up everything I can. You know, just to try and get some more resources in my back pocket, because to my shock and amazement, after how much time we spent grinding in Coco's, we're actually getting quite low on resources now. Nice. Look, we can only make one of these as well, for goodness sake. We only have 2 giant eggs. Alright, now we just put this here. Okay, everyone, time to set things up. Like, the most obvious, like, lure ever. And that somehow Yuzu walks straight to it anyway. What stays in your area? Team B reporting in. The trap has been set. Do I really have to talk like this? Yes, we've got to act the part. Whatever you say. She's certainly excited, isn't she? Ushizaki does seem to be a fan of strange things like this. Team C, coming in. Everything's looking good. Did we really find Yuzu this way? You know, whatever happens, happens. Besides, I think I have an idea that should work. Lo and behold, Yuzu is tempted anyway. Wait, Hinako, be patient. Target confirmed. We're heading towards the workroom. Gotta make sure she doesn't have anywhere to run. Entering now. Target secured! Yuzu! Yuzu, I finally get to see you again. You. How do you know my name? Huh? No way, Yuzu's got amnesia too? Seems that there are no exceptions to the rule. This isn't the time to lose hope. Yuzu, I have something I need to tell you. We're here to save Lime. You know her name? Do you have some kind of connection to us? You told me to say that. We met in my heartscape, the world of my emotions. You said to tell you that we want to save Lime. A message from before losing my memory.
ライムのことまで知っている以上
But I think those window panels, you can see frames. I think there are windows there. You just can't see them. I think. Like, we'll check again after this scene, but I think there is actually an actual physical window there, so you can't just reach through it. Maybe there's like a slot underneath to slide it through, but nah. If you know Lime, then I should be able to trust you. What is your name? Hinako Shirai. Hinako. Thank you, Hinako. I may not trust you yet, Ao Hoshizaki, but I'll put my reservations aside for now. I'll tell you everything I know, everyone I... Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Yes? I just want to check one thing. You're our food thief, isn't it? Yeah, that is the scene. You're the one that's been eating our food, aren't you? Huh? Our food. We've been going through way more than usual lately. So that was what you were talking about before. Is it really something to talk about now? This is important. Food is important. It just looked so good. I couldn't help myself. Those who don't work don't eat. I'm sorry. Oh, come on. She's going to share information with us. I think that's a fair trade. Fine, I forgive you. I guess she wasn't quite as angry as she seemed. But from now on, you're going to help us, okay? Especially because this is like the only person that she's like at the same height as. A roundabout. Understood. Now that that is out the way, can we gather on the roof? Well, what's this say now if we check? It's a big pot. I feel like a smaller pot would be fine. There aren't many of us here. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, Yuzu's kind of short too. I think Yuki's still the shortest. I know there was a couple angles that suggested otherwise, but I think she's still the shortest. No, you can see actually, like there's only one frame here. There's 2 frames stacked up. This is a slide window. This is open, so yeah, Yuzu could have reached through. It's like this is slid open, but you can slide this shut by the looks of it. You see, there's 2 lines here. Hang on, I know an easier way to show this. Right, there's one frame here, one window, right? There's open space, you can see a liner that it goes across the bottom. Over here, there's 2 frames, one that's the closed window, one that's slightly ajar out to the side. That one's got to be a sliding window, right? So this one would then just go and click right into here to block it off. So it was open, so I guess for the plan with Yuzu, they just closed it and then just put it there, but then how did the smell leave the room? So maybe they opened it just ajar, but made it so she couldn't reach it? But then wouldn't that have been more obvious? Because they never have it open just ajar. And that concludes my investigations. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, but I think Yuki's still the shortest, you know, her being 4'9". I mean, I've got, to bring up my book again, I have a character that's short in that. Luna is 5'0", and I thought that was kind of, it was almost like slightly pushing it, but I went, no, I'll keep it. I think that's a respectably super short character, that's cool. Then to play this and they'd be like, there's a character that's 4'9", Kirara's 4'10", Yuzu I think's 4'10", it's like, okay, there's some dwarfs. Actually, no, I can't say that, people take offense. You know what I mean though, there are some beans in this game, there are some little beans. The tallest character being Reina, and she's only like 5'7", I think we established that she's like 5'6" or 5'7". Like, I'm nearly as tall as Reina, and I'm 5'5" or something, like, okay. Like, I would have thought one of the girls would have been like 5'10" or 5'11", but Japanese game, I guess. We should start off by talking about this place, about what this world is. That's what I'm most curious about. The world is a shelter built to protect you from the end of the world, a temporary evacuation shelter. The end of the world? Yes, the world where we resided was on the brink of catastrophe. Was that because of the ash stuff? I don't know. I lost my memory from the real world too. I only happen to know some things that you don't, that's all. That's right, she doesn't remember me. But how do you know all this? That's simple. This world was created by Lime and I. What? You guys are like gods or something? It's a long story. Just think of us as soul wardens. Yeah, it's a long story. Me and Lime were experiments to try and like to become integrated with the common, but then we died in the experiment, but our souls got linked anyway, so our souls are eternally in the common and all like astral planes forevermore, but our actual bodies are dead in the real world, so God threw us a bone and made us like the rulers of this realm to a small extent. Or the influences of this realm, to be more accurate. They don't rule anything. Soul Wardens. Through your rings, you reflectors are connected to this world we have created. Using those rings, we created a barrier that surrounds you in exchange for your memories. And that's how we created this tiny little world. A small safe haven floating through the universe. A safe haven? Like an oasis. And that's where the name comes in. That's a good name. Now we're living on that oasis. I was like how the heartscapes come about because Owl just throws out a word and goes, oh, it's kind of like a heartscape. And they go, okay, fine, we'll use that. An oasis only comes about because Owl goes, oh, kind of like an oasis. Okay, that's what we're calling it. Like, both of these, like, canonical terms only happen because Owl just throws out a random thought. So weird how the P5 protag Ren is way taller than every major female character, even Sai, I think. Yeah, it's the same with, like, Narukami in 4. Like, Narukami's, like, 5'9", or something like that. He's, like, 5'9" or 5'10". And, like, Ren, I think, is, like, 5'8" or 5'9". And it's like, Ren is taller than every single character in this game, for example. You know? And I get it, like, it's to do with, like, Japanese stereotypes of, like, what the appropriate height for men and women are, because they do get fussy about that. They do feel like women shouldn't be, like, a set amount of them tall and whatnot, but I don't know. I just think it's, like, really noticeable, you know, when there's, like, a 4'9" Yuki in the group, you know? So you're saying Yuzu and Lime realized the ash was going to destroy humanity, so they gathered us reflectors together and enclosed us within these walls? Mitsuru is taller than Makoto in P3 at least. Yeah, to be fair, Makoto is vaguely tall. He just slouches a lot. Like, he is vaguely tall, he just slouches. So the crack earlier was a fracture in the barrier? Then the outside world is full of those scary oh, that's Yuki. Then the outside world is full of those scary monsters. Considering the information we have, I think that it is likely. This world can't be sustained forever. It may disappear if its balance is lost. That's why if another crack like the one before was to happen, so we won't be able to stay here forever. But there's no way we can go outside, right? As long as the ash is falling, living out there is... I've thought a lot about how to make the world safe to return to. But as the creator of the Oasis, it is my duty to protect you all. Up until now, I have been trying to work alone and avoid as much risk as possible. But if things like cracks continue to happen, then I don't think that approach will work anymore. We should work together. All of us want to get back to our world, right? I understand. Everyone follow me. We're going to the Heartscape. Whose Heartscape? Ours. Ours? Lime's and mine. Alright, go to like the first visit to Yuzu. I went the wrong way. The Yuzu and Lime's Heartscape. The one where we just kind of poke our head in the door, say hi, and then leave because we don't fight anything. And we don't accomplish anything. We just see that Yuzu is like doing her best crucifixion impression. I love how Hina's Heartscape glows in the night. It really sticks out, to be fair, but I like how much it glows. Let's get going. Stay close to me, everyone. Ah, the common. So this is Yuzu and Lime's Heartscape. Two people sharing the same Heartscape? I can't imagine that's very common. We're in the common from the first game. This Heartscape is malfunctioning at the moment, so no demons will appear. What do you mean malfunctioning? You'll understand when we get there. I like, wow, two people sharing a Heartscape? Oh, you can't imagine seeing that again. And we're like 3 chapters away from the Hirahara. Lime!
さっき
Remember? I said that Lime and I created the oasis. Yeah.
正確に
More exactly, Lime and I borrowed your reflector powers to support and manage it.
私
Our
たち
powers?
リフレ
The
クタ
power
ー
of a
の力
reflector is the power of emotions. The stronger the emotion, the stronger their power.
そして
Usually, the strongest emotion a reflector has is related to their most treasured memory.
なる
And
ほど
borrowing our memories caused us to forget them.
そう
Exactly.
ライムは
It takes almost all of Lime's consciousness to use the power of those memories to support this world.
その
Because of that, she's now dormant. No,
ライムは
she's not
死んじゃってるわけじゃない
dead,
んだよね
right? Don't worry, she's still alive. But as long as she sustains the oasis, she won't be waking up.
必要がある限り
なら一
Then we have to find a way to return safely to the other world as soon as possible.
でもそん
But
な
how
方
can
法
we possibly?
世界が
The only option is to discover the truth behind the state of the world and find somewhere safe. Discover the truth.
この世界に
There are still reflectors we've yet to meet in this world. Boy, are there! Boy, are there! We've got Kirara, the sisters, and Beskol yet. Up until now, I wasn't sure if I was awake or dreaming. Now you mention it, that's how I felt too. I suddenly snapped awake, and all of you were there. We've got, so we've got my second favourite chapter in the game, chapter 4, coming up with Reina. Then we can get Scruffpot in the party, and actually then finally get a new list of support skills. And I think that's it's like every chapter I'm looking forward to getting back to for different reasons. Chapter 4 is fucking Reina's story arc. Chapter 5, getting an extra support character so we can start building our characters more. Chapter 6, because Hiyori and Mio are adorable, and it teases Uta. Chapter 7, Uta. Uta. It's like there's something to look forward to. Chapter 8, Yuki's sort of story arc, and all that magic. You know, there's something I'm looking forward to in every chapter. We have to find all the reflectors and return their memories. Then we gather all your fragmented memories and find the answers to our questions. Why is the ash falling? The ash is falling because Darth died, and so the world's slightly going to a reset. Why do enemies come through the crack? Because we're the last 1% of a dead world. What is the world like now? It's gone. There isn't one. We rebuild one, and we won't get anywhere without these answers. That's actually something to compliment them. Those precise 3 questions are the 3 questions that get answered. You know, like they could they could have just had Yuzu ask a bunch of things and some of it just be like, oh, we never caught on to that. No, the 3 questions he asks are the exact 3 questions we answer at the end. That's nice. That's appreciated storytelling, especially when you come back through it because you know that stuff. And it's like, oh, okay. Can't find a solution without knowing the cause. But how are we supposed to find them? We still don't even know how or why Castlegirl and Shirai appeared. Find things that they have emotional attachments to. You are all gathered at a school because you all have a strong emotional attachment to school. So finding or creating things that the remaining reflectors have emotional attachments to will make that connection even stronger. Like the secret hideout in the cafe? Well then, I guess all we gotta do is build lots of different stuff, which is like, yeah, perfect for Yuki with her ultimate development plan. Essentially, yes. I had a feeling that it's a bit more complicated than that. I'm sure you still have plenty of questions. I still haven't finished explaining everything I know. But, as I said before, we can no longer afford to be cautious. I'll do what I can to help you. If there's anything you want to ask, just tell me. Cool, give me your free space. Huh? It's quite convenient for staying in touch. I suppose so. Imagine it's like I am a divine being. I have all this information, and then I'll go, yeah, cool. Hey, do you want to hit me up and like send me a friend request? You know, like, ow. Never change, Al. We love you, Hoshizaki. Come on. Yuzuki Shinjo joined the group. Hello. Hey! Greetings! Hey! Welcome to the group. Let's all do our best to save Lime. Oh, we're lovely ladies assembled now. Glad to have you, Yuzu. We've gone to my favourite group name, the LLA. I say that, Saving Private Lime is hilarious. I love that one. I wonder why Yuzu wasn't in the group to begin with. Right, Resource did say that everyone who comes to this world is added automatically. I bet it was just a fluke. We were able to add her, so it's no big deal. True. Well, since we know Resource is Lime, was it that Lime was trying to help or respect Yuzu's wish to stay hidden? And when she realized that Yuzu's prepared to talk and be close to them, allowed them in? That sort of idea. Chapter 4. Let's go see the stars. We're here. We're in my second favorite chapter. We're in Reina's chapter. The Sephira? Yeah, I fought plenty of Sephira, but that's all I remember. I find it interesting that this game doesn't talk about the Sephirots at all. It talks about the Sephira, you know, the demons of the first game, but it never brings up the Sephirot, the giant, like, kaiju monsters. What exactly are these Sephira? As far as I know, they're contending to become the overseer of the world. The strongest Sephira wins. The overseer at the time wanted to merge all humans into one being, that being Darth. I fought it to stop that from happening. The heck? Gods do sure come up with some crazy ideas. Could my battle with the Sephira have something to do with the Ash? What do you think, Yuzu? If it does, I think I may have a theory. Let's say that Hinako is right, that the Sephira was the overseer. That means, if the overseer was to be defeated, there would be no one to oversee the world, leaving it out of balance. Oh, that makes sense. What are you thinking, Al? That my cryostasis theory was totally wrong? No way a regular person like me could come up with something like this. You were surprisingly close, however. Yeah, this is a storage. You may not be in cryostasis, but you were correct about us being protected from the Ash. Did you destroy the Sephiroth? Yes. She, counter-reflected, to use the proper term, all 4 of the main Sephiroths, and then defeated Darth in battle. But the thing is, she didn't kill Darth. She defeated Darth and basically told him to do one. To go. But yeah, all 4 of the main Sephiroth are technically vanquished. They were reflected out of this world, so they don't exist anymore. But why us? Huh? I don't want to be the only one to say it, but what can a group of college students, okay, once again, confirmation, they're not high school kids, they're college kids. So they might be on the transition to high school, hence why they're still in high school uniform, but they are college kids, meaning they're all around 18 to 19 at the earliest. What do college kids do to save the world? There has to be someone in Oasis better prepared for this, an expert on the Ash or something. I believe there is a reason for it, a reason it has to be us. Maybe there are other places like this, and we just happen to be the only ones here. If we keep going and get everyone's memories back, I'm sure we'll find some answers. I hope so. So what do we do now? Even if we want to get our memories back, we have no idea how to go about it. If we don't have anything to stimulate our memories here, then we have no choice but to keep looking. Some of our heartscapes haven't shown up. We should look for a way to make them appear. I wonder how we could do that. I wonder indeed. I'm coming up with a total blank. Got any ideas, Yuki? You know I do. If we're trying to jog our memory, it'd be a great time for the Extreme School Makeover Planning Committee to come out of retirement. You're just trying to make this into a game, aren't you, Kinja? What? That's not true. We have no other ideas anyway, maybe worth trying. I also find it kind of cute that it's going to be Yuki's planning that leads to Reina getting her memories back. There's a nice little bit of like poeticness in there, that Yuki's always the one that pushes for the planning, and it's that planning that leads to Reina getting her memories back. Might help us remember something. Alright, everybody. Let's get some ideas. Do you have anything you want, Reina? Yuki sure is excited. Yuki goes straight to Reina with what's some suggestions. Ooh, I have a proposal. what do you think of making a telescope? Why a telescope? Yuzu said that this world is a shelter surrounded by walls, right?
でも
But we can still totally see the sky outside the walls.
そう
Which means we could use a telescope to see how the other worlds are doing. Aren't I a genius? There is a chance that the sky we're seeing is within the walls, you know. Oh, Raina, silly, silly Raina. There's no way that's true. Aren't you feeling full of yourself?
そうだな
It could also just be a projected image, like a planetarium dome. That's all the more reason for a telescope, so we can figure all this stuff out.
よし
It would be fun to have one. Alright, let's try making it. The truth is out there, it's proposed. Oh, Hina's rank 4. I haven't touched the controller in ages now. I've just been pressing
一
X.
緒に散歩しない
Literally, I've put my controller down and it's like in front of me, and I'm just every now and then just poking the X button. Hey, are you free? Want to take a walk with me? Yeah, let's go. Like, I'm not holding the controller for all of this. I'd only pick it up when I'm like doing things.
こうやって見る
Just looking at her, she still seems pretty normal to me. Maybe I should take another approach.
あのさ
Hey
ひなこさん
Hinako, it's totally fine if you don't want to, but
昔の
would you tell me a
話
little bit about when you did ballet?
心トープで
All we
聞い
really
た
heard
の
in your
は
heartscape was what happened after you stopped.
どんなこ
I'm
と
kind of curious what your life was like before that.
いいけ
I
ど
don't mind, but it's not very
毎
interesting.
日同じような
You think the college student thing is a translation change, like how you hear Karara refer to herself in third person while they cut the honorifics, or is it the school uniforms because schools? Because I think the problem is that ours the anomaly, because in the yeah, true. I get because like the Japan has that big thing on not that your life is over when you turn to an adulthood, but your life, the fun stops when you leave high school. So that's probably like that sort of theming. But the anomaly is Al because of that opening scene. She is walking to her high school. She walks into her high school. She then bumps into Kokoro and realizes she's not in her high school. So if it's a summer class, which we have to believe it is, it might have been the very last like summer class, like an extra of the semester before college, if we're to believe they're all college students. Or more likely, because there's a couple points where it's established where Ao is slightly younger than everyone else, especially characters like Mio, there's a chance that most of the cast are college kids, and it's just like one or two of them aren't, like Ao is a third year or something. And that's why she says college kids, because it's like it's the general majority of college kids, and the ones that aren't are close enough anyway. That kind of thing. That's my hunch anyway. I don't think it's a translation change. I think they are genuinely mostly college kids, and it's like they're just in high school uniform just cause. And a lot of it might be because they're on the transition from their third year to college, so the only uniform they can put these characters in is their high school uniform sort of thing. Because, you know, Japanese games. But that's at least like my theory on it. I might be wrong. It might just be a big translation error, and they might just say high school girls in the Japanese version. But it just seems like that's a very specific word choice to change, you know? To not just call them high school kids again. And I'd prefer the idea of them being college kids, because it means time's advanced. It means Hina's had time to, you know, find a home comfort zone, to, you know, make her friends outside of Yuzu and Lime. To, you know, find her life with everything that happened as well with the anime. But it is weird that Karara doesn't refer to herself in the third person and the honorifics aren't in it. I feel like back when like in the early 2000s, honorifics not showing up in localized versions, it made sense. But then after Persona did it so unapologetically all the time, everyone like in the Western audience got so much more used to it in like Japanese games that it's strange nowadays to have a Japanese game in Origin have Japanese dialogue where they use like san, kan, senpai, all that, and then not use it in the localization, you know, or like the translation. Like they say senpai a couple times in this, and I think it was when we were talking with Mio, like Ao calls her senpai a couple times, but like that's it. All the other times, it's like they completely cut it. And I just think that's so strange because Persona, whether it intended to or not, normalized a lot of those honorifics in the West. Especially Persona 5 because of how monumentally successful that game was. Like it didn't matter where you was. A lot more people are super hyper aware of honorifics now. So why get rid of them anyway? Because this game came out only last winter, you know? in the West. Oh, like your daily routine? Tell me about it. But I think they're college kids. Maybe ours are third year of high school though, or something. That's my guess, because I said they established that Mio is a little older, because they always talk about like the oldest in the group. So I think she's 19, and everyone else is either 17 or 18. And the reason why I say 19 is because going back to the whole Japan comfort zone things, I don't think they're going to leave the teens. I think the cast of characters are always going to be teens. I don't think they're going to make them 20 plus. Which is part of the reason why I don't think they'll be college kids in P6 as much as I really want them to be. I think they'll still make them high school kids. I'd wake up, do some light exercises for an hour, eat breakfast. After that, I would go to school and practice my choreo during lunch. I did it behind the school so I wouldn't stand out. What did you eat for lunch? A piece of chocolate or candy. And that was enough? Eating too much can make you sluggish, which makes it hard to dance. Huh. Then after class, it was straight to the dance studio. If I had some time before lessons, I'd get some homework done. Then I'd head home for around 10 PM. That's insane to me that she, had like such a full day. She'd get up first thing in the morning and be out till 10. 10? You practice for 6 hours? It's actually not that long compared to ballet schools in other countries. Did you ever think about quitting? That's what was normal to me. I couldn't even imagine my life without ballet. And besides, I enjoyed dancing. I don't think I could do something so much and not get bored, no matter how much I enjoyed it. I don't know, I stream for 5 to 6 hours sometimes, like almost every day, and I love it. So I don't know, Al. I think if it's a good enough hobby you stick. I think Sorakas 2 will do a bit of commentary on how Japan sees adult life since the main cast is older. I hope so. Although, like, not all of Atlas's social commentary in their games is perfect, it's usually good enough. Like, not everything they hit. Some of it seems a little forceful. Like, Persona 5 was very blunt on their views on Japanese police, for example. Like, that was very blunt. And it's to the point it was like, it's getting a bit oppressive at points. It's like, okay, we get it. You don't like them. Shut up. But, Soul Hackers 2, taking the opportunity to talk about adult life in Japan, I think could be kind of interesting, considering, Rinko is, like, in her early 20s. She's, like, 22 or 23. And I think the whole cast are in their 20s. And we've already seen from like some of the trailers that they plan on doing stuff with it. Like one of the main characters, I can't remember which character name it is because it's from the trailer, but there's a character who had a long-lasting, significant relationship that had a big impact on both him and the partner's life. But they've both now gone their separate ways because they work for countering organizations. With one of them now working for Ringo's group and the other one working for I want to say the bad guys, but it's never that simple. It's never that simple, but from what we can tell right now, the bad guys. And so they had to separate and go down separate paths. But there's a scene from the trailer where they're at a bar, like a night bar, drinking beer and chatting to each other. So it's like there's still like lingering feelings for them that they go out of their way to hang out and have a drink and talk about things. And it's like, I want to see that be explored more now. They're adults, and you have to have this mature thing instead of doing the high school thing of they get together or they're not together, They're not like head over heels in love, like sort of thing. Like they had a relationship and things in their life forced them to separate, and there's still some lingering extras, but they talk about it and there's some health in it. I want to see more of that, and I hope it works out for them. Because you know what I'm like with my happy endings. I hope it works out for them. I guess prodigies really are different. Sorry, I guess I talked for too long. Shall we? Huh? I meant that as a compliment. Yeah, she hates being treated as not normal. We've talked about this. HP up, 10% extra health with when we get the effects. Nice. HP effect up as well. Okay, people are going to be hitting 200 pretty soon. Hey, another fragment slot. She's on 6? Jesus. Okay, everyone... But fucking Shio has a date. Okay. It's always Shio. It's always fucking Shio who doesn't want to go on a date. How does this keep happening? Can I ask something? What's the matter? I feel like I'm a little out of shape, particularly during battle. Really? Seems like you're having any trouble to me. Hey, Al, do you think you can help me get my edge back? If if you say so, I'd be more than happy to help. It's a lot more fun with another person. Is there anything you want to make? Anything I want to make? A bonfire. Huh? I really want to make a bonfire. What I was expecting, but sure. Any reason why? I had a ballet competition at the same time as my school's camping trip, so I missed my chance then. But I wasn't wanted to have a bonfire. Ah, I see. Alright, Hinako, prepare yourself. Hey, Yuki, please tell me... Oh, okay, I didn't... Officer Yuki! What is it, Officer Al? Care to join me for a stroll? Yeah, it'd be my pleasure. I double-clicked, but we can go do this now. I wanted to see if we could build new land yet. Maybe I'll try reading a book today. Oh, I didn't see that coming. Come with me, Al. I love the Officer Yuki, Officer Al thing these two dumbasses have. This newspaper, you guys didn't make it, did you? No, it was already there when we got here. Hoshinomiya, is that the name of a place? Never heard of it before. Oh yeah, the first game's location. No clue, maybe it's somebody's hometown. It's Hina's, technically. The contents don't seem to have anything to do with this place either. Oh, we should make our own newspaper. Our own newspaper? What should we write about? The incidents that have been happening here lately, like the mystery of the disappearing ingredients. That sounds more like a tabloid headline than a newspaper article. Well, we're the only ones who would read it, so maybe we should just write stuff on free space. That would make sense. So I think it's after this chapter then we get to build those grounds so we can start having more room to put stuff down again. I hope. I hope it's not after Carrara's. I remember it being kind of late, but hopefully not that late. Oh, this is the principal's office. Yeah, but the door won't open. Oh, I've never been to the principal's office before, so I was curious what it's like in there. I don't think I have either. I imagine there'd be an expensive leather sofa. Yeah, and portraits of all the previous presidents. It's not the White House. Totally, that's exactly how it'd be. And the late hours of the night, their eyes glow ominously. Isn't that just an urban legend about the portraits in the music room? Who said principal's portraits don't do the same thing? Too bad there's no way for us to find out. Part of me wants to, but part of me does not. I can't be, we're only 2 months away from Soul Hackers, speaking of. That was the most surprising announcement for me. When they announced Soul Hackers 2, I was literally watching the trailer live, like, oh damn, they're continuing Soul Hackers, that's amazing, I love the original. Oh, but it's also an Atlas game, so they've announced it, so it won't be out for another 6 years. What do you mean it's out this August? You know? I was like, what the fuck? Like, Persona 5, it was announced, didn't come out for like 4 years. SMT 5 literally took 5 years after its announcement to release. Like, Atlas, they're not as bad as Square can be, but they've been pretty bad recently and keep actually, you know, releasing things when they announce them. So the fact that Square, like, Soul Hackers 2 was kept on the download that long, and then it's like, oh, by the way, it comes out later this year. It's like, what? Yuki, you're not about to do what I think you're going to do, are you? Just this once? No way, you shouldn't mess with those. Oh, come on. We never get to do it at a real school. Rolling eyes in the portraits in the music room, like the music room stage in Persona Arena. Yeah, it's a common urban legend in a lot of schools that there are portraits in music rooms and those portraits glow. It's a common urban legend in a lot of Japanese schools because it shows up in a lot. As someone who, like, over the past few years where I've been trying to learn Japanese, and I'm not going to pretend I know much, but I've been learning to read and learning to speak and learning to write a little. One of the biggest things I catch on is that any high school setting usually references it. It seems to be a very common urban legend in a lot of Japanese schools that if there's a portrait in the music room, it's probably haunted. It's kind of insane. It's like I know it's just like culture quirks. Like the UK has like really weird wise tales and rumors that make no sense in any other culture. The US has theirs, Australia has theirs. Like we all have our own weirdness. It's just, you know, when you look at it as an outsider, it seems more apparent. But that's like a really common urban myth, or like wives' tale kind of thing of like portraits are haunted in music rooms. Hell, Mother 3 did it. Mother 3 literally has a portrait come to life in a music room and attack you, and that's on the GBA. That's a Nintendo game. Oh come on, we never get this in a real school. You can't do it here either. You'll get in trouble. Raina will probably yell at you. Yeah, I can see that. And I'd get in trouble by association, so I'd really appreciate it if you didn't. Fine, but if you ever need to use it, I get to be the one to do it. I'd rather it never happen, though. Yeah, don't cause a fire, Yuki. Oh, whoops. There's so many CDs in here. There's even a CD with ghost stories on it. Oh, that one. I played it once before. Over the PA system? That's pretty brave of you. Raina came rushing in and made me stop it, though. Yeah, I can imagine Raina being afraid of that kind of stuff. Raina's kind of got a phobia of everything, bless her heart. For someone who's so strong and sturdy and like focus-minded that she would literally beat up God for the woman she loves, she's scared of heights, she's scared of ghosts, she's scared of the dark, she's scared of height, she's scared of everything. She's scared of being on her own. She's scared of like, probably bats and snakes if they were around. Like she struggles a lot. She has a lot of little phobias, bless her heart. Maybe I should try again. I could even turn the lights off and make it really scary. Don't, that'd be so mean. Oh, gymnasium. I wonder if there's any way to get underneath stages like this. Oh, I've hid there before while playing hide and seek when I was little. I'm not sure I'd fit now. I think I could fit. Ow, what do you mean you don't think you could fit? Look how big the under the stage shelves are. You can absolutely get under there. What are you talking about? So this is what it looks like from up here. Oh, that was Yuki that said that. Oh well. Yeah, there aren't many opportunities to be up on stage, huh? Ahem. Attention, students! You're going to sound like a president or something? Summer vacation may be approaching, but that is no reason to play the fool and neglect your studies. There's just no gravity to your voice. Nobody's going to listen to a cute little principal like you. You there, go stand in the hall. You fascist. Oh, Mange, that means even I can enjoy the library. Why don't you try reading a novel sometime? Hey, read a book. Nah, they just put me to sleep. I'll pass. Look at all these books. I bet you could spend forever in here reading. Right? I don't think you could ever read them all. Even if you had all the time in the world. That's how it should be. You'd never get bored. Ooh, there's a lot of manga here too. Yeah, it's not just the boring hard to read stuff. Do you like manga too, Yuki? Yuki has a common thing of like she doesn't like reading books because she struggles, because she finds it boring, and she just referred to that some mangas are hard to read. I think her reading level's not all there. I think her reading ability is not 100% all there, and I wonder if a lot of that's because of how much of her life she spent out of education being hospitalized. That she can only read she can probably read at a basic and intermediate level, but no like expert like top level. Like something that's like if she was thrown like a really big word, she'd probably still struggle. I wonder, because that's like they bring it up a number of times. Like this isn't the first instance that she doesn't read books and she doesn't read like more complicated works. I wonder if it's less because she finds them non-interesting, but more because she literally struggles because of how much time she spent out of education due to, living most of her life in hospital. Food for thought. Yep. I have trouble focusing on when I read stuff like novels, so I like manga better. What about you, Al? And that's not to say that she's less intelligent for it. She's a very smart girl when she wants to be. And she's not pulling pranks. Like, she's a very clever clog. So she knows what she wants. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she thinks. She trusts her gut. She is knowledgeable in her ideas. The whole facility thing is her idea. She is smart. Just because someone struggles with their reading doesn't mean they're not smart. It's just her actual reading comprehension isn't 100% there, potentially. Manga novels, I'll read anything. I'll read anything as long as it's interesting. Oh, that's awesome. I really admire people who can get through pages and pages of nothing but text. It's mostly young adult novels, to be honest. Okay, let's see. Oh, I just thought of something fun. Yeah? We could each read different manga, then swap the ones we think are good. And why is that book called Clowned? Signed by Hoshinomiya. Interesting. That way we find a fave in half the time. Ooh, that sounds good. That's a pretty logical idea for you, Yuki. For me? Why don't you say it like that? It was a compliment. Alright, I'll go look over on that shelf. Sure, let the hunt begin. Find anything good, Al? Yeah, I think you'd like. I think I said battle manga last time. The sports manga. Oh, baseball, huh? Yeah, but it doesn't get too far into all the technical stuff. I don't really know anything about baseball, but I could read it just fine. I didn't realise you were all into all that nitty-gritty action. Never really did any sports, so maybe that's why I think it's cool. Your turn, Yuki. What did you find? Check this out. A high school manga, and a pretty girly one at that. What do you like about it? What do you like about it? Well, don't laugh, okay? Promise. It's just so normal. I wanted to go to a school like a normal kid, so let me fulfill that fantasy. Yep, yep. As soon as she went, as soon as she went, oh, high school fantasy, I went, hang on a minute, we have context for this. We know that Yuki was hospitalized a whole bunch. We have context for this. Of course she wanted a normal high school life. I see, I didn't realize you were such a dreamer. I mean, I'm still young, I'm allowed to let my imagination run wild. Like, she pretty much let it slip just then. I always wanted to go to a school like a normal kid. She literally just let it slip that she didn't go to school that much as a kid. That she didn't get to. Don't worry, I get it, I do too. Oh yeah, that's kind of unexpected. Well, you opened up to me, so I thought I should do the same. It is a bit embarrassing to say out loud though. My eyes are tired from all that reading. It's nice to laze around and just read every once in a while. Ooh, next time we should bring a bunch of blankets and pillows. That always sounds so comfortable. The idea of bringing a blanket and cushion to the library. I know people that used to do that, and it's like, that sounds so cozy, but I don't think I could ever do it. I'd feel like too conscious of other people, of like the general public being around, you know? I think I'd only do it if I was in like their situation, where it's like, you know, if I was trapped there, and it's like there's only a very small group of people could access the library sort of thing, and I could trust all of them, then I'd probably entertain it. Knowing us, we'll end up falling asleep. The true ending with Yuki would be nice to see. Yuki as a normal living girl. Yeah, I've been debating if we get everyone to rank 10, it's the scene, like literally after the final boss, the one last hangout is what decides your true ending, right? I'm debating dropping a save there when we get to that point, and just like, not every character, because I imagine it's going to be 99% the same. Like, you know, they walk down the street, Al walks past them. Just now, instead of them carrying on walking past, they notice and turn around and grab them or something. And, like, that's it. But it would be nice to kind of get that last bit. And it would also be nice to actually just see that the last talking with those girls scene is at that end bit. You know? To actually see what's going on. And what their, like, closing statements are. Oh, that's the plot hint, right? Yeah, the telescope. By the way, your secret hideout was you made was a tree house, wasn't it? Yeah, there was this big sturdy tree in the woods nearby. It was on top of that. I wish we could recreate that, but it seems kind of hard. I don't think there's any suitable trees here in the first place. True, we need a proper tree first. Alright, time to make the giant tree. But also I'm going to do Uta first, because she's my girl. But after that, like, I might do, like, Yuki, see what her normal life is like. Might do, Reina. It'd be interesting if you do Reina and Yuki, if Reina and Yuki walk together. Like, if those two, like, if you pick Yuki, Reina's there too. Or if you pick Reina, Yuki's there too, sort of thing. In place of something, tree just for that. So plant, sit beneath it and relax in its shade too. Yeah, that does sound nice. So let's plant a tree already. It's not like you to push for something like this, Kokoro, but if you really want it, let's do it. Oh, you got some requests as well. There's a demon I'd like you to defeat for me. Do you mind? It's getting in my way while I'm gathering materials. Sure, but why? I just told you why. Yeah, you're just really strong, so I kind of figured that you're the kind of person to try and do it yourself. It looked to me like your kind of demon. I thought you should be able to defeat it faster. Well, it's not every day I get a request from you. I'll take care of it. No, I don't want the hint. I want requests. Got a second? What's up? I'm looking for a place to plant some flowers. Whoa, I didn't know you cared for pretty things. You're more ladylike than I thought. I'd rather think of it as putting something to good use. We often find seeds in our expeditions, so I thought we could add some colour to the place. Oh, I see. Well, let's make a place for them right now. Alright, let's see how many of these we can make now, if any. Oh. Coco's rank 6. We're going to start holding hands. We've made it. How can we talk? Are you okay? You seem a little upset. Actually, I was hoping you could give me some advice. Do you have a minute? Of course. What do you want to talk about? I thought we could talk alone. Will you come with me? Do you remember when we talked about the last time we were here? Yeah, does that have something to do with that? It does. Sort of a continuation, I suppose. Ever since then, I've been thinking about the promise I made to Shio at the train station. Also, I just noticed the Heartscape is the user in line 1, because we haven't touched the wheel since the cutscene took us there. That's the user in Lime Heartscape chilling in the background. About the promise I made to Shio at the train station. She told you to allow yourself to rely on others and not go through your struggles alone, right? Yeah, but there was also something else. I promised not only to rely on others more, but also to make an effort to help others in need. You did mention that's what motivated you to become a reflector. I may have changed since then, but I still don't believe I have the strength to save others. I just keep thinking about how I can grow stronger, and it's eating away at me. So you came to me for advice? Yeah. To be honest, I wanted to ask you the same. I've always wondered how you were so strong, Kokoro. When I first arrived here, all lost and confused, you were the first person to lend me a hand. Oh. You're definitely a lot stronger than you think you are, Kokoro. But if you're still worried, I'll stand by you. And that way, you'll be there for me when I need you. We can look after one another. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Al. Anytime. You're starting to look like yourself again. Yes, and we got a fourth skill tree. It's a shame that we didn't get this sooner. Because, you know, no time she's not in the party. Nice. Alright, let's get back down there. This is at the door. A worn broom. Okay. Okay. Shio. Is this your rank 4? I think this is your rank 4. I don't think it's your rank 6 yet. If you have a bit of time, I have a new blend I would like your opinion on. Definitely, can't wait. In fact, I kind of like that about myself. I wonder if that's strange. Hey Shio, you know how you mentioned that you like how normal you are last time we talked? I was just talking to myself, don't worry too much about it. But you met someone special when you were at Cafe Rattan, didn't you? Hinako, I mean. Don't you ever think you wanted to be like her? Actually, it was the opposite. What do you mean? Before I met her, I thought that my only choice in life was to follow the path set in front of me. But thanks to her, I realised something. If I really wanted to, it's actually not very hard to diverge from that path. So I decided to follow it for now and see where it leads. I thought there may be something at the end of all those days of normacy. Though those are just my own thoughts and things. How? Ah, sorry, I was just surprised. I never thought of things like that. I always just assumed that a special life must be a good thing. I don't know if I've actually really considered what I want in life. Thank you, Shio. Is something the matter? Let me go make this. Hang on. The rattan baskets. Oh, and you got a new quest for me. Is it possible to make? I don't know if it's possible. What is it? Tell me. A train station. A train platform in the works? Why? Haven't you ever wished that there was a train that stopped right at the school? It'd make commuting so easy. Oh, sure, but we could even take a train to the next town over in our downtime for a change of scenery. Don't you want to live that dream, even just pretend? Yeah, there was a train station literally rubbing against the wall of my college. When I was younger. Literally like a big, full, like, central train station in the middle of the town, right next to the college. It was perfect. What scene have I just... Oh, have I triggered a person scene here? So I've been thinking. I feel like we don't have any school special moves. Oh, this is the making the fighting thing, isn't it? Where you could get the special fight to unlock the resonances. Special moves? Who cares? I do. We have these powers and transformations. We don't have any cool moves. It's like a strawberry shortcake without the strawberry on top. Ow, that face. Unforgivable, that poor shortcake. Who are you people? So let's make something we can practice some on. Yeah, is this the the training tool? Okay, what of these can we make? We can make the giant tree. Holy shit, we can definitely make that. We need Carrara before we can get the wooden doll. And I think that's in the next dungeon. There's a wooden doll, don't chop two Carraras. So let's make this training tool. Slap you there. And I doubt we'll win on Death Wish, but I'll give it a go. It's ready. Now we can train at school whenever we want. Awesome! I can't wait for all the cool moves we come up with. And now the shortcake has its strawberry. All is right with the world. My head hurts. Raina, that was me at the end of the ship cruise. At the end of the Arctic cruise. Now what scene have we triggered? Hey, I was thinking, is this school from one of our memories? Oh, I've never thought about that. Is it different from the school you went to, Shirai? Parts of it are similar, but it feels different for the most part. Yeah, one less floor, the science lab isn't on the roof. The gym... Yeah, the gym used to... No, it was the tennis field is where the swimming pool is here. When you use it, this world is made up of everyone's memories, right? That probably means it's a combination of all of the schools in each of our memories. I just enjoyed Al's strawberry shortcake face. What the... Yeah, it's so... Oh, I didn't. I forgot. I've got a good collection if I quickly check my list. Yeah, I've got the resting heads and the shoulders between Al. I've got Hina's cheeky face. Oh, I've got the a screenshot from A Hat in Time because I streamed yesterday, even though I wasn't planning to, where I gave the core agents my crime was being British, and they went, so this is the face of British. I screenshotted that, and especially later on, they then said, we criminals can feel relief that we have not committed British. And I was like, I screenshotted that as well, because that just made me laugh. And then I've got a screenshot of when it was raining, Reina was outside with an umbrella, and so I put Yuki underneath it, because I was like, you can't not. And then the rest of the screenshots are from my first playthrough. Basically me messing around with Uta a whole bunch. The ones I've taken in this playthrough, I won't chuck up just yet. I'll probably do it like near the end of the project, just to be like, hey, I've finished my NG Plus run. Here's some of my many fucking screenshots. Oh, no more character scenes, damn. We need a glass sheet, but that's the plot one. Okay, we have to go make sure we get that at some point. So that's the plot. That's to advance the story. At least I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure that's the one that advances it, and not this, because that's a side quest. Okay, so yeah, I'll put it at the back near the front gate. So I treat the front gate area as the back of the school because we always go out towards the Heartscape, so I treat it as the front, but in reality it's the other way around. We go out the back to go to the Heartscape. All done. Pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yes.
Kokoro, what are you doing? I got it, Al. You got what? Oh, a fruit. Oh, wait, you picked that from this tree? Yeah, now we have something sweet from time to time. So that's why you really wanted the tree. Jeez, are you ever not thinking about food? I am not going to share with someone who says such mean things. Sorry, I was joking. It's always crazy how apples look so nice when like if you have it in your hand, but the moment someone else takes a bite from them, they suddenly look disgusting for some reason. The moment it's someone that's not you that's biting from the apple, they suddenly don't look good at all, and you're like, how does that work? How are all of our collective brains wired to be like that? You know, like how is it that there's some foods you can share easily? Yeah, apples. The moment you can see the inside of it and it's not yours, it suddenly looks bad. Like, how does that happen? Let's see if I can make everything first. So I don't think this is the plot advancer. Oh geez, is that the only space? Oh god, okay. Hey. Oh, it's the only small space. We've got a big space there. Oh, hang on. We can put them here. Never mind. As soon as I saw it could go in the small spot, I was like, we're set. You're planting morning glories? You don't like them? No, it's not that. They're nice and summery. I was just wondering if you had a reason. Have you ever heard of a green curtain? What's that? By growing vegetation vertically on the exterior of a building, you can cool the inside and surrounding areas. Morning glories are quite fit for that purpose. I've always wondered how effective it actually is. This seems like a good opportunity to find out. A practical reason. Either way, making this garden was worth it just to be able to see Reina like this. Nice, we're gonna get to see Reina's rank 8. You got any talents for the trouble? No. And that's it, right? Because we don't have a glass sheet. We literally don't have a glass sheet to advance. Do we have a make something other than those two? No, just fight some enemies, Oh, we get glass sheets. So you have. This is not a side quest. This is a mandatory side quest because you can't make the glass sheet to advance the plot till you do it. No, just correcting my mic slightly. And you get solid fuel for that. You don't get anything other than talent points for making the trains. She, are you cheapskate? I'm kidding. Alright, let's... What are we doing? We're probably going to have several more on top of this because of all the facilities we've made. So let's start with Hina. Oh jeez, where is she? Okay, she's walking. Is she over here? Yes, that is you that's walking. Hello! Oh, well, we were right here. I'm starting to miss the sandwiches they sold at school. Did you used to buy your lunch at the school instead of bringing your own? Yeah, I brought lunch most of the time. The super artificial flavouring they use is really addictive. Like in a good way? Yeah, totally. Oh, there's a lot of talk points. I imagine some of them are upstairs, which is why it looks like there's so many. Oh, there's the class... Okay. It's upstairs and classroom by the looks of it. But these lockers are empty. Be pretty creepy if they weren't. That's true, but still, it's kind of sad. Were you hoping there'd be a love letter in one of them? A love letter? Yeah, isn't there some sort of trope about getting love letters in your locker? Yeah, I've had that happen before. What, you have? I thought that only happened in manga. I never expected it to be a real thing. So what did you do? I didn't know who it was from, so I didn't go anywhere. It was probably just a prank. I guess we'll never know. I imagine Sarasa probably put something like that in there. That strikes me as something she'd do. With how much she deeply admired her in the first game. That reminds me, there's an article about my hometown in the newspaper hanging in the hallway. So you're from Hoshinomiya, Hinako. Is your memory starting to come back? I think so. Seeing that really felt like a blast from the past. Yeah, I'm glad they continued that conversation after Yuki brought it up. I'm used to this room being messy. Part of me wants to tidy up, but also I know she said I've, not I'm. Something tells me I wouldn't feel the same once it's tidy. Like, it wouldn't feel the same. I want a love letter from Yuta. Yeah, she doesn't know it yet, but she does. Oh, I wish I could draw like this. You mean these doodles? Yeah, I'm absolutely terrible at drawing, so I'm really jealous. That just makes me want to see what your drawings look like. Not happening. I'm strictly an admirer. Good, you're in a very chatty mood. There's all sorts to talk about here, Hina. Is it because it's the first opportunity since getting your memories back? That's a lot of trophies. I think my school had a display like this too. I wonder who won these, or do they have anything to do with any of us here? Probably not. Oh, but one of these could be yours, Hinako. You did win a lot of awards for ballet, right? Let's see if your name's written on any of these. Please don't, that's embarrassing. Okay, I'm glad I warped. I've not had to just walk all the way up to the roof. See all around us up here. We really are surrounded by water. There's still Yuzu and Lime's hardscape over there. I know, it's like we're floating in the middle of the sea. It does. This makes it feel like we're in a survival situation here. I love the fact that we get to come up to the roof here. Do some schools not allow it? Yeah, for safety's sake or whatever. But isn't this the perfect place to spend your break? Yeah, definitely. It's a good way to clear your mind. And isn't the rooftop where people always confess their love in manga and anime? I wonder if that happens in real life. I've never seen it. Yeah, I've never had an experience like that either. I want to get out of here. Yeah, but both of them are like, man, this is kind of depressing. Let's go. It's alright, Al. You'll get your time. I mean, you already did in the first playthrough. You just didn't realise that Uta was confessing to you. Ah, shoot! I forgot something. What? My little pouch. What's in it? Oh, just little stuff like a handkerchief and lip balm. Do you always carry it around with you? Not always, but I do take it with me when I go somewhere. I should start doing the same. A hanky would be nice to have on hand. Any others, or are we good to go to the gymnasium? Oh wait, never mind. There's shit in the gymnasium. How did I ever think that we'd be free of the little scenes? It's all hot and stuffy in it. Let's open the windows and let some air in. Can you reach them? Is there a ladder somewhere? I know there's doors on the sides. There's probably like one of those doors goes up and around, like one of the stage doors or something. It's awkward they don't notice the DLC island until they get everyone. I get why, but still, yeah. Not only when they get everyone, not until chapter 10. Of all things. Specifically chapter 10. It waits for everyone, I think everyone, to have their memories back. What are you looking at? Oh, I just noticed that there aren't any balls stuck on the rafters here. Is that weird to you? It doesn't feel like a gym without that. Would you be mad if I tried to get one up there? Can you get one up that high? Yeah, I think so. Oh, well, good luck. Wait, no, don't do that. Do you have any idea how hard it'll be to get it down again? Weird, the storage room is locked. Someone must have locked up after using it. I could go get the key if you need something out of there. No, it's fine. I don't need anything anyway. And besides, someone could be having a moment in there. What do you mean? You know, two people accidentally get locked in a small space together and then stuff happens. You read way too much. I think Al reads a little too much, like high school mangas and young adult novels. I think she reads a bit too much if that's her first thought. She sees a locker, like a big locker room like that, and the first thing is, oh, what if people get in there and start making out? Well, if there are people locked in there, I think they'd appreciate being let out. Oh, don't spoil the fun. Let's give them a few more minutes, and if no one comes out when we come unlock it, you really love drama. I've just noticed, because obviously, like, when we're in our default costumes, there's a contrast between these two protagonists, that Hina's more white and Al's more black with the clothing, right? There's a contrast between them. Even in the alt, there's still a contrast. Because what colour is always used to represent a different version of someone if someone's got a color blue on them. Red, and vice versa. Dante Virgil. You know, like it's always if one's now say that to Uta out, yeah, she'd probably Uta would probably be the one to shove you in. She'd be like, "Oh, that sounds exciting. We might get a little roughed up, getting stuck in here by accident, and we get to have fun together." No, she'd be up for it. But it's like both of them have the red and blue persona, the hot personality and cool personality opposites. So even like with the alt color, there's still like difference, you know, there's still the alteration, there's still the symbolism of how different these two actually are to an extent. You love working out at the gym? No danger of getting sunburned in here. One time I did my stretches before a competition outside. I got so red that they had to cover me in makeup so the judges wouldn't notice. Must be tough getting judged by on your appearance. Okay, so what should we do now? There's a basketball over there, so let's play. Yes, made one. Hinako, you want to try? No thanks, I'm okay watching. I'm not good at ball sports. I once had to join a tournament to even out the numbers, but I was completely useless. Oh, that's a reference to the first game where she literally did that through Kay's talent level. I think it was. You had to join a basketball team. Running from a challenge, huh? There's no point if I know there's no chance for me to win. If I play, I want to win. I'm a fan of losing, huh? So people tell me. Oh, come on, let's play, just for fun, okay? Oh, I doubt I'll be able to get any in. I don't think I've ever made so many before. Maybe it's not that you're bad at ball sports, maybe you're bad at team sports. You might be right, I do have a hard time working with others. I think I did better today because I don't have to worry about anything else. May not be a real basketball, but I think I can get into playing this. Would you practice with me again? No problem. And the camera angle was perfect. Okay, the camera angle just straight up on the butt. Okay. Oh, Coco. No, don't mind me. Go back to waving. This is cute. Oh, what would be a good angle for this? There we go. I screenshotted that. That's just a, like, it's kind of cute. Okay. Hi. Ooh, hang on. What did you say? Rain is always what? Oh, no. Say that again. Rain is always looking up at the night. She said something like Rain is always looking up at the night sky, looking at the stars recently. Coco looking kind of tough. Yeah. She said something like that. Hang on. Oh no, I'll just go out. She said something along that line. I was like, oh, that's a little foreshadowing there almost. Oh, we got some new things to hang out first. And yay, we get to hold Coco's hand again. And I need to try that to see if we even remotely have a chance of surviving it at this stage. Because we didn't on normal, so I doubt it on Death Wish. We don't use the shoe lockers at all, do we? I guess we just have to live in school anyways. I mean, next time we can make it feel more like we're actually going to school. It feels like we're really normal students again. Roof hasn't been leaking, huh? It's a good thing we took care of it back then. It wasn't easy. Did they make announcements during lunch at your school? Like, what was on the menu and stuff? Oh yeah, they did. Actually, I used to do the announcements myself. You did? Really? Yeah, I was on lunch duty, so we took turns making announcements. Wow, didn't you get nervous? The whole school would hear your voice. No, not really. But I didn't like that it made my lunch break shorter. I wanted to take my time and enjoy my lunch. That's so you, Kokoro. Right, come on, Coco. Is there anywhere else you want to go talk before I go to the gymnasium? Oh, I said I can just do this. Aha, there is. Looks like this is where the school store was. The lunch menu is still up and everything.
どう
Did you used to buy stuff from the school store a lot? Yeah, I used to get rice balls, bread, and all kinds of snacks. Rolled it back. She said, Raina's always staring at the sky at night. Do you think she has a soft spot for stars? Aww. Yeah, that's an interesting little foreshadowing. A little detail. Thanks for doing that. I was gonna do it myself. I was like, no, I can't just be spending forever waiting going back. I always loved their bread. I used to get them for lunch too. Wait, I thought you always brought your own lunch to school. Were there days that you didn't?
それは
There were days when the lunch I brought wasn't enough. Oh, you sure love to eat, don't you? Yeah, keep bringing it up. The poor girl can't help being a foodaholic. Some people love that stuff. Any optional scenes in here? Or is it just straight to the actual main? Okay, just straight to this.
ココロ
Were you a fan of PE, Kokoro?
うん
Yeah, I love anything that lets me move around.
えっとね
What about you, Al? Did you find your favourite thing to do in PE? Oh, I think I said dodgeball last time, so I'll say dancing. Dancing? Oh, we did that too. I was never any good.
それ
Were you embarrassed to dance in front of people? No, that's not it. I could never move in sync with everyone else. Maybe I just can't keep tempo.
うんうん
You do tend to do things at your own pace.
好き
But I like that about you. Yeah, thank you, Al. I couldn't help but notice when we were fighting, but you're really athletic, huh, Coco?
どう
Did you play a lot of sports when you were younger?
そうだ
I
よ
did used to do karate. Oh, karate, huh? I actually used to do Aikido? Ow! But we didn't learn that last time because I talked about breaking tiles. Jesus, Al, you got Aikido training? Well, that's kind of cool. Well, more like my parents made me do it.
え
Oh, isn't that the martial art where you use magic or something?
いや
No, it's all about using your opponent's momentum against them to furrow them. To through them. Interesting. Can I see it? It's been so long, I don't know if I remember much. Oh, that's too bad.
そうだ
Oh, I wanted to see Al do some Aikido. A bit of self-defense. I can understand parents wanting to make sure their kid knows some basic self-defense. We're gonna play a bit of badminton or basketball, maybe? Yeah, of course. That was an exciting game. Yeah, I'm totally drenched. Let's wrap it up and go take a shower. Yeah, good idea.
あおちゃん
Let's do this again soon. Yeah, Makoto knows Aikido too. Yeah, she's thoroughly trained in Aikido. And there's a character in Danganronpa who's trained in Neo Aikido, which is like not really Aikido. It's a made-up version of Aikido where it's more about actually attacking people than it is about just using the momentum to defend yourself. But she calls it Aikido, and I'm like, yeah, you keep telling yourself that, Tenka.
よし
World Video Save Line.
それじゃあ行こっか
Reminds me, the Morning Glories are in bloom. Oh yeah, right, we need to go Raina's dates as well. We're at that point where it's sort of starting to spend like an hour or so on dates. We're gonna spend a long time on them. We're at that point, it's starting to build up. We aren't at the biggest slog of it yet. I say slog, I love doing these, you know what I mean. We're not at the biggest chunk of it. I think Dancing says that Sai knows it too and is better than Makoto. Yeah, also makes sense. Maybe it's just a thing. Like, I completely understand, you know. Hey, you're just gonna send your girl to walk off to school in herself? Hey, maybe, like, if she knows a bit of self-defense, there's less of a worry on the parents that, you know, some weirdo might approach her. If she can actually, you know, defend herself, needs be. Think about it. I don't think I've ever received Morning Glories.
それ
I don't think they're the kind of flower that usually get included in bouquets. I don't think I've ever seen them in a flower arrangement on stage or around the theatre before either. Maybe they don't do very well indoors. I don't think I remember hearing that you have to grow them outside. And I don't think I've ever performed outside. We're like star-crossed lovers fated to live apart. When I think like that, they seem even more special. A piece of the world I'll never know. I didn't mean anything out all that deep. That's what Hinako thinks about her.
うーん
Huh. I've been looking at them so long that they look like tutus to me now. Doesn't it look like a skirt when you turn your head? I doubt a skirt made out of flower petals would last long.
うん
True, it'd probably only hold together for a day or two. But ballet is alive too, you know. No performance is alike.
でしょ
Doesn't it seem fitting? Yeah, you may be right. Morning glories make me think of yukata.
うん
Yeah, I believe it's a popular pattern for yukatas. What kind of yukata patterns do you like, Hina? I can't remember what I said last time. I think you'd look great in a sunflower pattern. Yeah, we're going to establish that owl like sunflowers early, so then it flows better with Uta when we get there. I think that might be a bit too much for someone like me. You think so? I think a bright design like that would look great on you. Something bright, huh? I only ever worn stuff that comes up like that in costumes. See, then you're already used to it.
本当
You think so? Maybe I'll try wearing more bright colours then.
楽しかったねこれからもよろ
Nice.
しくね
Ooh, who's learning new talents? Anything else, please? Damn it. It's like, give me an attack boost. Is that every... No, it's not everyone. We haven't even finished any of them. We'll go to Reina, space it out. Hello, my dear.
どこに行くの？
It's a library. There's a book I want to read. We got some chat spots to do first. One way down here, so I'll just walk over. What's the time? Oh, Jesus, I didn't even realize it was already 2, my end. I've been streaming for a while today. I lost track of time. Yeah, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Oof. I'll do the rest of these dates, and then I'll wrap up, and we'll start tomorrow with the side
す
quests.
ごっ
Man, this really is an amazing view. Or not tomorrow, tomorrow's Hat in Time. The next Blue Reflection stream, we can start it by doing the side quest. We've got that warm-up window at the start. An amazing view. You can see way past the school grounds.
もう
You're leaning out too far. It'll be your own fault if you fall off.
どう
Don't you just feel like jumping in?
いや、
No. What if we get swept away?
そ
We
れ
could
は
tie lifelines around ourselves. You're not considering the possibility of what could be lurking under the waters. Ah, there's nothing in there. Is there? Who knows? No one has ever checked.
そ
If
う
you really want to go in, I won't stop you. I don't think I will. Also, I just noticed, it's super cloudy, so maybe I didn't break the weather this time. Because I didn't turn on the firework machine, because I still think that's what led to blame. But it's usually only sunny. But no, this is super cloudy, like it's about to rain. The rank 10 trophies out of curiosity, and from what's most common is that she missed no dates herself, Shio, while the rarest is Mio. Yeah, I saw that myself. I was like, God, I was like, of fucking course. I imagine it's because for a lot of people, they prioritize her because of how much of like a sweetheart she is. And I imagine that once you cross the line to rank 8, she would earn new dates anyway. And like during certain events, she's usually the most agreeable person of the lot. I just wouldn't agree with her much because I wanted to boost other people. So I think there are a lot of things that would, you know, get her there that I can understand. And Mio being dead last makes sense because it's very awkward to squeeze in the time for her
それは
when she's in between 2 gold mines of characters, you know? Like, you get Hiyori just before her, and you get Uta after her. And even if, like, you're not, like an Uta simp, like we kind of become, Uta's got is such a dynamic, multi-layered character, she's bound to be more interesting to more people. Whilst Mio is just the big sister trope for the most part. She's guilt-ridden of her memories with her mother, but you know what I mean, like compared to Hiyori, who's got so much like flair and flirtatious energy and bounce with every scene she's in that you want to hang out with her more, and Uta being so multi-layered in what's going on with how she is that she becomes so fascinating, Uta ends up dipping down, so her being like less on people's radar makes sense. But I can understand why my playthrough ended up so different from, you know, the common. Like this, and not ending up with Shio, the date evader, because I didn't, you know, agree with her in events enough to boost her to like rank 8 sort of thing. Well, at the same time, why Mio ended up last, even though I actually did pretty well with Mio. I actually got further with Mio than I did Shio. Because I said everyone but her got to like rank 8 or 9. Oh, this computer actually works?
え
Yep, no internet though. But every time, but everything else is on it works, so I use it from time to time.
え
What's this folder? No, don't open it. That's our art folder. What's going into all of a sudden? Nothing. Well, I was only curious before, but now I have to open it. Let me see. Just fucking... Hey, don't pull out the plug like that. What if you broke the computer? All the better. Seriously? I don't get why she's always so shy of her drawings. It's because she's drawing the other girls. Oh, there are flowers here. Or because she's drawing Yuki. Did you put these up, Reina? Yeah. Oh, it was you, huh? It was a little drab in here, so I put up the ones we didn't use. Should I have not done that? No, I think it's great. It adds some colour to the place. So any others? Oh, the hallway. Nearly. This floor is nice and quiet. Hint, hint, she's going to move to this floor soon. Feels strange at night, though. Going to the bathroom can be a bit scary. Stop it, don't say things like that. Yeah, don't make Reina scared of it, too. The writer's room. What is this place? No idea. The door doesn't open, so I've never been in there. I assume it's where the broadcasting club or drama club write and keep their scripts. Gotcha. Now I'm curious, but we can't get in. No, unfortunately not. Oh, are you curious too, Reina? Not really. You think the genres of the books in this library have a certain slant? Oh, I noticed that too. There's a lot of niche literature. Not that I'm complaining. The mystery section, huh? Do you read this kind of thing a lot? I suppose. Some of these are actually pretty creepy, right? Don't you get scared? No. How come? Because they always solve the mystery in the end. Oh, you liked Scooby-Doo as a kid. Got it. The scary scenes always play into the mystery. They're there for a reason. Once you've figured that out, and then there's nothing to be afraid of. Ah, I gotcha. I think I'm starting to get an idea of why Reina hates horror so much. What do you usually read, Hoshizaki? Show off. This kind of thing? I think you call it literature fiction. You know, real educational stuff. Education? In what field? The field of knowing words. Yes, I can see that. Sorry, I lied. I only read YA novels. But I think they can be pretty educational in their own right. I like how it was that easy to call her out. It was like, okay, really? What kind of educational books? I mean, let's head home soon. Oh, sorry, not at a good stopping point. It's fine. Is that a YA novel she's holding? Are you interested in YA novels? Only because you wouldn't shut up about them. Was I that annoying? Are you checking out that one? Well, I've already started reading, so I might as well go ahead and finish it. Once I start something, I like to finish it. I may learn something from it if I'm lucky. She sure is talkative. I'm glad we seem to have similar tastes. Unexpected side. God, Hina and Coco still have more. There's so many. Here it is. Reina always has this, is always staring at the sky at night. You think she has a soft spot for stars. That's just adorable, and I like that foreshadowing almost, like that slight hint. Yeah, will you take a walk with me? Sure. Okay, let's head for the tree first. Al? Yeah, sorry, I'm getting a little tired. Why don't we rest for a bit? Sorry to make you join me. No, it's fine. I was just about ready for a break too. I like lazing around like this with you. You do. You do. I like it too. I'm glad. Laying against this tree is so relaxing. Just the healing power of nature. Must be. I used to take naps in the forest just like this. Sleeping outside? That sounds dangerous. Did anything bad ever happen? No, not at all. I may have been outside, but I was still on our property. What, really? You had a forest in your backyard? Do you live in a palace or something? No, just a normal house, but my family owned part of the woods behind our house. I would always play there when I was little, and take naps, of course. Wow, growing up in the country sounds awesome. I'm getting sleepy. Yuri and Mio's date apocalypses will be half a stream, but an amazing half, yeah. I offered my lap last time, so I'll play a prank. That was adorable. Also, how is Owl sitting that close? Did she tuck her legs under Coco's or something? Jeez, Owl, you meanie. I'm gonna get you back. Ah, that tickles. Stop. I'm sorry. Fuck it, Raina! Raina, where'd she go? Raina, where'd she go? She's teleporting Raina. Yeah, did that bring it out in the lounges? Yep. It's literally just blowing cold air in your ear whilst you're trying to sleep. Because it can send a shiver down your spine. You want to go to the cafe? Is there any more little chats? No, let's go straight there then. What are you having? Iced coffee. Her classic. I usually stick with the normal menu when I go to cafes. What about you, Al? Oh, I always go for the seasonal menu. It's fun to try something new. I honestly have no idea what I picked last time. I'm trying to remember as these dates come up what I picked last time, or if I don't know, try and think what would I have picked, and then pick the opposite. Like any of them that like Al being kind of flirty. I know there are some characters I stopped being kind of pranky or flirty with, like Coco being one of them, which is why I picked it there. So I could pick off it, but it's like a lot of them I just try and vision myself what I picked. Yeah, so but aren't you worried that you might not like it? That's a problem for the future, Al. I guess the only bad thing would be that you'd have to finish it. Might be worth it if you find something you like. Did you go to cafes a lot? If I had time to kill, like if I had time between classes or dance lessons, but not enough time to go home. I usually use the time to study though. Sometimes I'd end up just spacing out and not getting anything done. Are you able to study in cafes, Al? Not at all. Right, I always end up just staring out the window. And it's like I only start hearing people having funny conversations when I'm trying to study. You zone into the background noise too much, Hina. I used to live in a very limited world, so getting a peek into other people's lives was exciting. But now that we don't have any homework to worry about, I can do whatever I want when I come here. Though of course, there's nothing I can think to do other than study now. What's your ideal way of spending an afternoon in a cafe? Chat? Just sitting and chatting like this? Is it talking to me boring though? I don't say much. Not at all. You're such a good listener. I could go on talking forever. I was worried that I wasn't talking enough, but it seems like I've had nothing to worry about. Would you come here with me again sometime? Of course. Everyday scenery. Alright, is that all the dates? Yes. Okay, so Necklace said, if I was stuck in a time loop, does this mean the other girls are too? Was it a multiple timeline thing? I think Al was the one in the time loop. I'm trying to think on what we learned in the plot. What we learn is that Al is in a cycle of she gets reset to a same time spot. So she goes backwards in time. She alone does that. So I think everyone is technically in the loop, but Al is the only one that's like creating that loop. Everyone else, it's just, time rewinds for them. So, it's like, so it's not that they're in a loop, it's that everything just goes backwards for them. Actually, I'll try this once before we wrap up. I don't fancy my chances. Because it's just that we didn't do this at this level on normal, so I don't... Yeah, 20 is going to be quite tough. Well, actually, maybe. If we can get a combo going. So breaking out of the loop is actually beneficial to everyone. Okay, we're doing like no damage. Okay, never mind. We could probably out-survive and tank through this one way or another, but we've got an issue of we're not doing any damage and they're healing like a lot every turn. Yeah, okay, yeah, we can't do this yet. We might be able to survive for a while, but it doesn't mean anything if we literally can't do any damage. Yeah, it's at 1. And she's been knocked down. Okay, yeah, the fight's over. But we know what to aim for at least, if nothing else. It's taken them a surprisingly long amount of time to actually kill us. I would have thought they would have wiped us pretty quick. Now, you know, I'm not really trying, but here we are. Okay, so not yet. We have to come back for that. Hello, Menace. He's back in action. Yeah. I don't even know where I'm going. I'm just trying to find a space to, like, that'd be a good place to save and stop. I guess we're going to do quests next time, so if I just, like, chill here. I'll just chill with Yuzu, keep her company for a minute. Hi. Let's check these fragments, and then I'll wrap. Increase the likelihood of knocking a target down. I don't know, I think I landed on it. Was it examine distance we got? One of them. Either way, it's not that interesting for one. Aha! Allows user skills have a chance of inflicting paralysis. Allows user skills that increase recovery speed. Both could be quite handy. Decreased damage taken increases dodge chance when your enemy is 3 or more levels above you. That's not going to happen. Even in Death Wish, we're probably a higher level than most, if not every enemy in the, we're going to come across. Oh, right, I need to actually... I'll sort that off screen. I'll sort out them off screen. I'll figure out what to put here, there, and everywhere for all of them off screen. Well, actually, with you, you're obvious. Do we have another experience booster? As a schedule fragments trophy, I'd cry. I'd cry. That'd be horrendous. That would be genuinely evil. That one. The first game had one trophy. It was craft one of everything. That was kind of cruel. Because the game didn't say new when you got something new. It only said new when it first appeared. So if you scrolled past it, it no longer said new. So you had to really think about what ones you'd made before. Which is why in the first game I got to a point where I made sure I had one of everything. So it was easier to figure out what I had and hadn't made. And sure, just in case we need to swap you in so you've got more of a survival chance. And then the actual attacker I'll figure out off screen, so I'll probably be staring at it for ages. So let me save. Nice. Alright, and let's see if the title screen is still being weird. Or if it's not the way it's supposed to be. Alright, it's the way it's supposed to be. Good. So I've said it before, like, I've had a couple times since going into New Game Plus where it showed the wrong screen when we come to this. And it's like the wrong characters are there. Or like characters that we haven't met yet are on there. Or like, I've had it once where it's defaulted back to like the very first opening screen where it's just like Owl's feet standing at the school gate about to walk out. But I think that'll do for now. As always, thank you so much for watching. We did for 5.5 hours. I wasn't expecting to go that long, but this game just absorbs time for me. It genuinely is. Like, this game has become such a comfort game for me. I just feel happy playing it. There's no other way to explain it. You know, I just am in a good mood when I play this game. And I think that's a testament to so much of how fun and good and well written and well handled everything is that I just want to keep playing. Like, I could just be a Blue Reflection only streamer, and I'd be happy with that. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to let that roll. Oh, now it's busted. See, now it's busted. Now we reset it. Suddenly, Hiyori's here, and she's not supposed to be. You know, it's weird like that. It gets confused with itself sometimes. I want to see if there's anyone else here since Hiyori's here. That is Uta at the window again. Oh, no, can I say, like, Karara's not here, but for some reason she is. So that's me. Sometimes it gets weird. It just then presents the wrong things. Yuzu and Lime aren't on the roof though, so it's trying to say we're like what, potentially just 2 chapters ahead of ourselves. Since Yuzu and Lime aren't standing on the roof like they usually do. Anyway, enough of that analysing. I'm wrapping up. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more Hat in Time. So that will probably be the last Hat in Time stream I'm going to do for a while. Just because Klonoa, Genshin and all that other stuff is going to be stacking up. And it's just, I need to make room somewhere if I want to keep on top of it all. So tomorrow will be a Hat in Time. And then Tuesday and maybe Wednesday. I know I usually take Wednesdays off, or try to. But I kind of want to play more Blue Reflection because, you know, of course I do. I might stream it on Wednesday as well, and then Klonoa on Thursday. And then when we're done with Klonoa, try and get a day off then and just figure it out from there. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Either way, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care now. Peace.